1 month ago this Saturday, a mob of Americans stormed the U.S. Capitol in a failed attempt to deny Joe Biden's victory in the November election. The Department of Justice has arrested and charged rioters, and the Biden administration has launched a review of what it calls domestic violent extremism. Nick Schifrin provides an update on the criminal consequences so far and the threat that remains persistent. And then Yamiche Alcindor has a conversation on the country's seemingly cavernous political divide. Let's begin with Nick's report.
They broke through barricades, assaulted police, shattered windows, and once inside, destroyed and stole property. Over the past month, the Justice Department charged more than 180 rioters.
The scope and scale of this investigation in these cases are really unprecedented.
Michael Sherwin is acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia.
This is not going to be solved overnight. It's not going to be solved within the coming weeks. It's not going to be solved within the coming months.
With each new charge, there's a clearer picture of the diverse groups who attacked the Capitol. Longtime conspiracy theorists like self-proclaimed QAnon shaman who goes by Jake Angeli, as seen in this New Yorker video.
Understand it's an IO war.
Military veterans and law enforcement, including retired Lieutenant Colonel Larry Randall Brock Jr., who used a military term referring to information operations. Trump supporters who say they were swept into the crowd, like 22-year-old care worker Riley June Williams, seen here before she allegedly stole a laptop from Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office.
Proud Boys.
And law enforcement says playing a key role, right-wing extremists. Video shows members of the militia, the Oath Keepers. And 4 January 6th indictments are for members of the Proud Boys, recently designated a terrorist group by Canada. They face charges including conspiracy, disorderly conduct, and obstructing or impeding an official proceeding, which carries a maximum penalty of 20 years.
Many of these groups were very explicit about their violent intentions.
Since the 90s, retired FBI Special Agent Michael German has tracked white supremacists and right-wing militias.
There is a tremendous amount of public evidence that can be used even today to target the most violent actors. I am concerned that the FBI in particular and the Department of Justice are focusing on January 6th as if it's a sui generis event and not recognizing that many of these people had been engaging in violence around the country for months or years.
In Charlottesville in 2017, a neo-Nazi plowed his car into an anti-white supremacy protest, killing 1 woman. Most recently, at the Million MAGA March in Washington, D.C. in November, Proud Boys members brawled with counter-protesters. 1 man was stabbed. And another D.C. rally in December resulted in more clashes, multiple stabbings, and a couple dozen arrested.
All the signs were there that some of the supporters of Donald Trump were serious, they were dangerous.
Jane Holt was Deputy Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security under President Obama. She says even a decade ago, federal reports voicing concern about right-wing extremism were disparaged and their authors punished. Holt says that accelerated under President Trump.
People were reluctant to put out reports of the factors that we knew were coalescing to cause us great concern on January 6th. But no formal statement was issued. And the feeling that we hear is that it was not issued because when such things were stated publicly, that individuals paid with their careers.
This was repeated activity that was not being addressed by law enforcement, which conditioned these groups to believe that this was okay. This was something they could do, which attracts more violent people who just want to commit violence, and here's a place they can do it and actually get a pat on the back rather than handcuffs.
What consequences have rioters paid? Many lost jobs. Most face charges of entering a restricted building and disorderly conduct. Far fewer have been charged with more serious crimes. No one has yet to be charged for the death of Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, who lied in honor at the Capitol this week.
There is a definition of domestic terrorism, but perhaps surprisingly to many of us, it doesn't carry any criminal penalties. And so if you're charging individuals who are intent on violence, law enforcement is having to use, as you say, other statutes and other provisions. But, the old saying, the wheels of justice grind slowly, but they grind. And that's what's happening here.
German says the FBI doesn't need to wait for Congress to act.
There's no new legislation that's required. The FBI has ample authority in its domestic terrorism portfolio. It's just a matter of focusing their attention and making sure that they have the direction to actually investigate these crimes.
After the attack, social media tried to stop the spread of the kind of misinformation that incited the rioters. Twitter suspended tens of thousands of accounts. The right-wing friendly social media Parler was taken down, and multiple social media platforms suspended former President Donald Trump. As the FBI continues its investigation, the nation's capital is slowly returning to normal. But 5,000 National Guard troops will remain in D.C. through mid-March. And last week, the Department of Homeland Security issued a nationwide domestic terrorism bulletin warning that extremists could continue to mobilize to incite or commit violence.
Is there still an ongoing threat moving forward?
It's the same as the threat that existed on January 5th, 2021, or 10 years before that, or 10 years before that. These groups are persistently violent against communities that don't have the kind of public platform that members of Congress have, right? So it's important now that their attention is focused on it, that we actually understand how this impacts all segments of our society, not just the powerful.
And so today, the concern is not if, but when extremists will plan another violent event, and if law enforcement can prevent it. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schiffern.
And now to the analysis of Brooks and Capehart. That is New York Times columnist David Brooks and Jonathan Capehart, columnist for the Washington Post. Very good to see both of you this Friday night. Let's start by talking about the Republican Party. Jonathan, the Republicans in the House of Representatives this week voted, just in the last day, voted not to take away committee assignments from Marjorie Taylor Greene, conspiracy theorist, someone who's made deeply disturbing statements. They left it to the full House, meaning Democrats took that vote. She said, Greene said today, that it didn't really bother her, that committees don't matter, and besides, it's Donald Trump's party anyway. Is she right?
Well, she's right in that it's Donald Trump's party, but she's wrong about the fact that it doesn't matter. It does matter. And if she doesn't think committee assignments or being assigned to a committee matters, then she shouldn't be in government. She should resign her seat if she doesn't believe that sitting on a committee, doing the work of being an elected representative and representing your constituents in Congress, if that doesn't matter, then perhaps she should go back to Georgia. But this is indeed Donald Trump's party. And we saw it with the votes that were taken within the Republican caucus. Marjorie Taylor Greene was able to hold on to her committee seat because the vote was a public vote within the caucus. Liz Cheney was able to hold on to her leadership post within the Republican caucus because that vote was a secret ballot. And we talked all last week, or all this week, about how her hold on her leadership post was tenuous because the base was so angry, the caucus was so angry, and yet by secret ballot, she won re-election to that leadership post within the caucus overwhelmingly. So this might be Donald Trump's Republican Party, but behind closed doors within the Republican caucus, at least as it's playing out in the House, there are some tensions there.
And David, I mean, what Congresswoman Greene actually said was that it's a waste of time. She views committees as a waste of time. But my question to you is, what does this say about the Republican Party in Congress?
Yeah, I've decided to look on the bright side. I think this was the week we saw more anti-Trump activity in the Republican Party than any week in the last 5 years. We've had Mitch McConnell calling Marjorie Taylor Greene's ideas cancerous. Liz Cheney won by 2-1. That was not automatic. And it shows there's a lot of people who, in the House Republican caucus, who are not with the Trumpsters. They're a little intimidated by them, but in private, that's not where their views are. We had Nebraska Senator Ben Sasse with a very forthright assault on the GOP of one of the counties in Nebraska who want to censure him. And so people are beginning to stand up in ways that haven't happened. And I think partly January 6th, partly looking at what the things that Greene believes, they see, as McConnell said, that these are just disastrous cancers for the party. And so it's not all the way there, but we're beginning to see much more of an assault than we saw before. And then just finally, we had 10 Republican senators break from a bit of their party and put out a COVID relief proposal. So I'm seeing progress.
Well, let's pursue that. I mean, Jonathan, I interviewed former Missouri Senator John Danforth this week, who said that his party, who he says he's still a Republican, has become, he said, a grotesque caricature of what it once was. That it's no longer conservative. It's a populist at the extremes. Where do you see this going? Is the question.
Well, I do agree with David that there are green shoots, to use a phrase from a previous presidency, green shoots of progress, and maybe even green shoots of a new beginning. But the Republican Party right now is going through, I think, is going to be a multi-cycle refreshing. That these green shoots that we are seeing, will that mean that Republicans become more emboldened and stand up for themselves, and going into the midterm elections, the non-Trump Republicans get elected? Maybe even Republicans take over the House, but not with Trump Republicans. I don't know. But what I do know is this: the Republican Party is not going to cure itself of what former Senator Danforth talked about until it has concerted leadership within the caucus to push the Marjorie Taylor Greenes and the other folks within that caucus, because she is not the only one, push them aside and get about the business of governing. I focus on House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who should have used the Marjorie Taylor Greene moment as a leadership moment to do what a leader is supposed to do and stand up for the values of the party and the caucus, and to push aside those who run afoul of that. I don't know what Leader McCarthy stands for. I don't know what the Republican Party stands for. And if his calculations this week are about retaking the House in 2022, my question is, what is your program? What are you for? Because unless you can tell the American people, and particularly folks in the districts around the country, unless you can tell people what the Republican Party will do and what Leader McCarthy would do as Speaker proactively, positively, then why should the American people look at the Republican Party as a viable alternative to the Democratic Party?
Well, speaking of what the Republicans can do, David, you mentioned the Republican role, I think, in COVID relief. What role do you see them playing as the president is saying we need to go big, Republicans and even some Democrats raising questions?
Yeah, Joe Biden ran on bipartisanship and unity. He had a chance when the 10 Republicans put forth their $618 billion proposal to say, okay, let's try for a week. I'm not going to give you more than a week, but I'll give you a week. And we'll see if you can get you over $1 trillion. The Republicans have already voted for roughly $4 trillion in aid. I think they could have gotten a fifth. But the problem is, aside from Joe Biden, I don't think there's any taste for bipartisanship in the Democratic Party, sometimes with justified reason. They've just lived through the horror of the Trump presidency. They just lived through January 6th. They just don't have much respect or trust for the Republican Party, and so they don't want to do bipartisanship. I think those 10 Republicans really do. I think there are another 10 or 15 in the Senate who would prefer it. They're not going to go as big as Biden wants to go, but I think they would like it. But you can't tell people to trust people they don't trust. Trust takes time, and the trust is not there for bipartisanship in this Congress. I think Biden really wants to do it. The evidence of this week is we're just not going to see that.
Jonathan, what do you see as the outlook for bipartisanship?
Well, it depends on your definition of bipartisanship. If bipartisanship you mean sitting with people from the other side of the aisle, talking through the issues, talking through policies and programs, and then as president of the United States, you decide that what you have heard does not meet the policy proposals that you have in mind and the mandate you feel you have from the American people, well, then if you go a different route, that doesn't mean that you haven't been bipartisan. It just means that you have a different governing philosophy. I do think President Biden has lived up to his his promise to be bipartisanship. He didn't have to meet with those 10 senators, and yet he did. I do think that, David was absolutely right in what he said and in his terrific column today in the New York Times. I don't think that Democrats don't want to do bipartisanship. I do think that Democrats do suffer from a lack of trust because they have been Charlie Brown to the Republicans, Lucy, with the football. When President Obama was in the White House, President Obama tried desperately to negotiate in good faith with Republicans, only to have them say no, be recalcitrant. And having learned that lesson, President Biden, having been part of the Obama-Biden White House, does not want to be in that position, nor should he, especially when you have millions of Americans who are not only suffering through a pandemic, but also through the resultant economic crisis.
And David, lingering effects, I mean, if the Democrats end up doing this with Democratic votes, what's the fallout? What does that mean for the future?
Well, the people do really like bipartisanship. Our own Amy Walter had a good column this week saying that when you try to pass something on a partisan basis, what happens is that piece of legislation tends to be unpopular because independents would rather you do it on a bipartisan basis. So I think in the long term, Democrats probably made it slightly more likely the Republicans will do very well in the midterm if they ram this through on a partisan basis. Having said that, I think the size of our social problems are so large that $1.9 trillion basically given to the least fortunate among us is about the right size. And so I wish they had done a bipartisanship. I wish the Republicans had come up to like 1.2 trillion. But I'm thinking about the country. I'm thinking about a country that is suffering from inequality, from decay, from declining prospects, from a rural-urban income gap. And $1.9 trillion can go a long way to setting us on a different social path, a more equal social path. And so despite my reservations about the way they're doing it, I still think it needs to be done.
Just a little over a minute left. I want to get from both of you your expectations for next week's impeachment trial, the second one, Jonathan, for President Trump. What do you think will happen?
I think we will hear wrenching testimony in that the House impeachment managers will present a case that will bring the American people and the witnesses/jurors back to that day on January 6th. I expect the moment to be probably one of the most impactful, emotional moments in recent American history. But I also expect this trial to be short. I wouldn't be surprised if we're talking about the end of this trial a week from today. And
David, what do you expect?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm mostly struck by how Donald Trump has sort of vanished. Obviously, he's off Twitter, but he's not really taking any measures to be anywhere. And so this is going to be a one-sided affair, which will end in an acquittal, and then we'll get back to business. I'll be very curious to see if the nation tunes in or whether they're really ready to move on from the Trump era.
Well, we are going to be covering it, and we are going to be asking the two of you about it 1 week from tonight at exactly this time. David Brooks, Jonathan Capehart, thank you both.
Thanks, Judy.
Thanks.
Never before has a former president faced an impeachment trial, and never before has one president been impeached twice. Here to navigate these uncharted waters with us, our Politics Monday pair. That's Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report and Tamara Keith of NPR. Hello to both of you on this Monday evening. And Tam, it took us, 20 years from the impeachment of President Clinton to get to the first impeachment of President Trump, but only 1 year to get to the second impeachment of President Trump. How is this trial going to be different?
Well, that 1 year was 2020, and it felt like 20 years. But this is going to be different because this is a much different case. With the first impeachment, it was something that happened behind closed doors. It was a phone call. There was a transcript. There wasn't video. There wasn't, a public campaign as there was this time, where President Trump led a public campaign over a series of weeks to try to undermine the outcome of the election or reverse the outcome of the election, which culminated on January 6th with that rally that was followed by the insurrection that left 5 people dead. And so House impeachment managers are going to be able to make a much clearer case, one that doesn't require understanding foreign policy or, sort of what the role of the president is or what the president can ask another leader to do. This is, in a way, much simpler. The case that the president's lawyers will be making is that it's unconstitutional to impeach someone or to convict someone, a president, after they've left office. It'll be more of a process argument, which often is, I think they also made a process argument last time, too.
And Amy, what would you add to what's different, but also in terms of the public's view of this compared to how the American people were watching and thinking the last go around?
Sure. I think the most obvious, Judy, is that there's not a sense of urgency in this case as there was back in January of 2020. Obviously, we were talking about removing a president from office during an election year. The last year then, if he were convicted, would be completed by Vice President Mike Pence. So with President Trump now no longer in office, obviously lost re-election, that's just not, it doesn't have quite the same intensity as it did back then. As Tam pointed out, I think the other thing that's missing is that will be different is there's going to be more video and less testimony, right? Less talking and more of the video coming from the Democratic managers. And finally, I think that there's a skepticism, especially among, or even among, many Democratic voters. And the skepticism born of watching politics in the Trump era, watching whether it was the first impeachment, whether it was the other series of controversial things that President Trump did, and watched Republicans in Congress really stand aside, not criticize, not vote against, continuing to unify behind him. And so the idea that you're going to find 17 Republicans, I think you hear from even Democrats who would like to see this process work through, they don't see that happening. And I think voters, even Democratic voters, are ready to kind of turn the page and move on.
And what about those Republican senators, Tam? We assume that all the Democrats or most of the Democratic senators will vote to convict. We don't know that yet, but we'll see. But the Republicans being watched more closely, what kind of pressure are they under from the Trump base, from the Republican base?
Well, and we got a bit of a preview with this vote on whether it is constitutional to impeach a president after he's left office. And the majority of Republicans, the vast majority of Republicans, voted in favor of that, saying that it's not constitutional. So what is going to happen this time that is different than last time? It's not clear. And for these Republicans, look at what happened to the Republicans in the House who voted for impeachment this time around. Those Republicans have been punished. There is no reward in the Republican Party for distancing yourself from President Trump. And these are House members, Republicans who were in the chamber or were personally affected by this insurrection that came into the Capitol, and they voted their conscience as their leaders told them they could, and they have been censured by the Republican parties in their states, which tells you that there are consequences. People who cross President Trump time after time after time, no matter how at the moment it seems like maybe this will be the time that he loses his grip, every time, ultimately, the people who go against him are punished by the party.
Right.
Amy, how real is the Trump enduring influence over these senators? Are we seeing any waning of it?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Judy. And I think what we're starting to see, at least in some polling, is that there is some frustration, even among Republican voters, even Republicans who voted for Donald Trump, with the way he behaved in those final weeks of his presidency, denying that he lost the election. pressuring Republicans to overturn the results, pressuring Congress to overturn the results, and then, of course, the attack on the Capitol. But we also don't know, a year from now, 2 years from now, when we're up for, yes, another election, we have the midterm elections in 2022, the 5 Republicans who, as Tam pointed out, voted to allow this to go forward, saying they thought it was constitutional, of those 5, only 1 is up for re-election. The rest of them either just won re-election or they're not up until 2024. So they don't have an immediate consequence in the same way that House members do, who are up every 2 years. But I also know that historically, look, it's the person who sits in the White House that becomes the focal point of politics. It's very hard when you're not in the bully pulpit to continue to drive the political conversation and the party. The one way where I think we could expect him to still get involved is in primaries, where the core voters are still going to turn out and listen to what the president has to say. This is why there are a lot of Republicans very worried about states like Arizona and Pennsylvania, states that will determine control of the Senate in 2022 if President Trump gets involved and endorses a candidate like Trump, or a candidate who's in that same mold. That could put those seats at risk.
And I've tried not to let the word 2022 slip from my lips, Amy, until you force me to say it. Just now, just about 40 seconds left. I just want to quickly ask both of you, how much do you think the Biden White House is truly counting on some Republican support for their COVID relief plan? Tam, Amy, quick.
Yeah, let me just say they are redefining what bipartisan is, citing Republican mayors, for instance, saying that makes it bipartisan.
Amy?
Yes, I don't know that we're going to see a lot of that support. Again, it goes to this, Judy. Those 2 races, those special elections in Georgia, changed everything. It gave Biden a lot more opportunities to work just with his own party.
All right, we are watching it all. Amy Walter, Tamara Keith, Politics Monday. Thank you both. Today, Congress is preparing for the Senate impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump, which begins tomorrow. It is an historic first for the nation, as a president has never been impeached twice. Our Yamichel Sindor and Lisa Desjardins joins me now. Hello to both of you on this Monday night. Lisa, to you first. We are just less than a day away, but they're still hammering out the details of how this is going to work. Tell us what you know at this point.
Remarkably, Judy, we just got the final details for this trial in the last couple of hours. This will be a shorter impeachment trial, it looks like, at least, than the first one for former President Trump. Let's go through how this is going to work. First of all, tomorrow, the first day of the trial. That day is being set aside for arguments over the constitutionality of this trial. There will be up to 4 hours of arguments, and then the Senate will vote on whether this is constitutional to try a former president. You may recall the Senate has taken a similar vote. They will do it again tomorrow. That is expected to pass. Then Wednesday, for the rest of the week, will be the arguments of the trial itself, presentations by both sides, up to 16 hours per side. So 4 days total. Now, there's a note here. The trial will not meet on Saturday. They will recognize the Jewish Sabbath as per the request of one of former President Trump's attorneys, who is an Orthodox Jew. Instead, the trial will resume on Sunday. Now, talk about this. We expect these to be the main days of the arguments, those 4 days up until Sunday. After that, closing arguments for about 4 hours, again, far fewer than in the past trial, and senators will then have 4 hours to ask questions. Again, also much less than last time. An open question that is not yet resolved is, will there be witnesses? This Senate resolution that is governing the trial allows for witnesses if House managers or Trump's attorneys ask for them, and if the Senate votes to allow it. So we may not have an answer to that question soon. I'm told that House managers have not yet decided if they want witnesses or not. One very last note, I'm told senators will be allowed to space out throughout the chamber into the galleries, and there will be a special room. They will use one of the cloakrooms, sort of, or one of the Senate lobbies, and have a television in there for senators to watch off the floor so they can space out.
All this in the era of COVID. And Lisa, what is known at this point about how the prosecutors plan to make their case?
Just a few things here, Judy. They really believe, they want to say that President Trump himself was personally responsible for this riot, and they are going to use videos from social media to prove their case. I don't have more details on that, but I expect that to come from people who participated in the riot, perhaps as well as people who covered it.
And now over to you, Yamiche. You've been in touch with former President Trump's people. What do we know about how his lawyers, his attorneys plan to present his defense?
Former President Trump's lawyers plan to defend him vigorously, and they're really going to be going with two-track approach. The first is focused on the process, the jurisdiction, the due process. The second part is going to be focused on the speech, on political rhetoric, on the First Amendment. On the first part, there was a 78-page brief released today from his lawyers. Part of that really is a window into what they're going to be saying during this trial, and I want to read from you some part of it. It says, the Senate is being asked to do something patently ridiculous, try a private citizen in a process that is designed to remove him from an office that he no longer holds. That's the president's lawyer saying there that he's no longer president of the United States, and thus he should not be in an impeachment trial. Of course, Democrats say there's still the issue of whether or not he should be banned from holding office. The second part of the president's lawyer's defense is, again, when it coming to political rhetoric. And for that, they write, the president did not direct anyone to commit lawless actions. The claim that he could be responsible if a small group of criminals misunderstood him is simply absurd. They're saying here that the president's words were to walk peacefully to the Capitol. Of course, Democrats are saying, in fact, that the president said fight like hell, and as a result, that really incited thousands of people to go to the Capitol and do that. One other thing, we should be watching for video of this. There's, from my understanding, the president's lawyers are going to be using video of Democrats saying fiery things at political rallies to make their point. Also, this is in direct contrast to what the president's own supporters are saying when they're being tried in court. They're saying the president told us to go to the Capitol in their different states, and this is the president's lawyer saying that's just simply not the case.
And Yamiche, what can we expect to hear from the people who are arguably at the center of this? President Trump himself, President Biden.
Well, we're going to hear a lot from President Trump's lawyers, and we're going to hear very little, from my understanding, from former President Trump as well as for current President Joe Biden. I want to walk you through who his attorneys are. The first is Bruce Castor. He served 2 terms as an elected district attorney in Montgomery County, just outside of Philadelphia. He's most famous for his 2005 decision not to prosecute Bill Cosby when he was facing allegations of sexual assault from a Temple University employee. There's also David Schoen. He is another attorney. He represented Roger Stone, was a Trump associate. He also consulted with the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during the final days before his death. He's had some very controversial clients, including accused mobsters, including successfully defending the Ku Klux Klan, as well as others. And what you see here is really 2 men that are going to be taking to the stage, really defending the president full-throatedly. The other thing to note is that the president isn't going to be testifying himself. I talked to his attorney, or his former attorney, Alan Dershowitz, and he told me that no attorney would want President Trump to be testifying. He said it would be a perjury trap. So this is really President Trump letting his lawyers doing all the talking. And the White House says President Biden will not be watching much of the impeachment trial. Instead, he'll be focused, they say, on getting his COVID relief bill passed.
Well, we are going to be covering it very closely, and the 2 of you are going to be right at the center of our coverage. Yamiche Alcindor, Lisa Desjardins, thank you both.
Thank you.
This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Judy Woodruff, and welcome to the second Trump impeachment trial, a PBS NewsHour special. While he was still in office, President Donald Trump made history last month when he became the first U.S. president ever to be impeached by the House of Representatives for a second time. And today he will make history again when, for the first time ever, a former American president faces impeachment charges in the Senate. And that trial is just about to get underway. 9 Democratic House impeachment managers, led by Representative Jamie Raskin of Maryland, will make their case to the 100 members of the Senate, 50 Democrats, the other 50 Republican. They are the jurors in this trial. They are arguing that they should convict the former president on charges of inciting the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol by repeatedly, falsely claiming widespread fraud in the 2020 presidential election. 5 people died as a result of the violence that day, including Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick. President Trump's defense team is expected to argue that the Senate trial is unconstitutional and that his statements to the pro-Trump mob on January 6th are protected by the First Amendment. Today's session will focus only on the question of constitutionality. Watching all of this with us is our Lisa Desjardins, who, of course, is our Capitol Hill correspondent, and Yamiche Alcindor, our White House correspondent. Hello to both of you. We're going to be spending a lot of time together today and in the coming few days as this trial is underway. Lisa, let me start with you. Tell us what we look for on this very first day of the trial.
Walking to this position, Judy, I passed senators on their way into the chamber, each of them knowing how this works. I noted they had empty notebooks, larger than they did in the first trial, because they know how much information they're going to have to process during any impeachment trial. Judy, what we're going to face today is the argument over whether this trial should even be taking place, whether the Senate can try a former official, a former president. We're going to hear both sides bring up the Constitution itself and its language, as well as precedent. I've spoken to you, our viewers have heard me talk about William Belknap, the Secretary of War back in the 19th century, who was in fact tried by the Senate after he resigned from office. He's going to be maybe a viral character, I suppose, in the Senate today. But over today's proceedings, this argument of constitutionality, there really is an expectation that this trial will proceed, that the Senate at the end of the day today will vote that it is constitutional to hold the trial, and then we will get into really the meat of the argument, whether President Trump himself incited that riot. Those arguments expected to start tomorrow. Today is sort of a pregame, but an important argument for history over whether the Senate has this power.
Lisa, as we are listening to you, we are looking at live pictures from the Senate. We see Senator Patrick Leahy sitting, presiding over this trial. Normally, it is the Chief Justice of the United States, but in this instance, the Chief Justice agreed to the argument that was made to him that because it is a former president who is on trial, that he should not sit overseeing the trial. So we see Senator Leahy, we see other members of the Senate who are the parliamentarian, the clerk, the sergeant at arms, and others. And in just a moment, I believe we're going to hear, if it hasn't already taken place, we're going to hear the Senate chaplain. Why don't we go briefly to the Senate chamber to hear some of what Senator Leahy's saying?
Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. President, in a moment, I will call up a resolution to govern the structure of the second impeachment trial of Donald John Trump. It's been agreed to by the House managers, the former president's counsel, and is co-sponsored by the Republican leader. It is bipartisan. It's our solemn constitutional duty to conduct a fair and honest impeachment trial of the charges against former President Trump, the gravest charges ever brought against a president of the United States in American history. This resolution provides for a fair trial, and I urge the Senate to adopt it. Mr. President, I send a resolution to the desk on my behalf and that of the Republican leader for the organizing of the next phases of this trial.
Clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 47, to provide for related procedures concerning the article of impeachment against Donald John Trump, former President of the United States.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. There is a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, aye.
What is
Mr.
happening
Burr.
right now is a preliminary vote.
Burr,
It's the so-called
aye.
organizing
Cantwell.
resolution
Mrs.
wherein the
Cantwell,
Senate is simply
aye. Mrs.
agreeing
Capito.
to take up
Mrs. Capito,
the impeachment
aye. Mr. Cardin.
article. This is pro
Cardin,
forma, but
aye.
there
Mr.
was a request for a roll call. That's why they are
Carper,
calling out the
aye.
names
Mr.
of the
Casey.
senators and asking them for their votes
Casey,
one by one.
aye.
Even
Mr.
Republicans
Cassidy.
are voting yes to proceed, as you hear.
Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand.
While we listen to this roll call vote, pretty much pro
Graham,
forma,
aye.
every
Mr.
senator
Grassley.
seems to be agreeing to go ahead
Grassley,
with the consideration
aye.
of
Mr.
the
Hagerty.
impeachment resolution.
Hagerty,
We are,
aye.
I want to turn quickly to our White House correspondent,
Ms.
Yamiche
Hassan,
Alcindor.
aye.
Yamiche, you
Mr.
covered President Trump, of
Mr.
course, for the
Hawley,
4 years of his presidency. You've been in touch with his legal team. What is the main argument they are going to be making today about, which is that this trial is not constitutional?
Aye. Mr. Hoven.
Well, the argument that former President Trump's lawyers are going to be making is one saying that because he is no longer in office, he no longer can be standing trial in the Senate. They're going to be saying that this is unconstitutional, that in fact this is really political theater. They're going to be arguing that the president cannot at all be tried for something because he is now a private citizen. Another thing to note is that they're going to be really also talking about due process here. They're in some ways going to be saying that the House Democrats, that they rushed through this impeachment, this one article saying that he incited an insurrection, and as a result, that was also something that was not part of really using this in a way that would be justified, in a way that would be fair. But if I could back out a little bit, this is historic not only, I think, because President Trump became the first president in history to be impeached twice. This is also historic because this trial is happening on the alleged scene of the crime. These are the halls, these are the seats, the scene, the areas where lawmakers were ducking and fearful for their lives. And President Trump's lawyers are going to be trying to make the case that his words were not intended to have violence happen there. But we know that it's in direct contrast to Trump supporters who are being tried, some 170 of them all across this country. They're saying that they were listening to the president when he said fight like hell, and that they went to the Capitol because the president told them to. But again, this is today about the constitutionality of this. But I think when we think about the gravitas of this, we think of the gravitas of all this, we think of where we see ourselves today. And it is really a question of whether or not the president violated his oath of office, whether or not he is, as Democrats have said, one of the most dangerous presidents in U.S. history.
No, you make a very good point, Yamiche, in that there's so much history surrounding this trial. As you say, not just that President Trump, the first president to be impeached twice, but of course, the first former president to face an impeachment trial, historic by the very nature of the location. You are right, it was on January 6th, just a little over 1 month ago, that the insurrection took place in this very room, this very chamber, where the Senate trial is taking place today. And as we've been saying today, the arguments, 4 hours, 2 hours on each side, around whether to hold this trial is within the bounds of the Constitution, whether it's constitutional or not. There was a vote taken on this very question just a matter of days ago. Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky raised that question. The Senate did vote on it, and a majority voted that it was constitutional, but a number, most Republicans voted that it was not. So we'll be very interested to see today if those numbers change. We want to go back to the floor once this roll call is over. Again, this is a pro forma vote on whether the Senate should consider this impeachment article. Lisa Desjardins, back quickly to you. Remind us of the rules of the Senate trial. Every senator to be in his or her seat.
That's correct. Every senator is to be present and in their seat. However, because of the coronavirus, they are extending the definition of in your seat so that senators can also go to the galleries above the Senate chamber, and they may also step outside what we are able to see of the Senate chamber into an adjoining room where there will be a television set for them to view as well.
Lisa Desjardins watching all of this very closely along with us, along with Yamiche Alcindor. They are just about finished with the roll call of the senators. We're going to listen to that vote as they take these last votes. Let's go back to the Senate floor.
Mr. Hagerty, no.
They're wrapping up this roll call vote on whether the Senate should take up the impeachment resolution, the impeachment article, and just making sure they have everyone's vote before they proceed. It's expected that this will pass easily, but let's listen. These are live pictures of the United States.
The nays are 11. The resolution is agreed to. And pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 47, there shall now be 4 hours of argument by the parties, equally divided, on the question of whether Donald John Trump is subject to the jurisdiction of a court of impeachment for acts committed while President of the United States, notwithstanding the expiration of his term in that office. Mr. Manager Raskin, are you a proponent or opponent of this question?
I'm a proponent.
Thank you. Mr. Castor, are you a proponent or opponent of this question?
We're an opponent.
Thank you. Then, Mr. Manager Raskin, your party may proceed first and will be able to reserve rebuttal time if you wish. Mr. Raskin, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished members of the Senate. Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Raskin. It's my honor to represent the people of Maryland's 8th Congressional District in the House and also to serve as the lead House manager. And, Mr. President, we will indeed reserve time for rebuttal. Thank you. Because I've been a professor of constitutional law for 3 decades, I know there are a lot of people who are dreading endless lectures about the Federalist Papers here. Please breathe easy, okay? I remember well W.H. Auden's line that a professor is someone who speaks while other people are sleeping. You will not be hearing extended lectures from me because our case is based on cold, hard facts. It's all about the facts. Now, President Trump has sent his lawyers here today to try to stop the Senate from hearing the facts of this case. They want to call the trial over before any evidence is even introduced. Their argument is that if you commit an impeachable offense in your last few weeks in office, you do it with constitutional impunity. You get away with it. In other words, conduct that would be a high crime and misdemeanor in your first year as president, and your second year as president, and your third year as president, and for the vast majority of your fourth year as president, you can suddenly do in your last few weeks in office without facing any constitutional accountability at all. This would create a brand new January exception to the Constitution of the United States of America. A January exception. And everyone can see immediately why this is so dangerous. It's an invitation to the president to take his best shot at anything he may want to do on his way out the door, including using violent means to lock that door, to hang on to the Oval Office at all costs, and to block the peaceful transfer of power. In other words, the January exception is an invitation to our founders' worst nightmare. And if we buy this radical argument that President Trump's lawyers advance, we risk allowing January 6th to become our future. And what will that mean for America? Think about it. What will the January exception mean to future generations if you grant it? I'll show you.
We will stop the steal. Today, I will lay out just some of the evidence proving that we won this election, and we won it by a landslide. This was not a close election. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Yeah! Let's take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. We are going to the Capitol, where our problems are. It's that direction.
Tens of thousands of votes. They came in duffel bags. Where the hell did they come from?
Madam Speaker, the Vice President, and the United States Senate.
Off the sidewalk. Stand up for him. Stand up for him. We outnumber you 1,000,000 to 1 out here, dude. Take the building. Take the building. Fuck these kids. Join us. That's enough.
Constitution says you have to protect our country and you have to protect our Constitution. And you can't vote on fraud. And fraud breaks up everything, doesn't it? When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. And we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help, we're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. Get the fuck out of here, you traitors!
Majority Leader.
We're debating a step that has never been taken in American history. President Trump claims the election was stolen. The assertions range from specific local allegations to constitutional arguments to sweeping conspiracy theories. But my colleagues, nothing before us proves illegality anywhere near the massive scale that would have tipped the entire election.
My challenge today is not about the good people of Arizona.
And it will stand in recess until the call of the chair.
We'll pause.
Protesters are in the building.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, can I have order in the chamber?
The House will be in order. House will be in order. Okay.
And we are listening to Trump, your boss. Treason! 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 Defend your Constitution! Defend your liberty! Defend your Constitution! They're leaving. They're leaving. Break it down. 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 Break it
Where the fuck are they?
There's gotta be something in here we can fucking use against these scumbags.
That's what we fucking need, to have 30,000 guns on here. Next trip. That's what we need. Let's go! Let's go! Take it! Take it! Take it out! Use the shield! Use the shield! Use the shield! We need fresh patriots to the front!
There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel, but go home and go home in peace.
We'll take down every one of these corrupt motherfuckers! Hang them!
Senators, the president was impeached by the U.S. House of Representatives on January 13th for doing that. You ask what a high crime and misdemeanor is under our Constitution? That's a high crime and misdemeanor. If that's not an impeachable offense, then there is no such thing. And if the president's arguments for a January exception are upheld, then even if everyone agrees that he's culpable for these events, even if the evidence proves, as we think it definitively does, that the president incited a violent insurrection on the day Congress met to finalize the presidential election, he would have you believe there is absolutely nothing the Senate can do about it. No trial, no facts. He wants you to decide that the Senate is powerless at that point. That can't be right. The transition of power is always the most dangerous moment for democracies. Every historian will tell you that. We just saw it in the most astonishing way. We lived through it. And you know what? The framers of our Constitution knew it. That's why they created a Constitution with an oath written into it that binds the president from his very first day in office until his very last day in office and every day in between. Under that Constitution and under that oath, the President of the United States is forbidden to commit high crimes and misdemeanors against the people at any point that he's in office. Indeed, that's one specific reason the impeachment, conviction, and disqualification powers exist: to protect us against presidents who try to overrun the power of the people in their elections and replace the rule of law with the rule of mobs. These powers must apply even if the president commits his offenses in his final weeks in office. In fact, that's precisely when we need them the most, because that's when elections get attacked. Everything that we know about the language of the Constitution, the framers' original understanding and intent, prior Senate practice, and common sense confirms this rule. Let's start with the text of the Constitution, which in Article 1, Section 2 gives the House the sole power of impeachment when the president commits high crimes and misdemeanors. We exercised that power on January 13th. The president, it is undisputed, committed his offense while he was president. And it is undisputed that we impeached him while he was president. There can be no doubt that this is a valid and legitimate impeachment. And there can be no doubt that the Senate has the power to try this impeachment. We know this because Article 1, Section 3 gives the Senate the sole power to try all impeachments. The Senate has the power, the sole power, to try all impeachments. All means all, and there are no exceptions to the rule. Because the Senate has jurisdiction to try all impeachments, it most certainly has jurisdiction to try this one. It's really that simple. The vast majority of constitutional scholars who studied the question and weighed in on the proposition being advanced by the president, this January exception, heretofore unknown, agree with us. And that includes the nation's most prominent conservative legal scholars, including former 10th Circuit Judge Michael McConnell, the co-founder of the Federalist Society, Stephen Calabrese, Ronald Reagan's Solicitor General Charles Fried, luminary Washington lawyer Charles Cooper, among hundreds of other constitutional lawyers and professors. I commend the people I named, their recent writings to you in the newspapers over the last several days. And all of the key precedents, along with detailed explanation of the constitutional history and textual analysis, appear in the trial brief we filed last week and the reply brief that we filed very early this morning. I'll spare you a replay, but I want to highlight a few key points from constitutional history that strike me as compelling in foreclosing President Trump's argument that there's a secret January exception hidden away in the Constitution. The first point comes from English history, which matters because, as Hamilton wrote, England provided the model from which the idea of this institution has been borrowed. And it would have been immediately obvious to anyone familiar with that history that former officials could be held accountable for their abuses while in office. Every single impeachment of a government official that occurred during the framers' lifetime concerned a former official. A former official. Indeed, the most famous of these impeachments occurred while the framers gathered in Philadelphia to write the Constitution. It was the impeachment of Warren Hastings, the former Governor General of the British colony of Bengal, and a corrupt guy. The framers knew all about it, and they strongly supported the impeachment. In fact, the Hastings case was invoked by name at the convention. It was the only specific impeachment case that they discussed at the convention. It played a key role in their adoption of the high crimes and misdemeanors standard. And even though everyone there surely knew that Hastings had left office 2 years before his impeachment trial began, not a single framer, not one, raised a concern when Virginian George Mason held up the Hastings impeachment as a model for us in the writing of our Constitution. The early state constitutions supported the idea, too. Every single state constitution in the 1780s either specifically said that former officials could be impeached or were entirely consistent with the idea. In contrast, not a single state constitution prohibited trials of former officials. As a result, there was an overwhelming presumption in favor of allowing legislatures to hold former officials accountable in this way. Any departure from that norm would have been a big deal, and yet there's no sign anywhere that that ever happened. Some states, including Delaware, even confined impeachment only to officials who had already left office. This confirms that removal was never seen as the exclusive purpose of impeachment in America. The goal was always about accountability, protecting society, and deterring official corruption. Delaware matters for another reason. Writing about impeachment in the Federalist Papers, Hamilton explained that the President of America would stand upon no better ground than a governor of New York and upon worse ground than the governors of Maryland and Delaware. He thus emphasized that the president is even more accountable than officials in Delaware, where, as I noted, the Constitution clearly allowed impeachment of former officials. And nobody involved in the convention ever said that the framers meant to reject this widely accepted, deeply rooted understanding of the word impeachment when they wrote it into our Constitution. The convention debates instead confirm this interpretation. There, while discussing impeachment, the framers repeatedly returned to the threat of presidential corruption aimed directly at elections, the heart of self-government. Almost perfectly anticipating President Trump, William Davey of North Carolina explained impeachment was for a president who spared, quote, no effort or means whatever to get himself reelected. Hamilton in Federalist I said the greatest danger to republics and the liberties of the people comes from political opportunists who begin as demagogues and end as tyrants, and the people who are encouraged to follow them. President Trump may not know a lot about the framers, but they certainly knew a lot about him. Given the framers' intense focus on danger to elections and the peaceful transfer of power, it is inconceivable that they design impeachment to be a dead letter in the president's final days in office, when opportunities to interfere with the peaceful transfer of power would be most tempting and most dangerous, as we just saw. Thus, as a matter of history and original understanding, there is no merit to President Trump's claim that he can incite an insurrection and then insist weeks later that the Senate lacks the power to even hear evidence at a trial, to even hold a trial. The true rule was stated by former President John Quincy Adams when he categorically declared, "I hold myself, so long as I have the breath of life in my body, amenable to impeachment by the House for everything I did during the time I held any public office." When he comes up in a minute, my colleague, Mr. Neguse of Colorado, will further pursue the relevant Senate precedents and explain why this body's practice has been supported by the text of the Constitution. And Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island will then respond to the fallacies presented by the President's counsel. And after these gentlemen speak, I will return to discuss the importance, the fundamental importance of the Senate rejecting President Trump's argument for the preservation of democratic self-government and the rule of law in the United States of America. I now will turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Neguse of Colorado.
Do I have to recognize him? No. Okay.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, my name is Joe Neguse, and I represent Colorado's 2nd Congressional District in the United States Congress. Like many of you, I'm an attorney. I practiced law before I came to Congress, tried a lot of different cases, some more unique than others. Certainly never a case as important as this one, nor a case with such a heavy and weighty constitutional question for you all to decide. Thankfully, as lead manager Raskin so thoroughly explained, the framers have answered that question for you, for us. And you don't need to be a constitutional scholar to know that the argument President Trump asks you to adopt is not just wrong, it's dangerous. And you don't have to take my word for it. This body, the world's greatest deliberative body, the United States Senate, has reached that same conclusion in one form or another over the past 200 years, in multiple occasions that we'll go through. Over 150 constitutional scholars, experts, judges, conservative, liberal, you name it, they overwhelmingly have reached the same conclusion, that of course you can try, convict, and disqualify a former president. And that makes sense, because the text of the Constitution makes clear there is no January exception to the impeachment power. That presidents can't commit grave offenses in their final days and escape any congressional response. That's not how our Constitution works. Let's start with the precedent, with what has happened in this very chamber. I'd like to focus on just 2 cases. I'll go through them quickly. One of them is the nation's very first impeachment case, which actually was of a former official. In 1797, about a decade after our country had ratified our Constitution, there was a senator from Tennessee by the name of William Blount who was caught conspiring with the British to try to sell Florida and Louisiana. Ultimately, President Adams caught him. He turned over the evidence to Congress. 4 days later, the House of Representatives impeached him. A day after that, this body, the United States Senate, expelled him from office. So he was very much a former official. Despite that, the House went forward with its impeachment proceeding in order to disqualify him from ever again holding federal office. And so the Senate proceeded with the trial, with none other than Thomas Jefferson presiding. Now, Blunt argued that the Senate couldn't proceed because he had already been expelled. But here's the interesting thing. He expressly disavowed any claim that former officials can't ever be impeached. I mean, unlike President Trump, he was very clear that he respected and understood that he could not even try to argue that ridiculous position. Even impeached Senator Blunt recognized the inherent absurdity of that view. Here's what he said. I certainly never shall contend that an officer may first commit an offense and afterwards avoid by resigning his office. That's the point. And there was no doubt because the founders were around to confirm that that was their intent and the obvious meaning of what is in the Constitution. Fast forward 80 years later, arguably the most important precedent that this body has to consider. The trial of former Secretary of War William Belknap. I'm not going to go into all the details, but just in short, in 1876, the House discovered that he was involved in a massive kickback scheme. Hours before the House committee that discovered this conduct released its report documenting the scheme, Belknap literally rushed to the White House to resign, tender his resignation to President Ulysses Grant, to avoid any further inquiry into his misconduct, and of course, to avoid being disqualified from holding federal office in the future. Well, later that day, aware of the resignation, what did the House do? The House moved forward and unanimously impeached him, making clear its power to impeach a former official. And when his case reached the Senate, this body, Belknap made the exact same argument that President Trump is making today, that you all lack jurisdiction, any power to try him because he's a former official. Now, many senators at that time, when they heard that argument, literally they were sitting in the same chairs you all are sitting in today. They were outraged by that argument. Outraged. You can read their comments in the record. They knew it was a dangerous, dangerous argument with dangerous implications. It would literally mean that a president could betray their country, leave office, and avoid impeachment and disqualification entirely. And that's why, in the end, the United States Senate decisively voted that the Constitution required them to proceed with the trial. The Belknap case is clear precedent that the Senate must proceed with this trial since it rejected pretrial dismissal, affirmed its jurisdiction, and moved to a full consideration of the merits. Now, Belknap ultimately was not convicted, but only after a thorough public inquiry into his misconduct, which created a record of his wrongdoing. It ensured his accountability and deterred anyone else from considering such corruption by making clear that it was intolerable. The trial served important constitutional purposes. Now, given that precedent that I've described to you, given all that that precedent imparts, you could imagine my surprise, Lead Manager Raskin's surprise, when we were reviewing a trial brief filed by the president in which his counsel insists that the Senate actually didn't decide anything in the Belknap case. They say, these are not my words, I'll quote from their trial brief, it cannot be read as foreclosing an argument that they never dealt with. Never dealt with? The Senate didn't debate this question for 2 hours. The Senate debated this very question for 2 weeks. The Senate spent an additional 2 weeks deliberating on the jurisdictional question. And at the end of those deliberations, they decided decisively that the Senate has jurisdiction and that it could proceed, that it must proceed to a full trial. And by the way, unlike Belknap, as we know, President Trump was not impeached for run-of-the-mill corruption. misconduct. He was impeached for inciting a violent insurrection, an insurrection where people died in this building, an insurrection that desecrated our seat of government. And if Congress were just to stand completely aside in the face of such an extraordinary crime against the republic, it would invite future presidents to use their power without any fear of accountability. And none of us, I know this, none of us, no matter our party or our politics, wants that. Now, we've gone through the highlights of the precedent, and I think it's important that you know, as Lead Manager Raskin mentioned, that scholars overwhelmingly who have reviewed this same precedent have all come to the same conclusion, that the Senate must hear this case. Let's go through just a few short examples. To start, all of us, I know, are familiar with the Federalist Society. Some of you may know Stephen Calabrese personally. He's the co-founder of the Federalist Society. He actually was the chairman of the board in 2019. He was the first president of the Yale Federalist Society chapter board, a position that I understand Senator Hawley later held. Here is what Mr. Calabrese has to say. On January 21st, he issued a public letter, stating, "Our carefully considered views of the law lead all of us to agree that the Constitution permits the impeachment, conviction, and disqualification of former officers, including presidents." And by the way, he's not the only one. As Lead Manager Raskin said, President Reagan's former Solicitor General, among many others. Another prominent conservative scholar, known to many of you, again personally, is former 10th Circuit Court of Appeals judge, my circuit, Judge Michael McConnell. He was nominated by President George W. Bush. He was confirmed by this body unanimously. Senator Hatch, many of you served with, he had this to say about Judge McConnell, that he's an honest man. He calls it as he sees it, and he's beholden to no one and no group. Well, what does Judge McConnell have to say about the question that you're debating this afternoon? He said the following: "Given the impeachment of Mr. Trump was legitimate, the text makes clear that the Senate has power to try that impeachment." You heard Lead Manager Raskin mention another lawyer, Chuck Cooper. He's a prominent conservative lawyer here in Washington, has represented former Attorney General Jeff Sessions, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. He issued an editorial just 2 days ago, very powerful, observing that scholarship in this question has matured substantially, and that ultimately the arguments that President Trump is championing are beset by serious weaknesses. Finally, we've gone through a lot of scholars. I'll finish on this one. There's another scholar that I know some of you know, and some of you have actually spoken with recently. Up until just a few weeks ago, he was a recognized champion of the view that the Constitution authorizes the impeachment of former officials, and that is Professor Jonathan Turley. Let me show you what I mean. These are his words. First, in a very detailed study, thorough study, he explained that, quote, "The resignation from office does not prevent trial on articles of impeachment." That's Professor Turley's words. Same piece, he celebrated the Belknap trial. He described it as a corrective measure that helped the system regain legitimacy. He wrote another article. He's written several on this topic. This one is actually, it's a 146-page study, very detailed. And in that study, he said, quote, that the decision in Belknap was correct in its view that impeachment historically had extended to former officials, such as Warren Hastings, who you heard Lead Manager Raskin describe. In fact, as you can see, Professor Turley argued that the House could have impeached and the Senate could have tried Richard Nixon after he resigned. His quote on this, very telling, quote, "Future presidents could not assume that mere resignation would avoid a trial of their conduct in the United States Senate." Finally, last quote from Professor Turley, that no man in no circumstance can escape the account which he owes to the laws of his country. Not my words, not lead manager Raskin's words, Professor Jonathan Turley's words. I agree with him because he's exactly right. Now, a question one might reasonably ask after going through all those quotes from such noted jurists and scholars is, why is there such agreement on this topic? Well, the reason's pretty simple, because it's what the Constitution says. I want to walk you through 3 provisions of the Constitution that make clear that the Senate must try this case. First, let's start with what the Constitution says about Congress's power in Article 1. You heard Lead Manager Raskin make this point, but it's worth underscoring. Article 1, Section 2 gives the House the sole power of impeachment. Article 1, Section 3 gives the Senate the sole power to try all impeachments. Now, based on President Trump's argument, one would think that language includes caveats, exceptions, but it doesn't. It doesn't say impeachment of current civil officers. It doesn't say impeachment of those still in office. The framers didn't mince words. They provided express, absolute, unqualified grants of jurisdictional power to the House to impeach and to the Senate to try all impeachments. Not some, all. Former Judge McConnell, judge that we talked about earlier, he provides a very effective textual analysis of this provision. You can see it up here on the slide. And I'll just give you the highlight. He says, and I'll quote, this is Judge McConnell, "Given that the impeachment of Mr. Trump was legitimate, the text makes clear that the Senate has power to try that impeachment." Now, again, here is what is pretty interesting, me at least. When we presented this argument in our trial brief, which we filed over a week ago, we laid it out, again, step by step, so that you could consider it and so that opposing counsel could consider it as well. We received President Trump's response yesterday, and the trial brief offers no rebuttal to this point. None. And in fairness, I can't think of any convincing response. I mean, the Constitution is just exceptionally clear on this point. Now, perhaps they will have something to say today about it, but they did not yesterday. There's another provision worth mentioning here because there's been a lot of confusion about it, and I'm going to try to clear this up. This is the provision on removal and disqualification. Now, we all know the Senate imposes a judgment only when it convicts. Up on the screen, you'll see Article 1, Section 3, Clause 7. So with that in mind, the language says that the Senate convicts, the judgment shall not extend further than removal and disqualification. That's it. The meaning is clear. The Senate has the power to impose removal, which only applies to current officials, and separately, it has the power to impose disqualification, which obviously applies to both current and former officers, but it doesn't have the power to go any further than that. Now, as I understand President Trump's argument, they believe that this language somehow says that disqualification can only follow removal of a current officer. But it doesn't. That interpretation essentially rewrites the Constitution. It adds words that aren't there. I mean, after all, the Constitution does not say removal from office and then disqualification. It doesn't say removal from office followed by disqualification. It simply says the Senate can't do more than 2 possible sentences: removal and disqualification. And this, by the way, is not the first time that this direct question has been debated in this chamber. 146 years ago, during the Belknap trial, Senator George Edmunds of Vermont, he's one of the most prestigious Republican senators of his time. He sat right where Senator Grassley sits today. He zeroed in on this exact point during the Belknap trial. This is his quote: "A prohibition against doing more than 2 things cannot be turned into a command to do both or neither." And just imagine the consequences of such an absurd interpretation of the Constitution. I mean, if President Trump were right about that language, then officials could commit the most extraordinary, destructive offenses against the American people, high crimes and misdemeanors. They'd have total control over whether they can ever be impeached, and if they are, whether the Senate can try the case. If they want to escape any public inquiry into their misconduct or the risk of disqualification from future office, then it's pretty simple. They could just resign 1 minute before the House impeaches, or even 1 minute before the Senate trial, or they could resign during the Senate trial if it's not looking so well. That would effectively erase disqualification from the Constitution. It would put wrongdoers in charge of whether the Senate can try them. Third and final reason why President Trump must stand trial. Provision of Article 1 of the Constitution. You'll see here on the screen that the Constitution twice describes the accused in an impeachment trial. Here's what I want you to focus on. The interesting thing is, notice the words. It refers to a person and a party being impeached. Now, again, we know that the framers gave a lot of thought to the words that they chose. They even had a style committee during the Constitutional Convention. They could have written civil officers here. I mean, they did that elsewhere in the Constitution. That would have ultimately limited impeachment trials to current officials. But instead, they used broader language to describe who could be tried by the United States Senate. So who could be put on trial for impeachment other than civil officers? Who else could a person or a party be? Well, really, there's only one possible answer: former officers. And again, that actually might explain why, during the Belknap trial, Senator Thomas Bayard of Delaware, he later became the Secretary of State of the United States. He sat right where Senator Carper is sitting now. He found this point so compelling that he felt compelled to speak out on it. And during the trial, he concluded that the Constitution must allow the impeachment and trial of people and parties who are not civil officers. And the only group that could possibly encompass was former officials like Belknap, and of course, here, like President Trump. And just so we're clear, in full disclosure, this is another argument that was not addressed by President Trump in his rebuttal. And we know why they didn't. Because their argument doesn't square with the plain text of the Constitution. There is one provision that President Trump relies on almost exclusively. Article 2, Section 4. I'm sure you'll see it when they present their arguments. Their argument is that the language you'll see on the screen somehow prevents you from holding this trial by making removal from office an absolute requirement. But again, where does the language say that? Where does it say anything in that provision about your jurisdiction? In fact, this provision isn't even in the part of the Constitution that addresses your authority. It's in Article 2, not Article 1. And it certainly says nothing about former officials. President Trump's interpretation doesn't square with history, originalism, textualism. In fact, even Chuck Cooper, the famous conservative lawyer I mentioned earlier, with clients like the House Minority Leader, he has concluded that this provision of the Constitution that President Trump relies on cuts against his position, his words. And that's because, as Cooper says, Article 2, Section 4 means just what it says. I mean, the first half describes what an official must do to be impeached, namely commit high crimes and misdemeanors. And the second half describes what happens when civil officers of the United States, including the sitting president, are convicted: removal from office. That's it. In Cooper's words, it simply establishes what is known in criminal law as a mandatory minimum punishment. It says nothing about former officials, nothing at all. Given all of that, it is not surprising that in President Trump's legal trial brief, 75-page brief, they struggled to find any professors to support their position. They did cite one professor, though, Professor Kalt. He's an expert in this field, who they claimed agreed with them that the only purpose of impeachment is removal. Professor Kalt's position, which they had to have known because it's in the article that they cite in the brief, is that removal is, quote, not the sole end of impeachment. Actually, in that same article, he describes the view advocated by President Trump's lawyers as having deep flaws. And again, you do not have to take my word for it. You can take Professor Kalt's word for it, the professor they cited in their brief filed yesterday, because he tweeted about it. And on the screen here, this is what he had to say. I'm not going to read through it in great detail. I'll just simply give you the highlights. President Trump's brief cites my 2001 article on late impeachment a lot, but in several places, they misrepresent what I wrote quite badly. There are multiple examples of such flat-out misrepresentations. They didn't have to be disingenuous and misleading like this. This key constitutional scholar, relied on by President Trump, said it just right. I have explained in great detail the many reasons why the argument that President Trump advocates for here today is wrong. I just want to close with a note about why it's dangerous. Lead manager Raskin explained that impeachment exists to protect the American people from officials who abuse their power, who betray them. It exists for a case just like this one. Honestly, it is hard to imagine a clearer example of how a president could abuse his office, inciting violence against a co-equal branch of government while seeking to remain in power after losing an election. Sitting back and watching it unfold. We all know the consequences. Like every one of you, I was in the Capitol on January 6th. I was on the floor with lead manager Raskin. Like every one of you, I was evacuated as this violent mob stormed the Capitol's gates. What you experienced that day, what we experienced that day, what our country experienced that day is the framers' worst nightmare come to life. Presidents can't inflame insurrection in their final weeks and then walk away like nothing happened. And yet that is the rule that President Trump asks you to adopt. I urge you, we urge you, to decline his request, to vindicate the Constitution, to let us try this case.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, my name is David Cicilline. I have the honor of representing the 1st Congressional District of Rhode Island. As I hope is now clear from the arguments of Mr. Raskin and Mr. Neguse, impeachment is not merely about removing someone from office. Fundamentally, impeachment exists to protect our constitutional system, to keep each of us safe, to uphold our freedom, to safeguard our democracy. It achieves that by deterring abuse of the extraordinary power that we entrust to our presidents from the very first day in office to the very last day. It also ensures accountability for presidents who harm us or our government. In the aftermath of a tragedy, it allows us an opportunity to come together and to heal by working through what happened and reaffirming our constitutional principles. And it authorizes this body, and this body alone, to disqualify from our political system anybody whose conduct in office proves that they present a danger to the republic. But impeachment would fail to achieve these purposes if you created, for the first time ever, despite the words of the framers and the Constitution, a January exception, as Mr. Raskin explained. Now, I was a former defense lawyer for many years, and I can understand why President Trump and his lawyers don't want you to hear this case, why they don't want you to see the evidence. But the argument that you lack jurisdiction rests on a purely fictional loophole, purely fictional, designed to allow the former president to escape all accountability for conduct that is truly indefensible under our Constitution. You saw the consequences of his actions on the video that we played earlier. I'd like to emphasize in still greater detail the extraordinary constitutional offense that the former president thinks you have no power whatsoever to adjudicate. While spreading lies about the election outcome in a brazen attempt to retain power against the will of the American people, he incited an armed, angry mob to riot. And not just anywhere, but here, in the seat of our government, in the Capitol, during a joint session of Congress, when the vice president presided, while we carried out the peaceful transfer of power, which was interrupted for the first time in our history. This was a disaster of historic proportion. It was also an unforgivable betrayal of the oath of office of President Trump, the oath he swore, an oath that he sullied and dishonored to advance his own personal interests. And make no mistake about it, as you think about that day, things could have been much worse. As one senator said, they could have killed all of us. It was only the bravery and sacrifice of the police who suffered deaths and injuries as a result of President Trump's actions that prevented greater tragedy. At trial, we will prove with overwhelming evidence that President Trump is singularly and directly responsible for inciting the assault on the Capitol. We will also prove that his dereliction of duty, his desire to seek personal advantage from the mayhem, and his decision to issue tweets further inciting the mob, attacking the vice president, all compounded the already enormous damage. Now, virtually every American who saw those events unfold on television was absolutely horrified by the events of January 6th. But we also know how President Trump himself felt about the attack. He told us. Here's what he tweeted at 6:01 as the Capitol was in shambles and as dozens of police officers and other law enforcement officers lay battered and bruised and bloodied. Here's what he said: "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever." Every time I read that tweet, it chills me to the core. The President of the United States sided with the insurrectionists. He celebrated their cause. He validated their attack. He told them, "Remember this day forever." Hours after they marched through these halls looking to assassinate Vice President Pence, the Speaker of the House, and any of us they could find. Given all that, it's no wonder that President Trump would rather talk about jurisdiction and a supposed January exception, rather than talk about what happened on January 6th. Make no mistake, his arguments are dead wrong. They're distractions from what really matters. The Senate can and should require President Trump to stand trial. My colleagues have already addressed many of President Trump's efforts to escape trial. I'd like to cover the remainder and then address the broader issues at stake in this trial. For starters, in an extension of his mistaken reading of the Constitution, President Trump insists that he cannot face trial in the Senate because he's merely a private citizen. He references here the Bill of Attainder clause. But as Mr. Neguse just explained, the Constitution refers to the defendant in an impeachment trial as a person and a party, and certainly he counts as one of those. Let's also apply some common sense. There's a reason that he now insists on being called the 45th President of the United States rather than Citizen Trump. He isn't a randomly selected private citizen. He's a former officer of the United States government. He's a former president of the United States of America. He's treated differently under a law called the Former Presidents Act. For 4 years, we trusted him with more power than anyone else on earth. As a former president who promised on a Bible to use his power faithfully, he can and should answer for whether he kept that promise while bound by it in office. His insistence otherwise is just wrong. And so is his claim that there's a slippery slope to impeaching private citizens if you proceed. The trial of a former official for abuses he committed as an official, arising from an impeachment that occurred while he was an official, poses absolutely no risk whatsoever of subjecting a private citizen to impeachment for their private conduct. To emphasize the point, President Trump was impeached while he was in office for conduct in office, period. The alternative, once again, is this January exception, in which our most powerful officials can commit the most terrible abuses and then resign to leave office and suddenly claim that they're just a private citizen who can't be held accountable at all. In the same vein, President Trump and his lawyers argue that he shouldn't be impeached because it will set a bad precedent for impeaching others. But that slippery slope argument is also incorrect. For centuries, the prevailing view has been that former officials are subject to impeachment, and you just heard a full discussion of that. The House has repeatedly acknowledged that fact. But in the vast majority of cases, the House has rightly recognized that an official's resignation or departure makes the extraordinary step of impeachment unnecessary and maybe even unwise. As a House manager rightly explained in the Belknap case, and I quote, "There is no likelihood that we shall ever unlimber the clumsy and bulky monster piece of ordnance to take aim at an object from which all danger has gone by," end quote. President Trump's case, though, is different. The danger has not gone by. His threat to democracy makes any prior abuse by any government official pale in comparison. Moreover, allowing his conduct to pass without the most decisive response would itself create an extraordinary danger to the nation. Inviting further abuse of power and signaling that the Congress of the United States is unable or unwilling to respond to insurrection incited by the president. Think about that. To paraphrase Justice Robert Jackson, who said that that precedent that I just described would lie about like a loaded weapon ready for the hand of any future president who decided in his final months to make a play for unlimited power. Think of the danger. Here is the rare case in which love of the Constitution and commitment to our democracy required the House to impeach. And it's for the same reason the Senate can and must try this case. Next, President Trump will assert that it somehow is significant or it matters that the Chief Justice isn't presiding over this trial. Let me state this very plainly. It does not matter. It is not significant. Under Article 1, Section 3, when the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside. There is only one person who is President of the United States at a time. Right now, Joseph R. Biden, Jr. is the 46th President of the United States. As a result, the requirement that the Chief Justice preside isn't triggered. Instead, the normal rules of any impeachment of anyone other than the sitting president apply. And under those rules, the President pro tem, Senator Leahy, can preside. And of course, this makes perfect sense. The Chief Justice presides because when the current president is on trial, if the Chief Justice doesn't preside, the Vice President could preside. And it would be a conflict for someone to preside over a trial that would become president if there was a conviction. So there isn't that concern when you have a former president on trial, or for that matter, when you have anyone on trial other than the current president, which is why the Chief Justice presides only in that single case, and why this is exactly the presiding officer the Constitution and the Senate rules require. As a fallback, President Trump and his lawyers may argue today that he should get a free pass on inciting an armed insurrection against the United States government and endangering Congress because, as he would put it, this impeachment is somehow unconstitutional. So far as I understand it from reading the pleadings in this case, this defense involves cobbling together a bunch of meritless legal arguments, all of them attempting to focus on substance rather than jurisdiction, and insisting that these kitchen sink objections lead the Senate to not try the case. Since they may raise these points at this juncture, I feel obliged really to address them. He may argue, for example, that he didn't receive enough process in the House, even though the House proceedings are more like a grand jury action, which is followed later by trial in the Senate with a full presentation of evidence. Even though the evidence of his high crimes and misdemeanors is overwhelming and supported by a huge public record, even though we're going to put that evidence before you at this trial, and even though have a full and fair opportunity to respond to it before all of you, even though hundreds of others involved in the events of January 6th have already been charged for their role in attacks that the president incited, and even though we invited him to voluntarily come here and testify and tell his story, a request, as you know, that his lawyers immediately refused, presumably because they understood what would happen if he were to testify under oath. Regardless, President Trump's process arguments are not only wrong on their own terms, but they're also completely irrelevant to the question of whether you should hold this trial. That question is answered by the Constitution, and the answer is yes. In addition, separate from his due process complaints, President Trump and his counsel, particularly his counsel, have boasted on TV that to counter the undisputed evidence of what actually happened in this case, you'll see video clips. They'll show video clips of other politicians, including Democratic politicians, using what they consider incendiary language. Apparently, they think this will establish some sort of equivalency, or that it will show in contrast that President Trump's statements at the Save America rally weren't so bad. Like so much of what President Trump's lawyers might say today, that's a gimmick. It's a parlor game meant to inflame partisan hostility and play on our divisions. So let me be crystal clear. President Trump was not impeached because the words he used, viewed in isolation, without context, were beyond the pale. Plenty of other politicians have used strong language. But Donald J. Trump was President of the United States. He sought to overturn a presidential election that had been upheld by every single court to consider it. He spent months insisting to his base that the only way he could lose was a dangerous, wide-ranging conspiracy against them and America itself. he relentlessly attempted to persuade his followers that the peaceful transfer of power that was taking place in the Capitol was an abomination that had to be stopped at all costs. He flirted with groups like the Proud Boys, telling them to stand back and stand by, while endorsing violence and sparking death threats to his opponents. He summoned an armed, angry, and dangerous crowd that wanted to keep him in power and was widely reported to be poised on a hair trigger for violence at his direction. He then made his heated statements in circumstances where it was clear, where it was foreseeable that those statements would spark extraordinary, imminent violence. He then failed to defend the Capitol, the Congress, and the Vice President during the insurrection, engaging in extraordinary dereliction of duty and desertion of duty that was only possible because of the high office he held. He issued statements during the insurrection targeting the Vice President and reiterating the very same lies about the election that had launched the violence in the first place. And he issued a tweet 5 hours after the Capitol was sacked, in which he sided with the bad guys. We all know that context matters, that office and meaning and intent and consequences matter. Simply put, it matters when and where and how we speak. The oaths we sworn and the power we hold matter. President Trump was not impeached because he used words that the House decided are forbidden or unpopular. He was impeached for inciting armed violence against the government of the United States of America. This leads me to a few final thoughts about why it's so important for you to hear this case as authorized and as indeed required by our history and by the Constitution. President Trump's lawyers will say, I expect, that you should dismiss this case so that the country can move on. They'll assert that this impeachment is partisan and that the spirit of bipartisanship and bipartisan cooperation requires us to drop the case and march forward in unity. With all due respect, every premise and every conclusion of that argument is wrong. Just weeks ago, the President of the United States literally incited an armed attack on the Capitol, our seat of government, while seeking to retain power by subverting an election he lost, and then celebrated the attack. People died. People were brutally injured. President Trump's actions endangered every single member of Congress, his own vice president, thousands of congressional staffers, and our own Capitol Police and other law enforcement. This was a national tragedy, a disaster for America's standing in the world. And President Trump is singularly responsible for inciting it. As we will prove, the attack on the Capitol was not solely the work of extremists lurking in the shadows. Indeed, does anyone in this chamber honestly believe that but for the conduct of President Trump, that charged in the article of impeachment, that attack at the Capitol would have occurred? Does anybody believe that? And now his lawyers will come before you and insist, even as the Capitol is still surrounded with barbed wires and fences and soldiers, that we should just move on, let bygones be bygones, and allow President Trump to walk away without any accountability, any reckoning, any consequences. That cannot be right. That is not unity. That's the path to fear of what future presidents could do. So there's a good reason why this article of impeachment passed the House with bipartisan support. The principles at stake belong to all Americans from all walks of life. We have a common interest in making clear that there are lines nobody can cross, especially the President of the United States. And so we share an interest in this trial where the truth can be shown and where President Trump can be called to account for his offenses. William Faulkner famously wrote that the past is never dead. But this isn't even the past. This just happened. It's still happening. Look around you as you come to the Capitol and come to work. I really do not believe that our attention span is so short, that our sense of duty so frail, our factional loyalty so all-consuming, that the president can provoke an attack on Congress itself and get away with it just because it occurred near the end of his term. After a betrayal like this, there cannot be unity without accountability. And this is exactly what the Constitution calls for. The framers' original understanding, this chamber's own precedent, and the very words used in the Constitution all confirm unquestionably, indisputably, that President Trump must stand trial for his high crimes and misdemeanors against the American people. We cannot continue down the path of partisanship and division that has turned the Capitol into an armed fortress. Senators, it now falls to you to bring our country together by holding this trial, and once all the evidence is before you, by delivering justice. Thank you.
Senators, Mr. President, to close, I want to say something personal about the stakes of this decision, whether President Trump can stand trial and be held to account for inciting insurrection against us. This trial is personal indeed for every senator, for every member of the House, every manager, all of our staff, the Capitol Police, the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police, the National Guard, maintenance and custodial crews, the print journalists and TV people who were here, and all of our families and friends. And I hope this trial reminds America how personal democracy is, and how personal is the loss of democracy, too. Distinguished members of the Senate, my youngest daughter, Tabitha, was there with me on Wednesday, January 6th. It was the day after we buried her brother, our son Tommy, the saddest day of our lives. Also, there was my son-in-law, Hank, who's married to our oldest daughter, Hannah, and I consider him a son, too, even though he eloped with my daughter and didn't tell us what they were going to do. But it was in the middle of COVID-19. But the reason they came with me that Wednesday, January 6th, was because they wanted to be together with me in the middle of a devastating week for our family. And I told them I had to go back to work because we were counting electoral votes that day on January 6th. It was our constitutional duty. And I invited them instead to come with me to witness this historic event, the peaceful transfer of power in America. And they said they heard that President Trump was calling on his followers to come to Washington to protest, and they asked me directly, would it be safe? Would it be safe? And I told them, of course it should be safe. This is the Capitol. Steny Hoyer, our majority leader, had kindly offered me the use of his office on the House floor because I was one of the managers that day and we were going through our grief. So Tabitha and Hank were with me in Steny's office as colleagues dropped by to console us about the loss of our middle child, Tommy, our beloved Tommy. Mr. Neguse and Mr. Cicilline actually came to see me that day. Dozens of members, lots of Republicans, lots of Democrats came to see me. And I felt a sense of being lifted up from the agony. And I won't forget their tenderness. And through the tears, I was working on a speech for the floor when we would all be together in joint session. And I wanted to focus on unity when we met in the House. I quoted Abraham Lincoln's famous 1838 Lyceum speech, where he said that if division and destruction ever come to America, it won't come from abroad. It'll come from within, said Lincoln. And in that same speech, Lincoln passionately deplored mob violence. This was right after the murder of Elijah Lovejoy, the abolitionist newspaper editor. And Lincoln deplored mob violence, and he deplored mob rule, and he said it would lead to tyranny and despotism in America. That was the speech I gave that day after the House very graciously and warmly welcomed me back. And Tabitha and Hank came with me to the floor, and they watched it from the gallery. And when it was over, they went back to that office, Steni's office, off of the House floor. They didn't know that the House had been breached yet, and that an insurrection, a riot, or a coup had come to Congress. And by the time we learned about it, about what was going on, it was too late. I couldn't get out there to be with them in that office. And all around me, people were calling their wives and their husbands, their loved ones, to say goodbye. Members of Congress, in the House anyway, were removing their congressional pins so they wouldn't be identified by the mob as they tried to escape the violence. Our new chaplain got up and said a prayer for us, and we were told to put our gas masks on. And then there was a sound I will never forget, the sound of pounding on the door like a battering ram. The most haunting sound I ever heard, and I will never forget it. My chief of staff, Julie Tagan, was with Tabitha and Hank locked and barricaded in that office, the kids hiding under the desk, placing what they thought were their final texts and whispered phone calls to say their goodbyes. They thought they were going to die. My son-in-law had never even been to the Capitol before. And when they were finally rescued, over an hour later, by Capitol officers, and we were together, I hugged them, and I apologized, and I told my daughter Tabitha, who's 24 and a brilliant algebra teacher in Teach for America. Now, I told her how sorry I was, and I promised her that it would not be like this again the next time she came back to the Capitol with me. And you know what she said? She said, "Dad, I don't want to come back to the Capitol." Of all the terrible, brutal things I saw and I heard on that day, and since then, that one hit me the hardest. That and watching someone use an American flagpole with the flag still on it to spear and pummel one of our police officers ruthlessly, mercilessly, tortured by a pole with a flag on it that he was defending with his very life. People died that day. Officers ended up with head damage and brain damage. People's eyes were gouged. An officer had a heart attack. An officer lost 3 fingers that day. 2 officers have taken their own lives. Senators, this cannot be our future. This cannot be the future of America. We cannot have presidents inciting and mobilizing mob violence against our government and our institutions because they refuse to accept the will of the people under the Constitution of the United States. much less can we create a new January exception in our precious, beloved Constitution that prior generations have died for and fought for, so that corrupt presidents have several weeks to get away with whatever it is they want to do. History does not support a January exception in any way, so why would we invent one for the future? We close, Mr. President, and reserve your time.
I ask unanimous consent. I ask unanimous consent. There now be a 10-minute break. I ask unanimous consent the Senate recess for 10 minutes.
Without objection, so ordered.
The Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, has just asked for a 10-minute break after that deeply emotional statement. Certainly the most emotional moment yet of this Senate impeachment trial from Maryland Representative Jamie Raskin, who recalled as he was at the Capitol on January 6th that his son, Tommy, had died just days earlier, his son who had taken his own life. So in describing the pain that he was experiencing and describing what happened around him, we saw Representative Raskin's voice break. We saw him begin to tear up as he spoke about his daughter, Tabitha, saying to him, "Dad, I never want to come to the Capitol again." It's difficult to watch. We're joined today by our correspondents, but we're also joined by guests who've been with us through both impeachments of President Trump. They are Victoria Norse of Georgetown Law School. She was chief counsel to then Vice President Joe Biden and special counsel to the Senate Judiciary Committee when he was its chair. Elizabeth Chris is a 26-year veteran of the Senate. She served as the Republican Senate Secretary during the impeachment trial of President Bill Clinton. Frank Bowman is a law professor at the University of Missouri and the author of High Crimes and Misdemeanors, A History of Impeachment for the Age of Trump. And finally, Michael Allen was the staff director of the House Intelligence Committee under Republican leadership and special assistant to President George W. Bush at the National Security Council. Welcome back to all of you. We've got about, I think, 8 or 10 minutes left in this break, so I'm going to quickly ask each one of you what you make so far of the Victoria Nurse, what do you make of the arguments so far that we have heard from the House managers for essentially laying out why they believe this trial not only should be held, but that it is constitutional?
Well, it's hard to follow that emotional statement by Representative Raskin involving his children. I think that what he was appealing to was the fact that all of those senators were there when they were told to leave. So I think that that was actually something that's probably going to sit hard with many of the senators, since they, too, love the body. Now, as far as the constitutionality, I think one of the strong points was that they invoked a bipartisan case. They basically invoked conservative scholars. I'm a constitutional law professor at Georgetown, and they invoked conservative opinions, suggesting that, in fact, the jurisdictional argument, or the argument that the trial could not proceed, was weak. Charles Cooper, a very famous lawyer in town, a number of conservative law professors have said that the arguments for stopping this trial now are really just not supported by the text of the Constitution, not supported by the history. We have a precedent that are even more extreme than this one, because the impeachment actually did start before he was out of office. So I think they've made a very strong start and a very emotional start. And I think we will have to see how President Trump's lawyers actually respond.
Elizabeth Christ, as someone who knows many of these Republican senators, how do you think these arguments are sitting with them?
Well, I'll have to agree with Victoria. It was very emotional and the video very explosive. And I'm sure that, as she said, many of these senators remember that day and remember, obviously, the fear. But this is really, I mean, I think we need to go a little past that, and I'm sure the president's lawyers will take us a little past that to sort of back to the day and the precedent and what we're talking about. And really, honestly, Judy, this is really basically like a motion to dismiss. The first Trump impeachment trial did not have a motion to dismiss, but the Clinton impeachment trial did, and it was pretty much party line. And I think you mentioned at the opening, this vote will also mirror what Senator Rand Paul did on the January, talking about the constitutionality of it. So I think it'll be another party line vote, and we'll go on to more of the opening statements tomorrow.
Frank Bowman, we do expect this to go pretty much along party lines. We know only 5 Republican senators disagreed with their colleagues when it did come up for a vote under the Rand Paul amendment. But today's argument, how strong is the Democratic impeachment manager's argument that the Constitution is clear, that even a president who is no longer in office can be tried for impeachment?
I think it was a remarkably compelling argument in a lot of ways. I think they touched all of the bases that you would expect to touch in a constitutional argument. They touched text, they touched original meaning, they touched precedent. But I think there's another interesting point to observe here. A number of people may have been struck by the fact that the first thing the House managers did in this jurisdictional argument, this motion to dismiss, was to show a long video montage of the events that precipitated this case. And that might have seemed a little bit unusual. I think it's powerful for 2 reasons. One, of course, is its emotional impact. But more importantly, I think it plays into these constitutional question at issue here. Because one of the reasons that the framers included the disqualification provision in the Constitution was precisely to deal with someone they would have called a demagogue, a person who represents a continuing threat to democratic order, to constitutional order, by virtue of the tendency of such a person to appeal to the mob, not only to gain power, but to remain in power. So there's an important respect in which that apparently emotional appeal actually has a really deep constitutional resonance.
And finally, Michael Allen, at least in this go-round, what do you expect is the argument that we'll hear from the Trump team? Because we've heard the Democrats, the impeachment managers, citing prominent conservative constitutional scholars, conservative attorneys, people who are close to Republicans in this body. What do you expect we're going to hear? What's the thrust of their case going to be?
The president's attorneys, I think, will cite other legal scholars, other constitutional scholars that have weighed in on the other side of the equation. There was one prominent lawyer who was in the Washington Post in recent weeks who a lot of Republicans sort of hung their hats on and said, well, listen, this individual thinks it's not constitutional. But I think they're also going for a common sense argument. It's not one I agree with, by the way. I find the January exception legal argument more persuasive, but it takes some explaining to get to it. I think they're going to appeal on the basis of common sense, just to say, hey, listen, he's not even in office anymore. He's not here. So this is unduly divisive. This is not doing anything to bring the country back together again after this tumultuous 4-year period. So why don't we just let it go? I think you'll see some references to what Speaker Pelosi said a few years back after the Mueller report when she didn't want to initiate impeachment decisions. And she said, you know what, Trump's just not worth it. I think you're going to hear a lot of Republicans say to themselves, it just isn't worth it. He's already out of office.
Well, we will see in just a few moments. That was Michael Allen, and our other analyst, Lisa Desjardins, has now been able to come out of the Senate chamber. Lisa, you've had a chance to look around the room to look at the reactions to this presentation. What have you seen? Some of it very emotional.
Well, and senators are telling us some of their reactions now. Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, a Republican many folks are watching in this trial, came out and said he felt that the House manager's arguments were strong. We're not saying that that's going to steal his vote, but he obviously felt they were strong. And I can tell you from looking at the faces, I was on the Republican side. I could see the full Senate, but I had the best view of the Republican side of the chamber, which I was just directly over. And the majority of the Republican side of the chamber was paying very close attention to these arguments, especially from Representatives Neguse and Raskin. They seemed to get their attention the most. Neguse really caught their attention with the president's own tweets and his words on January 6th. That 6:00 p.m. tweet that they showed was something I saw many Republican heads turn to look toward. We see many senators taking notes. Some of the same senators that we saw in the first impeachment trial, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, others who were taking notes before, like Senator Romney, had barely anything to write on his paper. He seemed to already have known all the information there, didn't have much to write down. Only one or two senators did I see nod off. In general, this is a group that's paying very close attention. There was a real feeling of seriousness. I was not in the chamber. We're rotating in and out. Only a dozen reporters are in there at a time. I was not there when those videos were played. But my fellow reporters who were there tell me that there were mixed reactions. Some senators turned their backs, not wanting to see it, having an emotional reaction that way. Others put their hand in their head. Some senators didn't watch at all and did not have any reaction. One of those senators that showed no reaction was the Republican leader, Mitch McConnell. Of course, his words were being played at the time, and reporters who were watching him closely said he didn't have any reaction at all. Looked at the footage, did not have any visible reaction to it.
Really interesting, Lisa, that a number of the senators just didn't look when that video was shown, which is such a powerful, painful reminder of what happened on January the 6th. It's striking that you're telling us that the senators weren't seeing it, weren't looking at it. We are in a break right now in this Senate impeachment trial of former President Trump. This is a day when the two sides are arguing over whether it's constitutional to even hold this trial. We've heard from the House Democratic managers. We're about to begin to hear the case presented by President Trump's attorneys. And let's go to our Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, you have been in contact with them. Do you have a sense of what we've been hearing? As I was just saying to Michael Allen, we've been hearing the Democratic managers quote conservative scholars and lawyers in saying the trial is constitutional. So it'll be interesting to see how they come back and make a case for themselves that it isn't.
That's right. And of course, what we saw just now in the trial was really an emotional appeal, as well as one about the Constitution. You saw Democrats saying that presidents can't just incite an insurrection and then walk away. That was what Joe Neguse said, saying basically that President Trump is trying to have created all this chaos and then walk away simply. That emotional appeal by Representative Raskin, where he was talking about his daughter never wanting to go to the Capitol. All of that emotion is the same emotion that the Trump lawyers are going to now try to turn against Democrats. They're going to try to say that Democrats are really fueled by their emotions, that they're not really looking at the Constitution, that they're not actually thinking about this in a pragmatic way. And in fact, that instead they're fueled by their hatred for former President Trump. They're going to be saying that it's not right for President Trump to be tried in an impeachment trial because he is no longer in office. They're going to say as a private citizen that the Senate is no longer the right place for him to be tried at all. And they're going to try to make that argument leaning a bit on the Constitution. I should say already, though, that we're hearing from some conservative experts, including one that was actually cited in the President Trump's lawyer's brief saying that they misquoted him, that they misunderstood him, took his words out of context. So they're really going to be trying to pull back on the emotion and say, actually, the president here should not even be part of this, that there is no jurisdiction for the Senate here. I should also note that President Biden is saying that he's not watching this, that he's really, really busy. But the nation is really witnessing a moment here where we are questioning, I think, as a country, what kind of country we want to be, and whether or not what President Trump did, his words, whether those are things that he should be punished for. President Trump's lawyers are going to say, no, he's a private citizen. He should not be punished for them.
Yamiche Alcindor reporting on the Trump team, President Trump's team, and former President Trump's team, and also on President Biden. We should say we're about 15 minutes into what was described as a 10-minute break. We're keeping a close eye on the Senate. We'll go back there as soon as the trial resumes. But Yamiche, I do want to ask you to remind us what's happened to former President Trump's legal team. He had some lawyers lined up. It had taken him a while, I guess, to decide on who his attorneys would be, and then those lawyers quit. We were told, I guess, that it was mutual, but then it took several more days before this current team of lawyers was announced, and that's been only a few days ago.
That's right. President Trump's legal team, the revolving door of characters that we've seen go in and out, is much like his time in the White House, where we saw, of course, a number of White House officials circle in and out of the White House with firings and breakups and all sorts of controversy. In this case, a couple of weeks ago, the president parted with not one, not two, but 5 attorneys, including his lead attorney. He then turned and essentially rebuilt his team. And this new team has a number of people in it, including Bruce Castor, David Schoen, and Michael Vanderdeen. And what they're going to be arguing collectively is that that the idea that they put together, that it's all about the Constitution. Part of that breakup, though, that the president had with his legal attorneys, his legal defense team, was about the president wanting to lean into the false conspiracy theory that the election was stolen from him. He wanted his lawyers in the Senate chamber to be arguing that he was, in fact, the rightful winner of the 2020 election. And that caused a very big breakup. I'm told, though, that the president's legal team is not going to be making that argument. They're not going to be trying to re-litigate the election this time around. Instead, that they're going to be sticking to what we talked about, this due process argument, this jurisdiction argument, as well as a free speech argument. I also talked to a couple attorneys who said that they were asked to be on part of President Trump's legal team, and they said they didn't want any part of it because they were worried that the president would try to force them into making that election day argument. So you already saw the president really scrambling for a legal team here. I also talked to Alan Dershowitz, who was a former attorney for the president. He is not part of the president's legal team this time. And he told me part of it was that he also said that he would be arguing that, yes, the president did have the right to say what he said, but that he also wasn't completely comfortable and completely wanting to defend the president's actual words and the fact that he said fight like hell and the fact that he was questioning the election. So what you see here is a brand new team of people defending defending President Trump, that is. And really he is in some ways trying to not have as heavy a hand in the defense this time around because he had that big breakup.
Yamiche Alcindor watching the trial with us. Of course, Yamiche is our White House correspondent. We are in a short break in this Senate trial. It stopped at an emotional moment after Representative Jamie Raskin, who's the lead House manager, Democratic House manager, closed out the presentation by the managers, making the case that this is constitutional to be trying President Trump for impeachment by citing what it meant to him personally that day. His son, Tommy, had taken his own life just a few days earlier. He had another of his children, his daughter, at the Capitol with him, a son-in-law, and he quoted his daughter as saying in the middle of his very frightening moments when, as Representative Raskin said, we were afraid we were going to die. People were calling their loved ones to say goodbye. And he said I had to apologize to my daughter after it was all over. Never meant to bring her into a situation like that. Lisa Desjardins, Yamiche has been talking about the divide in the legal community over this and how many lawyers were not willing or prepared to represent the president. It's led to a divide among Republicans as well.
It has, and it is an emotional and raw divide. I think it was a divide, obviously, that we've been reporting on before the election, the future of the Republican Party, about the president's policies and about not just the president's tone, but really the idea that Trump, I think, came to embody, which is that anything he did and anything that his followers would do was justified by their beliefs, and that the means were not important, that the end, the Trump end, justified the means. And that was something that other Republicans were not just uncomfortable with, but some spoke to me last year, said they saw this as a kind of bullying tone that was dangerous for democracy. Now, as you know, many of those Republicans wouldn't say those kinds of things in public. In the last couple of weeks, we've seen a few more Republicans take those sort of steps to say more in public, like Ben Sasse, the senator of Nebraska, who put out a video speaking to his own Nebraska Republican Party, which is censuring him because of his lack of support of President Trump. And we saw Senator Sasse take a very firm stance and say, President Trump lied to you. That is the lie that is behind the January 6th riot. But on the other hand, Judy, there are senators like Tom Cotton of Arkansas, Ted Cruz of Texas, who see things completely differently. It's almost as if they live in two different universes.
Two different universes for sure. And it looks like, thank you, Lisa Desjardins, it looks like the trial resuming in the United States Senate on the impeachment of former President Trump. Let's go back to the floor.
You may.
Mr. President and members of the United States Senate, thank you for taking the time to hear from me. My name is Bruce Castor. I am the lead prosecutor, counsel for the 45th President of the United States. I was an assistant DA for such a long time, I keep saying prosecutor, but I do understand the difference, Mr. Raskin. Before I begin, I want to comment on the outstanding presentation from our opponents and the emotion that certainly welled up in Congressman Raskin about his family being here during that terrible day. And you will not hear any member of the team representing former President Trump say anything but in the strongest possible way denounce the violence of the rioters and those that breached the Capitol, the very citadel of our democracy, literally the symbol that flashes on television whenever you're trying to explain that we're talking about the United States. Instant symbol. To have it attacked is repugnant in every sense of the word. The loss of life is horrific. I spent many long years prosecuting homicide cases, catching criminals that committed murders. I have quite an extensive experience in dealing with the aftermath of those things. Certainly, as a FOP member and a member of many police organizations myself, we mourn the loss of the Capitol Police officer, who I understand is laying not too far away from here. And you know, many of you in this room, over your careers before they reached this summit here in the Senate, would have had times where you represented your local communities as assistant district attorneys, assistant Commonwealth attorneys, assistant state attorneys. And you know this to be true, that when a horrific event occurred in your county or in your jurisdiction, if it was a state jurisdiction, you know that there was a terrible outcry, and the public immediately reacts with a desire that someone pay because something really bad happened. And that is a natural reaction of human beings. It's a natural reaction of human beings because we are generally a social people. We enjoy being around one another, even in D.C. We recognize that people all the world over, and especially Americans who share that special bond with one another, love the freedoms that this country gives us. And we all feel that if somebody is unsafe when they're walking down the street, that the next person that's unsafe could be you, your spouse, one of your children, some other person that you love and know personally. So you'll never hear anybody representing former President Trump say anything at all other than what happened on January 6th and the storming and breaching of the Capitol should be denounced in the most vigorous terms, nor that those persons responsible should be prosecuted to the fullest extent that our laws allow. And indeed, I have followed some of those cases and those prosecutions, and it seems to me that we're doing a pretty good job of identifying and prosecuting those persons who committed those offenses. And I commend the FBI and the District of Columbia Police and the other agencies for their work. It's natural to recoil. It's an immediate thing. It comes over you without your ability to stop it. The desire for retribution. Who caused this awful thing? How do we make them pay? We recognize in the law, and I know many of you are lawyers, probably lawyers, some of you, I've been a lawyer 35 years, longer than me. Many longer than me, probably. And we know we have a specific body of law that deals with passion and rage, blinding logic and reason. That's the difference between manslaughter and murder. Manslaughter is the killing of a human being upon sudden and intense provocation. But murder is done with cold blood and reflective thought. We are so understanding of the concept that people's minds can be overpowered with emotion where logic does not immediately kick in, that we have recognized examples that otherwise would be hearsay and said that, no, when you're driving down the street and you look over at your wife and you say, hey, you know what? That guy's about to drive through the red light and kill that person. Your wife can testify to what you said, because even though it's technically hearsay, is an exception because it's the event living through the person. Why? No opportunity for reflective thought. And there's all sorts of examples that we recognize in the law for why people immediately desire retribution, immediately recognize in the law that people can be overcome by events. And you know, senators of the United States, they're not ordinary people. They're extraordinary people, in the technical sense, extraordinary people. When I was growing up in suburban Philadelphia, my parents were big fans of Senator Everett Dirksen from Illinois. And Senator Dirksen recorded a series of lectures that my parents had on a record. And we still know what records are, right? On the thing you put the needle down on and you play it. And here's little Bruce, 8, 9, 10 years old, listening to this back in the late 60s. And I would be listening to that voice. If you ever heard Everett Dirksen's voice, it's the most commanding, gravelly voice that just oozes belief and sincerity. Must have been a phenomenal United States senator. He doesn't talk about ordinary people as we do in the law. We apply the ordinary person standard. He talks about extraordinary people. He talks about gallant men, was the name of the album. And now, of course, in the sign of the times, gallant men and women. And I would watch television, and I would watch Senator Goldwater or Senator Byrd or Senator Mansfield, Senator Dole, and I would be fascinated by these great men. And everybody's parents say this when they're growing up. You could grow up to be a United States senator. You could do that. They're just men and women like you are. Well, then Everett Dirksen tells us that they're not. They're gallant men and women that do extraordinary things when their country needs them to do it. United States senators really are different. And I have been around United States senators before. Two of them in this room from Pennsylvania, I like to think, are friendly toward me, or at least friends of mine when we're not politically adverse. And I have been around their predecessors. And one thing I have discovered, whether it be Democrats or Republicans, United States senators are patriots first. Patriots first. They love their country. They love their families. They love the states that they represent. There isn't a member in this room who has not used the term, I represent the great state of fill in the blank. Why? Because they're all great? Yeah. But you think yours is greater than others because these are your people. These are the people that sent you here to do their work. They trusted you with the responsibility of representative government. You know, I feel proud to know my senators. Senator Casey up here in the back, Senator Toomey over to the left. You know, it's funny, this is an aside, but it's funny. You ever notice how when you're talking or you hear others talking about you when you're home in your state, they will say, you know, I talked to my senator, or I talked to somebody on the staff of my senator. It's always my senator. Why is it that we say my senator? We say that because the people you represent are proud of their senators. They absolutely feel that connection of pride, because that's not just Pat Toomey of Pennsylvania. That's my senator from Pennsylvania, or Bob Casey from Scranton. That's my senator. And you like that. People like that. The people back home really do. And United States senators have a reputation, and it's deserved. They have a reputation for cool-headedness, being erudite. The men and women that we send from back home to D.C. to look after our interests. We feel a sense of ownership and a sense of pride in our senators. There's plenty of times I've been around in political gatherings where I hear, there's no way Senator Toomey's going to allow that. I don't mean to pick on you, Pat, but there's no way Senator Casey is going to allow that. Because we feel the pride, and something bad is potentially in the wind, and we expect our United States senators not reacting to popular will and not reacting to popular emotions. We expect them to do what is right, notwithstanding what is immediately and expedient that the media tells us is the topic of the day. So senators are patriots. Senators are family men and women. They're fierce advocates for the great state in which they represent. And somewhere far down that list of attributes, way below patriot, and way below love of family and country, and way below fierce advocates for their states, far down, at least that's what I thought, anyway, and I still think that. Somewhere far down that list, senators have some obligation to be partisans, to represent a group of beliefs that are similar to beliefs shared by other United States senators. I understand that. And in fact, I have no problem with that system. It helps us debate and decide what is best for America, the robust debate of different points of view. And I dare say that Senator Schumer and Senator McConnell represent those things in this body and make sure that everything is talked out and robustly debated in this room before United States senators make a decision of extreme importance to the people they represent. I know you aren't allowed to talk, but I don't see either one of them jumping up and saying I'm wrong about that, because I think that that's what happens. I think United States senators try to listen to each other's views. I think United States senators try to do what is right for the country. And far down is partisanship. In our system of government, and if you read the Federalist Papers, we're very fortunate because the Federalist Papers were authored as an explanation for why it is the states, the original states, should adopt the Constitution. These were persuasive documents about why the Constitution is a good thing. Because if the individual state legislatures didn't adopt the Constitution, we would not have it. So Mr. Jay and Mr. Madison and Mr. Hamilton, they had an incentive to explain what they were thinking when they wrote it, because they are explaining to other erudite people who represent individual states why it is that they feel that this is the right thing to do. And in fact, as many of you well know, Madison had to promise that there would be a Bill of Rights immediately upon adoption, or we wouldn't have a Constitution. Even then, there was a horse trading going on in the legislative body of the United States. The other day, when I was down here in Washington, I came down earlier in the week to try to figure out how to find my way around. I worked in this building 40 years ago. I got lost then, and I still do. But in studying the Constitution, in all the years I was a prosecutor, where so many things depend on interpretations of phrases in the Constitution, I learned that this body, which one of my worthy colleagues said is the greatest deliberative body in the entire world, and I agree, that particular aspect of our government was intentionally created, if you read the Federalist Papers. The last time a body such as the United States Senate sat at the pinnacle of government with the responsibility that it has today, it was happening in Athens, and it was happening in Rome. Republicanism, the form of government, republicanism, throughout history has always, and without exception, fallen because of fights from within, because of partisanship from within, because of bickering from within. And in each one of those examples that I mentioned, and there are certainly others probably that are smaller countries that lasted for less time that I don't know about off the top of my head, but each one of them, once there was the vacuum created that the greatest deliberative bodies, the Senate of Greece sitting in Athens, the Senate of Rome. The moment that they devolved into such partisanship, it's not as though they ceased to exist. They ceased to exist as representative democracy, both replaced by totalitarianism. Paraphrasing the famous quote from Benjamin Franklin, who, as a Philadelphian, I feel as though I can do that because he's my founding father, too. He who would trade liberty for some temporary security deserves neither liberty nor security. If we restrict liberty to attain security, we will lose both. And isn't the way we have enshrined in the Constitution the concepts of liberty that we think are critical, the very concepts of liberty that drove us to separate from Great Britain? And I can't believe these fellows are quoting what happened pre-revolution as though that's somehow of value to us. We left the British system. If we're really going to use pre-revolutionary history in Great Britain, then the precedent is we have a parliament and we have a king. Is that the precedent that we are headed for? Now, it's not an accident that the very first liberty, if you grant me that our liberties are enumerated in the Bill of Rights, it's not an accident that the very first liberty in the first article of the Bill of Rights is the First Amendment, which says Congress shall make no law abridging freedom of speech, etc. Congress shall make no law. The very first one, the most important one, the ability to have free and robust debate, free and robust political speech. Something that Mr. Raskin and his team brought up is that it's somehow a suggestion from former President Trump's team that when various public officials were not denouncing the violence that we saw over the summer, that was somehow the former president equating that speech to his own. Not at all. Exactly backwards. I saw a headline, Representative so-and-so seeks to walk back comments about, I forget what it was, something that bothered her. I was devastated when I saw that she thought it was necessary to go on television yesterday or the day before and say she needs to walk back her comments. She should be able to comment as much as she wants. And she should be able to say exactly as she feels. And if she feels that the supporters of then President Trump are not worthy of having their ideas considered, she should be permitted to say that. And anybody who agrees should be permitted to say they agree. That's what we broke away from Great Britain in order to be able to do. To be able to say what we thought in the most robust political debate. My colleague, Mike Vanderveen, is going to give you a recitation on the First Amendment law of the United States. I commend to your attention the analysis that he's going to give you. I don't expect, and I don't believe that the former president expects anybody to walk back any of the language. If that's how they feel about the way things transpired over the last couple of years in this country, they should be allowed to say that, and I will go to court and defend them if anything happens to them as a result. If the government takes action against that state representative or that U.S. representative who wants to walk back her comments, the government takes action against her, I have no problem going into court and defending her right to say those things, even though I don't agree with them. This trial is not about trading liberty for security. It's about suggesting that it is a good idea that we give up those liberties that we have so long fought for. We have sent armies to other parts of the world to convince those governments to implement the freedoms that we enjoy. This trial is about trading liberty for the security from the mob? Honestly, no. It can't be. We can't be thinking about that. We can't possibly be suggesting that we punish people for political speech in this country. And if people go and commit lawless acts as a result of their beliefs and they cross the line, they should be locked up. And in fact, I've seen quite a number of the complaints that were filed against the people who breached the Capitol. Some of them charge conspiracy. Not a single one of them, I noticed, charges conspiracy with the 45th President of the United States. Probably because prosecutors have an ethical requirement that they are not allowed to charge people with criminal offenses without probable cause. You might consider that. And if we go down the road that my very worthy adversary here, Mr. Raskin, asks you to go down, the floodgates will open. I was going to say it will, instead of floodgates, I was going to say originally it will release the whirlwind, which is a biblical reference. But I subsequently learned since I got here that that particular phrase has already been taken, so I figured I better change it to floodgates. But the political pendulum will shift one day. This chamber and the chamber across the way will change one day. And partisan impeachments will become commonplace. You know, until the impeachment of Bill Clinton, no one alive had ever lived through a presidential impeachment. Not unless some of you are 150 years old. Not a single person alive had lived through a presidential impeachment. Now most of us have lived through 3 of them. This is supposed to be the ultimate safety valve, the last thing that happens, the most rare treatment. And a session where this body is sitting as a court of impeachment among the most rare things it does. So the slippery slope principle will have taken hold if we continue to go forward with what is happening today and scheduled to happen later this week. And after we are long done here, and after there has been a shift in the political winds, and after there is a change in the makeup of the United States House of Representatives and maybe a change in the makeup of the United States Senate, the pressure from those folks back home, especially for members of the House, is going to be tremendous. Because remember, the founders recognized that the argument that I started with, that political pressure is driven by the need for immediate action because something under contemporary community standards really horrific happened, and the people represented by the members of the United States House of Representatives become incensed. And what do you do if a federal issue, if you're back in suburban Philadelphia and something happens that makes the people who live there incensed? you call your congressman, and your congressman, elected every 2 years with their pulse on the people of their district, 750,000 people, they respond. And boy, do they respond. The congressman calls you back, a staffer calls you back, you get all the information that they have on the issue. Sometimes you even get invited to submit language that would improve whatever the issue is. Well, when the pendulum swings, perhaps the next person that gets impeached and is sent here for you to consider is Eric Holder during Fast and Furious, the Attorney General of the United States, or any other person that the other party considers to be a political danger to them down the road because of their avowed abilities and being articulate and having a resume that shows that they're capable. I picked Eric simply because I think he has he's had a tremendous career, and he might be somebody that some Republicans somewhere might be worried about. So maybe the next person they go after is Eric Holder. And, you know, the Republicans might regain the House in 2 years. History does tend to suggest that the party out of power in the White House does well in the midterm elections. And certainly the 2020 elections, the House gained, the House majority narrowed, and there was a gain of Republicans. So the members of the House, they have to worry about these consequences, because if they don't react to whatever the problem of the day is, somebody in that jurisdiction there, somebody is going to say, if you make me the congressman, I'll react to that. And that means that the sitting member has to worry about it because their terms are short. And it's not just members of the House of Representatives with their short terms. I saw on television the last couple of days the honorable gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Sass. I saw that he faced backlash back home because of a vote he made some weeks ago. That a political party was complaining about a decision he made as a United States Senator. You know, it's interesting because I don't want to steal the thunder from the other lawyers, but Nebraska, you're going to hear, is quite a judicial thinking place. And just maybe Senator Sass is on to something. You'll hear about what it is that the Nebraska courts have to say about the issue that you all are deciding this week. There seem to be some pretty smart jurists in Nebraska, and I can't believe a United States Senator doesn't know that. A senator like the gentleman from Nebraska, whose Supreme Court history is ever present in his mind, and rightfully so, he faces the whirlwind, even though he knows what the judiciary in his state thinks. People back home will demand their House members continue the cycle as political fortunes rise and fall. The only entity that stands between the bitter infighting that led to the downfall of the Greek Republic and the Roman Republic and the American Republic is the Senate of the United States. Shall the business of the Senate, and thus the nation, come to a halt, not just for the current weeks while a new president is trying to fill out his administration, but shall the business of the Senate and the nation come to a halt because impeachment becomes the rule rather than the rare exception? I know you can see this as a possibility because not a single one of you ever thought you would be doing a second impeachment inside of 13 months. And the pressure will be enormous to respond in kind. To quote Everett Dirksen, the gallant men and women of the Senate will not allow that to happen, and this republic will endure, because the top responsibility of a United States Senator and the top characteristic that you all have in common, and boy, this is a diverse group, but there isn't a single one of you who, A, doesn't consider yourself of the United States, and two, there isn't a single one of you who doesn't consider the other 99 to be patriots of the United States. And that is why this attack on the Constitution will not prevail. The document that is before you is flawed. The rule of the Senate concerning impeachment documents, articles of impeachment, Rule 23, says that such documents cannot be divided. You might have seen that we wrote that in the answer. It might have been a little legalistic or legalese for the newspapers to opine on very much, but there is some significance. The House managers, clever fellows that they are, they cast a broad net. They need to get 67 of you to agree they're right. And that's a good strategy. I would use the same strategy, except there is a rule that says you can't use that strategy. You see, Rule 23 says that the article of impeachment is indivisible. And the reason why that's significant is you have to agree that every single aspect of the entire document warrants impeachment, because it's an all or nothing document. You can't cut out parts that you agree with warrant impeachment and parts that don't, because it's not divisible. It flat out says in the Senate rules it's not divisible. Now, previous impeachments, like President Clinton, said the president shall be found guilty of high crimes and misdemeanor for engaging in one or more of the following, and then gives a list. So all you had to do was win one. But they do that here. Has to be all or nothing. And some of these things that you are asked to consider might be close calls in your mind. But one of them is not. The argument about the 14th Amendment is absolutely ridiculous. The House managers tell you that the president should be impeached because he violated the 14th Amendment. And here's what the 14th Amendment says. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president and vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or any other state who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or a member of any state legislature or as an executive or judicial officer of any state to support the Constitution, and shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may vote by 2/3 of each house to remove such disability. Now, it doesn't take a constitutional scholar to recognize that that's written for people who fought for the Confederacy, who were previous military officers or were in the government of the Confederacy, and it doesn't take a constitutional scholar to require that they be convicted first in a court with due process of law. So that question can never be ripe until those things have happened. Now, if you agree with those arguments, and I know you all get your constitutions out and you'll read it, and if you agree with those arguments, the suggestion that the 14th Amendment applies here is ridiculous. And if you come to that conclusion, then because the managers have not separated out the any counts within the article of impeachment, the whole thing falls. I didn't write that. They are married to that. I wrote it out in individual responses because I didn't know how to respond to the cast the wide net effort. And fortunately, senators sometime in the past realized that you can't do that because you passed a rule that says, hey, you can't do that. So that's why it's flawed. It's flawed in other ways too, and my colleagues will explain that. I was struck. I thought the House managers who spoke earlier were brilliant speakers. And I made some notes, and they'll hear about what I think about some of the things they said later when I'm closing the case. But I thought they were brilliant speakers, and I loved listening to them. And they're smart fellows. But why are the House managers afraid, and why is the majority of the House of Representatives afraid of the American people? I mean, let's understand why we are really here. We are really here because the majority in the House of Representatives does not want to face Donald Trump as a political rival in the future. That's the real reason we're here. And that's why they have to get over the jurisdictional hurdle, which they can't get over. But that's why they have to get over that in order to get to the part of the Constitution that allows removal. So that's nobody says it that plainly, but unfortunately I have a way of speaking that way. And the reason that I am having trouble with the argument is the American people just spoke, and they just changed administrations. So in the light most favorable to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle here, their system works. The people are smart enough, in the light most favorable to them, they're smart enough to pick a new administration if they don't like the old one. And they just did. And he's down there, Pennsylvania Avenue now, probably wondering, how come none of my stuff is happening up at the Capitol? Why do the members of the House of Representatives, the majority of the House of Representatives, why are they afraid of the very people that sent them to do this job? The people they hope will continue to send them back here. Why are they afraid that those same people who were smart enough to pick them as their congressman aren't smart enough to pick somebody who is a candidate for president of the United States? Why fear that the people will all of a sudden forget how to choose an administration in the next few years? And in fact, this happens all the time when there are changes in administrations from one-term presidents to others. Well, Nixon was sort of a 1.5 term, but Nixon to Ford, Ford to Carter, Carter to Reagan, Bush 41 to Clinton. That happens. The people get tired of an administration they don't want, and they know how to change it. And they just did. So why think that they won't know how to do it in 2024 if they want to? Or is that what the fear is? Is the fear that the people in 2024, in fact, will want to change and will want to go back to Donald Trump and not the current occupant of the White House, President Biden? Because all these other times, the people were smart enough to do it, choose who the president should be. And all these other times, they were smart enough to choose who their members of Congress were. And by the way, choose you all as well. But they're not smart enough to know how to change the administration, especially since they just did. So it seems pretty evident to me that they do know how. It has worked 100% of the time. 100% of the time in the United States, when the people had been fed up with and had enough of the occupant of the White House, they changed the occupant of the White House. Now, I know that one of the strengths of this body is its deliberative action. And I saw Senator Manchin on the TV the other night talking about the filibuster. And the main point was that Senator Manchin was explaining to those of us who don't operate here all the time that this body has an obligation to try to reach consensus across the aisle to legitimize the decisions it makes. Obviously, he's capable of making his own pronouncements on it, but that's what it came across on the television. And I think that that is a good way of saying why the Senate of the United States is different than other places. You know, the Constitution is a document designed to protect the rights of the minority, not the rights of the majority. Congress shall make no law abridging all of these things. That's because those were the things that were of concern at the time. It's easy to be in favor of liberty and equality and free speech when it's popular. I think that I want to give my colleague, Mr. Sean, an opportunity to explain to all of us the legal analysis on jurisdiction. I'll be quite frank with you. We changed what we were going to do on account that we thought that the House manager's presentation was well done. And I wanted you to know that we have responses to those things. I thought that what the first part of the case was, which was the equivalent of a motion to dismiss, was going to be about jurisdiction alone. And one of the fellows who spoke for the House managers, who's a former criminal defense attorney, seemed to suggest that there's something nefarious that we were discussing jurisdiction and trying to get the case dismissed. But this is where it happens in the case, because jurisdiction is the first thing that has to be found. We have counter arguments to everything that they raised, and you will hear them later on in the case from Mr. Van der Veen and from myself. But on the issue of jurisdiction, the scholarly issue of jurisdiction, I'll leave you with this before I invite David to come up and give you the erudite explanation. Some of this was shown on the screen, but Article 1, Section 3 says, judgments in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold any office of honor, trust, profit under the United States, but the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. So this idea of a January amnesty is nonsense. If my colleagues on this side of the chamber actually think that President Trump committed a criminal offense, and let's understand, a high crime is a felony and a misdemeanor is a misdemeanor. The words haven't changed that much over the time. After he's out of office, you go and arrest him. So there is no opportunity where the President of the United States can run rampant in January at the end of his term and just go away scot-free. The Department of Justice does know what to do with such people. And so far, I haven't seen any activity in that direction. And not only that, the people who stormed this building and breached it were not accused of conspiring with the president. But the section I read, judgment, in other words, the bad thing that can happen, the judgment, in cases of impeachment, i.e. what we are doing, shall not extend further than removal from office. What is so hard about that? Which of those words are unclear? Shall not extend further than removal from office. President Trump no longer is in office. The object of the Constitution has been achieved. He was removed by the voters. Mr. Schoen, are you ready? Now that I've taken all of his time, thank you, Mr. President.
President, leaders, quick adjustment. I stand before you on what I have always thought as the hallowed ground of democracy. In this room, American lives have been changed so dramatically in just my lifetime through so many of your legislative initiatives, from the Civil Rights Act when I was a child, through most recently the First Step Act. Laws that have provided major opportunities for Americans to move forward and upward and more fully enjoy all of the attributes of what has been the greatest nation on earth. I've seen the changes these laws have made through my clients every day for the past 36 years. These laws have enabled me to fight for their enjoyment of a fair stake in our American project. I stand before a group of 100 United States senators who have chosen to serve your country from all corners of this great nation, giving up all sorts of professions, time with family, and perhaps other more lucrative opportunities to serve your country. Mr. President, you are a man who so honorably served this nation in the Senate and in public service before your tenure here. It is an honor to appear in this historic hall of democracy, yet today, that honor is tempered by an overriding feeling of grave concern. Grave concern for the danger to the institution of the presidency that I believe even convening these proceedings indicates. The joy I believed I would feel if I ever had the great privilege of appearing before this body is replaced by sadness and pain. My overriding emotion is frankly wanting to cry for what I believe these proceedings will do to our great, so long enduring, sacred Constitution and to the American people on both sides of the great divide that now characterizes our nation. Esteemed members of the Senate, going forward with this impeachment trial of a former President of the United States is unconstitutional for reasons we have set out in our brief, some of which we'll focus on here, and as a matter of policy, it is wrong, as wrong can be for all of us as a nation. We are told by those who favor having these proceedings that we have to do it for accountability. But anyone truly interested in real accountability for what happened at the Capitol on January 6th would, of course, insist on waiting for a full investigation to be completed. Indeed, one is underway in earnest already, intent on getting to the bottom of what happened. Anyone interested in ensuring that it's truly the one or ones responsible from whom accountability is sought would more than willingly wait for the actual evidence, especially with new evidence coming in every day about pre-planning, about those who were involved, and about their agenda bearing no relationship to the claims made here. They say you need this trial before the nation can heal, that the nation cannot heal without it. I say our nation cannot possibly heal with it. With this trial, you will open up new and bigger wounds across the nation, for a great many Americans see this process for exactly what it is: a chance by a group of partisan politicians seeking to eliminate Donald Trump from the American political scene and seeking to disenfranchise 74 million plus American voters and those who dare to share their political beliefs and vision of America. They hated the results of the 2016 election, and want to use this impeachment process to further their political agenda. These elitists have mocked them for 4 years. They've called their fellow Americans who believe in their country and their Constitution deplorables. And the latest talk is that they need to deprogram those who supported Donald Trump and the grand old party. But at the end of the day, this is not just about Donald Trump or any individual. This is about our Constitution and abusing the impeachment power for political gain. Excuse me. They tell us that we have to have this impeachment trial, such as it is, to bring about unity. But they don't want unity, and they know this so-called trial will tear the country in half, leaving tens of millions of Americans feeling left out of the nation's agenda, as dictated by one political party that now holds the power in the White House and in our national legislature. But they're proud Americans who never quit getting back up when they're down, and they don't take dictates from another party based on partisan force-feeding. This trial will tear this country apart, perhaps like we have only seen once before in our history. And to help the nation heal, we now learn that the House managers, in their wisdom, have hired a movie company and a large law firm to create, manufacture, and splice for you a package designed by experts to chill and horrify you and our fellow Americans. They want to put you through a 16-hour presentation over 2 days, focusing on this as if it were some sort of blood sport. And to what end? For healing? For unity? For accountability? Not for any of those. For surely there are much better ways to achieve each. It is again for pure, raw, misguided partisanship that makes them believe playing to our worst instincts somehow is good. They don't need to show you movies to show you that the riot happened here. We will stipulate that it happened, and you know all about it. This is a process fueled irresponsibly by base hatred by these House managers and those who gave them their charge, and they are willing to sacrifice our national character to advance their hatred and their fear that one day they might not be the party in power. They have a very different view of democracy and freedom from Justice Jackson, who once wrote, "But freedom to differ is not limited to things that do not matter much. That would be a mere shadow of freedom. The test of its substance is the right to differ as to things that touch at the heart of the existing order." They have a very different view of democracy and freedom. This is nothing less than the political weaponization of the impeachment process. Pure, raw sport, fueled by the misguided idea of party over country, when in fact both will surely suffer. I can promise you that if these proceedings go forward, everyone will look bad. You will see and hear many members of our Congress saying and doing things they must surely regret, but perhaps far worse than a moment of personal shame in a world in which history passes from our memories in a moment. Our great country, a model for all the world, will be far more divided, and our standing around the world will be badly broken. Our arch enemies who pray each and every day for our downfall will watch with glee, glowing in the moment as they see you at your worst and our country in internal divide. Let's be perfectly clear. If you vote to proceed with this impeachment trial, future senators will recognize that you bought into a radical constitutional theory that departs clearly from the language of the Constitution itself and holds, and this is in their brief, that any civil officer who ever dares to want to serve his or her country must know that they will be subject to impeachment long after their service in office has ended, subject only to the political and cultural landscape of the day that is in operation at any future time. This is exactly the position taken by the House managers at page 65 of their brief. Unprecedented, radical position. They unabashedly say so. Imagine the potential consequences for civil officers you know and who you believed served so honorably, but who, in the view of a future Congress, might one day be deemed to be impeachment worthy. Imagine it now, because your imagination is the only limitation. The House managers tell you a correct reading of the impeachment power under the Constitution is that it has no temporal limit and can reach back in time without limitation to target anyone who dared to serve our nation as a civil officer. Now add that to their demand that you members put your imprimatur on the snap impeachment they returned in this case, and can do again in the future if you endorse it by going forward with this impeachment trial. This is an untenable combination that literally puts the institution of the presidency directly at risk, nothing less. And it does much more. Under their unsupportable constitutional theory and tortured reading of the text, every civil officer who has served is at risk of impeachment if any given group elected to the House decides that what was thought to be important service to the country when they served now deserves to be canceled. They've made clear in public statements that what they really want to accomplish here in the name of the Constitution is to bar Donald Trump from ever running for political office again. But this is an affront to the Constitution, no matter who they target today. It means nothing less than the denial of the right to vote and the independent right for a candidate to run for elective political office, guaranteed by the First and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution, under the guise of impeachment as a tool to disenfranchise. Perhaps my friend put the situation simply and sharply into focus last week on his radio show. My friend is a distinguished lawyer who served as an ambassador to former President Obama and has friends among you. He described himself to his listeners as a dyed-in-the-wool, lifelong Democrat. But, he said, the idea of 100 people in these circumstances deciding that tens of millions of American voters cannot cast their vote for their candidate for president ever again is unthinkable, and it truly should be. I will discuss today several reasons this matter should not and must not proceed, why the Senate lacks jurisdiction to conduct this trial of a former president, a president no longer in office and now a private citizen. Any single reason in our trial memorandum or discussed today suffices. But I want to start with a discussion of the fundamental due process lacking from the start, and that would last through the end if this goes forward, because it is this irretrievably flawed process and its product, a dangerous snap impeachment, that brings us here and that threatens to send a message into the future that we will all regret forever, and that stain this body, which up to now our founding fathers believed was uniquely suited for the most difficult task of conducting an impeachment trial, as Mr. Hamilton wrote in Federalist 65. These aren't just niceties. I make no apology for demanding in your name, in the name of the Constitution, that the rights to due process guaranteed under the Constitution are adhered to in a process as serious as this in our national lives. The denial of due process in this case, of course, starts with the House of Representatives. In this unprecedented snap impeachment process, the House of Representatives denied every attribute of fundamental constitutional due process that Americans correctly have come to believe is part of what makes this country so great. How and why did that happen? It is a function of the insatiable lust for impeachment in the House for the past 4 years. Consider this.
I want to say this for Donald Trump, who I may well be voting to impeach.
Donald Trump has already done a number of things which legitimately raise the question of impeachment.
I don't respect this president, and I will fight every day until he is impeached.
That is grounds to start impeachment proceedings. Those are grounds to start impeachment. Those are grounds to start impeachment proceedings. Yes, I think that's grounds to start impeachment proceedings.
I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to call for the impeachment of the President of the United States of America.
I continue to say, impeach him! Impeach 45! Impeach 45!
So we're calling upon the House to begin impeachment hearings immediately.
On the impeachment of Donald Trump, would you vote yes or no?
I would vote yes.
I would vote to impeach.
Because we're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the mother.
But the fact is, I introduced articles of impeachment in July of 2017.
If we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected.
My oath requires me to be for impeachment, have an impeachment hearing. He needs the scarlet eye on his chest.
The representatives should begin impeachment proceedings against this president.
It is time to bring impeachment charges against him. Bring impeachment charges.
My personal view is that he richly deserves impeachment.
I'm here at an impeachment rally, and we are ready to impeach the...
The relevant timeline in the House reveals the rush to judgment. On the day following the January 6th riot, the House leadership cynically sensed a political opportunity to score points against the outgoing then-President Trump. And the Speaker demanded that Vice President Pence invoke the 25th Amendment, threatening immediate impeachment for the President if Mr. Pence did not comply with this extraordinary and extraordinarily wrong demand. 4 days later, on January 11th, 2021, the instant article of impeachment was introduced in the House. Speaker Pelosi then gave the Vice President another ultimatum, threatening to begin impeachment proceedings within 24 hours if he did not comply. Vice President Pence rejected Speaker Pelosi's demand, favoring instead adherence to the Constitution and the best interests of the nation over a politically motivated threat. On January 12th, Speaker Pelosi announced who the 9 impeachment managers would be. And on January 13th, 2021, just days after holding a press conference to announce the launching of an inquiry, the House adopted the article of impeachment, completing the fastest impeachment inquiry in history and according President Trump no due process at all, over strong opposition based in large part on the complete lack of due process. To say there was a rush to judgment by the House would be a grave understatement. It is not as if the House members who voted to impeach were not mightily warned about the dangers to the institution of the presidency and about our system and to our system of due process. They were warned in the strongest of terms from within their own ranks, adamantly, clearly, and in no uncertain terms, not to take this dangerous snap impeachment course. Those warnings were framed in the context of the constitutional due process that was denied here. Consider the warnings given by one member during the House proceedings, pleading with the other members to accord this decision the due process the Constitution demands. This is Representative Cole of Oklahoma. With only 1 week to go in his term, the majority is asking us to consider a resolution impeaching President Trump. And they do so knowing full well that even if the House passes the resolution, the Senate will not be able to begin considering these charges until after President Trump's term ends. I can think of no action the House can take that is more likely to further divide the American people than the action we are contemplating today. Emotions are clearly running high, and political divisions have never been more apparent in my lifetime, Representative Cole said. Mr. Cole's words on the floor, emphasizing the care that must be taken with respect to the consideration of an article of impeachment, echoed the concerns by our founding fathers on this subject. Listen to this from Mr. Hamilton in Federalist number 65. Quote, "A well-constituted court for the trial of impeachments is an object not more to be desired than difficult to be obtained in a government wholly elective. The prosecution of them, for this reason, will seldom fail to agitate the passions of the whole community and to divide into parties more or less friendly or inimical to the accused. In many cases, it will connect itself with pre-existing factions and will enlist all their animosities, partialities, influence, and interest on one side or on the other. In such cases, there will always be the greatest danger that the decision will be regulated more by the comparative strength of parties than by the real demonstrations of innocence or guilt." Prescient thinking by Mr. Hamilton, as we see often. And what I say to you is a proof of the need for due process based on the critically serious nature of the singular role the impeachment process has in our government. Mr. Hamilton characterized the consideration of an impeachment in these terms: the delicacy and magnitude of a trust which so deeply concerns the political reputation and existence of every man engaged in the administration of public affairs speak for themselves. This, too, in Federalist 65. Now back to the House and the warnings against this rush judgment in this case. Mr. Cole of Oklahoma again. In the name of healing, a path forward, he said, our people so desperately need, he warned that, quote, The House is moving forward erratically with a truncated process that does not comport with a modern practice and that will give members no time to contemplate the serious nature of action before us. Mr. Cole emphasized to his colleagues that such care must be taken with the consideration of an article of impeachment, quote, in order to ensure that the American people have confidence in the procedures the House is following, and because the presidency itself demands due process in the impeachment proceedings. Congressman Cole continued, unfortunately, this is a quote, the majority has chosen to race to the floor with a new article of impeachment, foregoing any investigation, any committee process, or any chance for members to fully contemplate this course of action before proceeding. Mr. Cole complained that the majority is failing to provide the House with an opportunity to review all the facts which are still coming to light, to discuss all the evidence, to listen to scholars, to examine the witnesses, and to consider precedents. He noted further, this is not the type of robust process we have followed for every modern impeachment, and the failure to do so does a great disservice to this institution and to this country, Mr. Cole said. Mr. Cole complained right on the House floor that rather than following the appropriate processes, he said the House has used in every modern impeachment, the majority is rushing to the floor, tripping all over themselves in their rush to impeach the president a second time. And in Mr. Cole's words, it was doing so to, quote, settle scores. And he warned that this snap impeachment approach would cause great division as the country looks ahead to the start of a new administration. He said to them, in a matter as grave and consequential as impeachment, shouldn't we follow the same process we've used in every modern impeachment rather than rushing to the floor? And he implored them, on behalf of generations of Americans to come, we need to think more clearly about the consequences of our action today. And Mr. Cole then reached across the aisle and credited a member of this body, Senator Manchin, with having voiced similar sentiments about how ill-advised this rushed process was, suggesting that the underlying events were a matter for the judicial system to investigate, not one for a rushed political process. Finally, Mr. Cole admonished his fellow House members, telling them, we need to recognize that we are following a flawed process. The alarm Mr. Cole sounded went unheeded. Now let us consider the process in the House that actually was due. The House managers assert in the memorandum that the House serves as a grand jury and prosecutor under the Constitution. They told you that again today. If this is accurate, then they highlight the complete failure to adhere to due process. One should not diminish the significance of impeachment's legal aspects, particularly as they relate to the formalities of the criminal justice process. It is a hybrid of the political and legal, a political process moderated by legal formalities. This is a quote, Richard Broughton. The Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution provides, in relevant part, that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The Supreme Court long ago recognized in Matthews versus Eldridge that at its core, due process is about what we all want, what we all have the right to demand, fundamental fairness. One scholar, Brian Owsley, has written that the impeachment process should and does include some of the basic safeguards for the accused that are observed in a criminal process, such as fairness, due process, presumption of innocence, and proportionality, basic American values. And of course, we know that the Supreme Court has recognized that due process protection attend congressional investigations. While Congress is empowered to make its own rules of proceeding, it may not make rules that ignore constitutional restraints or violate fundamental rights. While the case law is limited in terms of spelling out what due process looks like in impeachment hearings, and of course in the Nixon case, Walter, not Richard, we know that there's a great deal of leeway afforded Congress with respect to its impeachment rules. It is clear that the fundamental principles that underlie our understanding of what due process must always look like apply. In Hastings versus United States, D.C. court case, vacated on different grounds, they addressed the matter, clearly concluding that the Due Process Clause applies to impeachment proceedings and that it imposes an independent constitutional constraint on how the Senate exercises its sole power to try all impeachments under Article 1, Section 3, Clause 6. Court wrote in Hastings, impeachment is an extraordinary remedy. As an essential element of our constitutional system of checks and balances, impeachment must be invoked and carried out with solemn respect and scrupulous attention to fairness. Fairness and due process must be the watchword whenever a branch of the United States government conducts a trial, whether it be in a criminal case, a civil case, or a case of impeachment. A 1974 Department of Justice memo suggested the same view, opining that, quote, whether or not capable of judicial enforcement, due process standards would seem to be relevant to the manner of conducting an impeachment proceeding. More specifically, as the Hastings Court described it, one of the key principles that lies at the heart of our constitutional democracy. Again, fairness. The Supreme Court's precedents establish the general rule that individuals must receive notice and an opportunity to be heard before the government deprives them of a constitutionally protected interest. It is also true that in any proceeding that may lead to deprivation of a protected interest, it requires fair procedures commensurate with the interests at stake. Impeachment proceedings plainly involve deprivations of property and liberty interests protected by the Due Process Clause. And the House surely seeks to strip Donald Trump of his most highly cherished constitutional rights, including the right to be eligible to hold public office again, should he so choose. Due process must apply, and at a minimum, due process in the impeachment process must include that the evidence must be disclosed to the accused, and the accused must be permitted an opportunity to test and confront the evidence, particularly through the rights to confront and cross-examine witnesses, which have long been recognized as essential to due process. In almost every setting where important decisions turn on questions of fact, due process requires an opportunity to confront and cross-examine. It is unfathomable that the framers, steeped in the history of Anglo-American jurisprudence, would create a system that would allow the chief executive and commander-in-chief of the armed forces to be impeached based on a process that developed evidence without providing any of the elementary procedures that the common law developed over centuries for ensuring the proper testing of evidence in an adversarial process. We would never countenance such a system in this country. Current members of the House and Senate leadership are themselves on record repeatedly confirming these procedural due process requirements. Indeed, Congressman Nadler is on record asserting that in the context of a House impeachment investigation, due process includes, quote, the right to be informed of the law, of the charges against you, to call your own witnesses, and to have the assistance of counsel. Then President Trump was not given any semblance of the due process Congressman Nadler clearly believes he deserves, based on the congressman's description of due process that must be afforded to an accused in an impeachment proceeding, as reflected in a statement he made relating to another impeachment in 1998. No reason was found for the apparent change in the congressman's point of view with respect to the two objects of the impeachment at issue. These fundamental attributes of due process have been honored as required parts of modern impeachment protocol since at least 1870. It's not seriously debatable, nor should it be by any American legislator. In spite of all this, the House leadership defied all the norms and denied the then president all of his basic and constitutionally protected rights. For then President Donald Trump, the House impeachment procedure lacked any semblance of due process whatever. It simply cannot be credibly argued to the country, and we do not make special rules for different targets. It's the very integrity of the institution that suffers when we do, and that is what the House leadership knowingly has caused. A review of the House record reveals that the Speaker streamlined the impeachment process. House Resolution 24 to go straight to the floor for a 2-hour debate and a vote without the ability for amendments. The House record reflects no committee hearing, no witnesses, no presentation or cross-examination of evidence, and no opportunity for the accused to respond or even have counsel present to object. As the New York Times recently reported, There were no witness interviews, no hearings, no committee debates, and no real additional fact-finding. House managers claimed the need for impeachment was so urgent that they had to rush the proceedings with no time to spare for a more thorough investigation, or really any investigation at all. But that claim is belied by what happened or didn't happen next. The House leadership unilaterally and by choice waited another 12 days to deliver the article to this Senate to begin the trial process. In other words, the House leadership spent more time holding the adopted article than it did on the whole process leading up to the adoption of the article. That intentional delay, designed to avoid having the trial begin while Mr. Trump was still president, led to yet another egregious denial of due process. Excuse me. Article 1, Section 3 of our Clause 6 of our Constitution, of course, provides in pertinent part that the Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. When sitting for that purpose, they shall be on oath or affirmation, and when the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside. By intentionally waiting until President Trump's term of office expired before delivering the article of impeachment to the Senate to initiate trial proceedings, Speaker Pelosi deprived then-President Trump of the express constitutional right and the right under the Senate's own Rule 4 to have the Chief Justice of the United States preside over his trial and wield the considerable power provided for in the rules of procedure and practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials. That power includes, under Rule 5, the presiding officer's exclusive right to make and issue all orders, under Rule 7, to make all evidentiary orders, subject to objections by a member of the Senate. We say respectfully that this intentional delay by Speaker Pelosi, such that in the intervening period President Trump became private citizen, Mr. Trump, constitutes a lapse or waiver of jurisdiction here. For Mr. Trump no longer is the president, described as subject to impeachment in Article 1, Section 3, Clause 6, and in Article 2, Section 4. And this body, therefore, has no jurisdiction as a function of that additional due process violation by Speaker Pelosi. Moreover, with all due respect, then-President Trump suffered a tangible detriment from Speaker Pelosi's actions, which violates not only his rights to due process of law, but also his express constitutional right to have the Chief Justice preside. That tangible detriment includes the loss of the right to a conflict-free, impartial presiding officer, with all due respect. The very purpose behind requiring the Chief Justice to preside over the President's impeachment trial, along with the other benefits of having the two branches combined, the Chief Justice from the judiciary and the Senate, for the impeachment trial of the President, reflected in Federalist 66. One of the reasons the Chief Justice was chosen for that task. Mr. Trump now faces a situation in which the presiding officer will serve as both judge, with all the powers that the rules endow him with, and juror with a vote. And beyond that, the presiding officer, although enjoying a lifelong honorable reputation, of course, has been Mr. Trump's vocal and adamant opponent throughout the Trump administration, and in fact, in the very matter on trial, the presiding officer, respectfully, already has publicly announced his fixed view, before hearing any argument or evidence, that Mr. Trump must be convicted on the article of impeachment before the Senate, and indeed that members in both parties have an obligation to vote to convict as well. Nowhere in this great country would any American, and certainly not this honorable presiding officer, consider this scenario to be consistent with any stretch of the American concept of due process and a fair trial, and certainly not even the appearance of either. By no stretch of the imagination could any fair-minded American be confident that a trial so conducted would or could be the fair trial promised by the leader. While most procedural aspects of a Senate impeachment trial may be non-justiciable political questions, this is not an excuse to ignore what law and precedent clearly require. The present situation either presents a violation of the constitutional text found in the articles mentioned above that require the Chief Justice to preside when the President is on trial, or it is a clear denial of due process and fair trial rights for private citizen Trump to face an impeachment trial so conducted by the Senate. the impeachment article should be treated as a nullity and dismissed based on the total lack of due process in the House. It should be dismissed because of Speaker Pelosi's intentional abandonment or waiver of jurisdiction, if the House ever acquired jurisdiction. And the article should be dismissed because the trial in the Senate of a private citizen is not permitted, let alone with the conflicts just described that attend this proceeding. Finally, on the subject of due process in this matter, I say the following. This is our nation's sacred Constitution. It has served us well since it was written, and it's been amended only through a careful process. It is a document unique in all the world. It is a foundational part of what makes the United States a beacon of light among the other nations of the world. It not only has room for a tremendous variety of perspectives on the philosophical and political direction our country should take, it encourages the advocacy of our differences. But we have long held that fundamental to its health and well-being, and therefore to ours as a nation, is its insistence on due process for every citizen. The emphasis on the right to due process long ago was recognized as its life breath, a primary guarantor of its eternal viability as our political, civic, and national guiding light. We all well know that there are many systems in other countries around the world that do not offer any semblance of the safeguards our constitutional concept of due process provides. Some of them have chosen their own handbooks, which direct their citizens' conduct on penalty of death. This is one of them. There can be no room for due process in such a system as this, or the system would be lost. Snap decisions are required in a system like this to maintain power for one political philosophy over all others in those kinds of systems. But we as a nation have rejected those systems and the kind of snap decisions they demand to maintain control for one party, for one point of view, and for an imposed way of life. We choose to live freely under a constitution that guarantees our freedom. Other countries fear those freedoms and seek to ensure adherence to a party line in all civic, political, spiritual, and other affairs, and to ensure that the party line is towed in those systems have no place for due process. Snap decisions that remove political figures are the norm. Maintaining their systems depend on it. That is not our way in America and never must be. We choose in America to live by our Constitution and its amendments and the due process this document demands for every citizen among us. By putting your imprimatur on the snap judgment made in this matter to impeach the President of the United States without any semblance of due process at every step along the way, puts the office of the President of the United States at risk every single day. It is far too dangerous a proposition to countenance, and you must resoundingly reject it by sending the message now that this proceeding, lacking due process from start to finish, must end now with your vote that you lack jurisdiction to conduct an impeachment trial for a former president whose term in office has expired and who is now a private citizen. So one reason you must send this message here and now is because of the complete lack of due process that brought this article of impeachment before this body. God forbid we should ever lower our vigilance to the principle of due process. An impeachment trial of a private citizen Trump held before the Senate would be nothing more nor less than the trial of a private citizen by a legislative body. An impeachment trial by the Senate of a private citizen violates Article 1, Section 9 of the United States Constitution, which provides that no bill of attainder shall be passed. The bill of attainder, as this clause is known, prohibits Congress from enacting a law that legislatively determines guilt and inflicts punishment upon an identifiable individual without provision of the protections of a judicial trial. A bill of attainder is a legislative act which inflicts punishment without a judicial trial. A judicial trial. The distinguishing characteristic of a bill of attainder is the substitution of a legislative determination of guilt and legislative imposition of punishment for judicial finding and sentence. The Bill of Attainder Clause and the separation of powers doctrine generally reflects the framers' concern that trial by a legislature lacks the safeguards necessary to prevent the abuse of power. As the Supreme Court explained in United States versus Brown, the best available evidence, the writings of the architects of our constitutional system, indicate that the Bill of Attainder Clause was intended not as a narrow, technical, and therefore soon-to-be outmoded prohibition, but rather as an implementation of the separation of powers, a general safeguard against legislative exercise of the judicial function. More simply, trial by legislature. The Bill of Attainder reflected the framers' belief that the legislative branch is not so well suited as politically independent judges and juries. When the Senate undertakes an impeachment trial of a private citizen, as it clearly understands to be the case here, supported by the facts that the Chief Justice is not providing and Mr. Trump is not the president, it is acting as a judge and jury rather than a legislative body. And this is exactly the type of situation that the Bill of Attainder constitutional provision was meant to preclude. It is clear that disqualification from holding future office, the punishment the House managers intend to seek here, is a kind of punishment, like a banishment and others, that is subject to the constitutional prohibition against the passage of bills of attainder, under which general designation bills of pains and penalties are included. The cases include Cummings, Ex parte Garland, and this Brown case. The Supreme Court 3 times has struck down provisions that precluded support of the South or support of communism from holding certain jobs as being in violation of this prohibition. Thus, the impeachment of a private citizen in order to disqualify them from holding office is an unconstitutional act constituting a bill of attainder. Moreover, this is the exact type of situation in which the fear would be great that some members of the Senate might be susceptible to acting in the haste the House acted in when it rushed through the article of impeachment in less than 48 hours, acting hastily simply to appease the popular clamor of their political base, the very kind of concern expressed by Mr. Hamilton in Federalist 65. Moreover, as Chief Justice Marshall warned in Fletcher versus Peck, it is not to be disguised that the framers of the Constitution viewed with some apprehension the violent acts which might grow out of the feelings of the moment, and that the people of the United States, in adopting that instrument, have manifested a determination to shield themselves and their property from the effects of those sudden and strong passions to which men and women are exposed. The restrictions on the legislative power of the states are obviously founded in this sentiment, and the Constitution of the United States contains what may be deemed a Bill of Rights for the people of each state. No state shall pass any bill of attainder in this form. The power of the legislature over the lives and fortunes of individuals is expressly restrained. And so now let's turn to the text of the Constitution. Turning to the text of the Constitution is, for many, of course, the most appropriate and the most important starting place for trying to answer a Constitution-based question. There are several passages of the United States Constitution that relate to the federal impeachment process. Let's turn to a reading of the text now. A true textual analysis, as the name implies, always begins with the words of the text and only resorts to legislative history, or history itself, if the meaning of the text is not plain. As the Supreme Court has emphasized, statutory interpretation, as we always say, begins with the text. In interpreting the text, we are guided by the principle that the Constitution was written to be understood by the voters. Its words and phrases were used in their normal and ordinary, as distinguished from technical, meaning. And we must enforce plain and unambiguous statutory language according to its terms. If the President is impeached, the unambiguous text of the Constitution commands that the Chief Justice of the United States shall preside, as we discussed earlier. Again, the Chief Justice is disinterested and nonpartisan. His presence brings dignity and solemnity to such a proceeding. In this case, the Chief Justice clearly is not presiding, and the conflict of interest wouldn't necessarily just arise as a substitute for the Vice President. It's the appearance of a conflict of interest and the conflict of interest and the prejudgment that we've discussed. In this case, as we say, the Chief Justice clearly is not presiding. The Senate President pro temp is presiding. It appears that in the leader's view, undoubtedly joined by other senators, this is permitted by the Constitution because the subject of the trial is a non-president. As such, it is conceded, as it must be, that for constitutional purposes of the trial, the accused is a non-president. The role of the Senate, though, is to decide whether or not to convict and thereby trigger the application of Article 2, Section 4, the President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for, conviction of, treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. From which office shall a non-president be removed if convicted? A non-president doesn't hold an office, therefore cannot be impeached under this clause, which provides for the removal from office of the person under the impeachment attack. The House managers contend that the fact that the Chief Justice is not presiding does not impact the constitutional validity of this trial. Notably, they devote only a single paragraph of their trial memorandum to developments so significant that it prompted multiple senators to declare the entire proceeding suspect, with one going so far as to say that it crystallized the unconstitutional nature of this proceeding. And the single paragraph that the House managers do devote to the issue is entirely unpersuasive on the merits. The House manager's position ignores traditional statutory canons of interpretation. It is well established that a term, as a matter of statutory interpretation, that a term appearing in several places in a statutory text is generally read the same way each time it appears. This presumption is at its most vigorous when a term is repeated within a given sentence. Additionally, the Court in at least one instance has referred to a broader, quote, established canon, that similar language contained within the section of a statute be accorded a consistent meaning. I know this is a lot to listen to at once, a lot of words, but words are what make our Constitution, quite frankly, and the interpretation of that Constitution, as you well know, a product of words. If the text, quote, the President of the United States, in the constitutional provision requiring the Chief Justice to preside can refer only to the sitting president and not to former presidents, then the textual identification of the President contained in Article 2, Section 4, which makes the President amenable to impeachment in the first place, also excludes anyone other than the sitting President. In full, that sentence provides that, quote, the President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. This is the substantive phrase of the Constitution vesting the conviction and removal power in the Senate, and it contains a clear jurisdictional limitation. The House managers do understand what the word president means for purposes of other constitutional provisions, and so they should understand this limitation as well. Only a sitting president is referred to as the President of the United States in the Constitution, and only a sitting president may be impeached, convicted, and removed upon a trial in the Senate. The President in Article 2, Section 4, and the President in Article 1, Section 3 identify the same person. If the accused is not the President in one, he is not the President in the other. No sound textual interpretation, I emphasize textual, no sound textual interpretation principle permits a contrary reading. In the words of the Supreme Court, it is a normal rule of statutory construction that identical words used in different parts of the same act are intended to have the same meaning. Unwittingly or unwillingly, as it may be, Senate Democrats, in their announcement that Senator Leahy is presiding, have already taken their position on this matter. The accused is not the President. The text of the United States Constitution, therefore, does not vest the Senate with the power to try him and remove him, a factual nullity, he can't be removed, something, or disqualify him, a legal nullity, as if he were the President. House managers contend the Senate has jurisdiction over this impeachment because despite the fact that he's no longer the President, the conduct that the former President is charged occurred while he was still in office. That argument does not in any way alter the Constitution's clear textual identification of the President. House managers justify their strained argument by noting that the Constitution's impeachment provisions are properly understood by reference to this overarching constitutional plan. But with that very justification in mind, their argument fails once again. In an impeachment, it is the accused's office that permits the impeachment. Ceasing to hold that office terminates the possibility and the purpose of impeachment. Private persons may not be impeached in America. And so they asked you to look back at the British model. The Constitution, as I say, does not make private citizens subject to impeachment. The founders rejected the British model that allowed Parliament to impeach anyone except for the king. And so they limited impeachment to certain public officials, including presidents in our country. Next, on the textual front, the primary, in fact, the only required remedy of conviction is removal. Article 2, Section 4, straightforward rule. Whenever a civil officer is impeached and convicted for high crimes and misdemeanors, they shall be removed. It is undeniable that in this instance, removal is moot in every possible regard. Removal is a factual and legal impossibility. Yet the article of impeachment itself, read it, in the wherefore clause, it calls for removal. This is one reason why impeachment proceedings are different from ordinary trials, and why the Constitution pointedly separates the two. In ordinary criminal jurisprudence, a person convicted of public crimes while he or she was in office may still be punished even though they no longer hold that office. Not so with impeachment. In a Senate impeachment trial, conviction means and requires removal. And conviction without a removal is no conviction at all. Only upon a valid conviction and its requisite enforceable removal may the additional judgment of disqualification plausibly be entertained. Presidents are impeachable because presidents are removable. Former presidents are not, because they cannot be removed. The Constitution is clear. Trial by the Senate sitting as a court of impeachment is reserved for the President of the United States, not a private citizen who used to be President of the United States. Just as clear, the judgment required upon conviction is removal from office, and a former president can no longer be removed from office. The purpose, text, and structure of the Constitution impeachment clauses confirm this intuitive and common sense understanding. So wrote Judge Michael Luttig, former judge in the United States Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit. And indeed, there are state court decisions that analyze this very same language and conclude that impeachment can only be entertained against an existing officer subject to removal. Read State versus Hill from Nebraska and Smith versus Brantley, 1981 decision from the Florida Supreme Court. This is the first time that the United States Senate has ever been asked to apply the Constitution's textual identification of the president in the impeachment provisions to anyone other than the sitting president of the United States. And of course, most significantly from a textual approach, the term specifically used is the president, not a president. And there can be only one president, the incumbent at a time. Judge Luttig relies on this textual reading for his firm conclusion that a former president cannot be impeached or convicted. Consider the alternative, as Robert Delahunty, Professor John Yoo have. If Mr. Trump can be convicted as the president, the language the Constitution uses, then why is he not still the president under the Commander-in-Chief Clause, for example? They are joined by Professor Alan Dershowitz and University of Chicago Professor Richard Epstein in their focus and conclusion. They point out the dangers of an approach that deviates from a focus on the text, for if there is no temporal limitation. That's what they've suggested to you. Remember, you can go back in time and impeach any civil officer who ever served for anything that occurred during the course of their service, time immemorial. With the House manager's position, the concept necessarily includes all former executive officers and judges, including perhaps the impeachment now of Jimmy Carter for his handling of the Iran hostage scandal, as one example. That flows logically from their argument, without any hesitation. Further, they ask, why not then countenance a broad reading of other terms? When I say they ask, I mean these experts who've opined on this. Why not then countenance a broad reading of other terms, such as terms like high crimes and misdemeanors, however broadly construed, are intended to be exclusively the only kind of conduct intended as impeachable. They conclude, these experts, that by writing that a non-textual impeachment power would undermine the Constitution's effort to make the president independent of Congress, a central goal of the Founding Fathers. The authors convincingly argue for textual analysis over non-textual analysis, over non-textual reliance on a presentation of history, suggesting that if one's presentation of history were to control, it would expressly permit conduct contrary to the express language, leading to clearly unintended results. And I must tell you that I've spoken to Judge Ken Starr at some length over this past week about this, and this textual approach is something he, too, feels very strongly about. I also happen to be friendly with Chuck Cooper, by the way, who's a fine person. Also happens to be a person who has a strong animus against President Trump. But Chuck Cooper is a fine lawyer and a fine person, as I'm sure our friends from Alabama know. As we already have discussed, the risks to the institution of the presidency and to any and all past officers is limited only by one's imagination. The weakness of the House manager's case is further demonstrated by their reliance on the unproven assertion that if President Trump is not impeached, future officers who are impeached will evade removal by resigning, either before impeachment or Senate trial. For example, they contend, citing various law professors, that, quote, any official who betrayed the public trust and was impeached could avoid accountability simply by resigning 1 minute before the Senate's final conviction vote. This argument is a complete canard. The Constitution expressly provides in Article 1, Section 3, Clause 7, that a convicted party following impeachment shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law after removal. Clearly, a former civil officer who's not impeached is subject to the same. We have a judicial process in this country. We have an investigative process in this country to which no former office holder is immune. That's the process that should be running its course. That's the process the Bill of Attainder tells us is the appropriate one for investigation, prosecution, and punishment, with all of the attributes that branch. We're missing it by 2 articles here, that the Article 3 courts provide. They provide that kind of appropriate adjudication. That's accountability. There are appropriate mechanisms in place for full and meaningful accountability, not through the legislature, which does not and cannot offer the safeguards of the judicial system which every private citizen is constitutionally entitled. But more to the point here, their argument does nothing to empower a different reading of the Constitution's plain text. That is, one that reads the president in one provision to include former presidents, but reads the president in the other provision to mean only the sitting president. Second, this red herring of an argument also fails because the former president did not resign, even amid calls by his opponents that he do so. As a result, the Senate need not decide whether it possesses the power or jurisdiction to try and convict a former president who resigned, or how it might best proceed to effectuate justice in such a case. That's not this case. The plain meaning of the Constitution's text, faithfully and consistently applied, should govern whether the United States Senate is vested by the Constitution with the power to convict a private citizen of the United States. It is not. The House managers posit in their trial memorandum that despite the fact that the primary and only necessary remedy upon conviction, removal, is a legal nullity, this late impeachment trial is appropriate because the other, secondary, optional remedy that the Senate is not even required to consider and which only takes effect upon a later separate vote, disqualification from future office, can still theoretically be applied to a former president. The managers contend Article 2, Section 4 states a straightforward rule. Whenever a civil officer is impeached and convicted for high crimes and misdemeanors, they shall be removed. Absolutely nothing about this rule implies, let alone requires, that former officials who can still face disqualification are immune from impeachment and conviction. That's what they say. They told you that today. In other words, so the argument goes, a president no longer holding office does not moot the entirety of remedies afforded him by impeachment. This, however, also flies in the face of both the plain meaning of the text and the canons of statutory interpretation. First of all, the managers once again simply choose to ignore the text. Even in the passage that the managers cite, the word shall does, to put it mildly, imply a requirement. An imperative such that an impeachment in which removal would be impossible is invalid. Shall means shall. The Supreme Court has made clear that when a statute uses the word shall, Congress has imposed a mandatory duty upon the subject of the command, as in shall remove. Indeed, the mandatory shall normally creates an obligation impervious to judicial discretion. And wherever the Constitution commands, discretion terminates. Shall means mandatory, and shall be removed is not possible for a former officer no longer in office. Impeachment cannot apply. Now, here's the and argument you may have heard about, read about, if you follow such things. This is another one Judge Starr is big on, and many of the textual scholars have written about. Managers critically ignore this language in Article 1, Section 3, Clause 7, which states that judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification, from office, comma, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. Ordinarily, as in everyday English, use of the conjunctive and in a list means that all of the listed requirements must be satisfied, while use of the disjunctive or means that only one of the listed requirements needs to be satisfied. Judge Kenneth Starr subscribes strongly to this argument and understands the comma to provide further support for the reading. And Judge Michael Ludwig, again, recently argued, the Constitution links the impeachment remedy of disqualification from future office with the remedy of removal from the office that person currently occupies. The former remedy does not apply in situations where the latter is unavailable. Conviction and removal are inextricably intertwined. If removal no longer is possible, neither is an impeachment conviction. Judge Ludwig's view is consistent with that of Justice Joseph Story in his famous commentaries on the Constitution, wherein Justice Story analyzed impeachment is inapplicable to officials who have left their position because removal, a primary remedy that the impeachment process authorizes, is no longer necessary. Justice Story noted that he is not coming to a firm posit on this. This is his belief, and this is his thought process. There's also much force in the remark that an impeachment is a proceeding purely of a political nature. It is not so much designed to punish an offender as to secure the state against gross official misdemeanors. It touches neither his person nor his property, but simply divests him of his political capacity. Professor Philip Bobbitt. Now, I have to say this is insulting. We heard earlier today, we don't cite any scholars. Professor Philip Bobbitt is the distinguished Wexler professor at Columbia University who, along with Professor Charles Black, wrote the handbook on impeachment used for many, many years. He is a constitutional expert on impeachment. He has written that there is little discussion in the historical record surrounding the precise question of whether a person no longer a civil officer can be impeached. And in light of the clarity of the text, this is hardly surprising, Professor Bobbitt wrote. Professor Bobbitt, by the way, who has a rich family history in the Democratic Party, LBJ, also asserted the following as recently as January 27, 2021, arguing against holding this trial. He said, quote, "There is no authority granted to Congress to impeach and convict persons who are not civil officers of the United States. It's as simple as that. But simplicity doesn't mean unimportance," Professor Bobbitt wrote. Limiting Congress to its specified powers is a crucial element in the central idea of the United States Constitution, putting the state under law. Professor Bobbitt and former Stanford University law professor Richard Danzig have remarked that impeachment's principal purpose, as the 66th of the Federalist Papers makes clear, is to check the encroachments of the executive. Trial by jury, rules of evidence, and other safeguards are put aside, they write, because of the need to protect the public from further abuse of office. Similarly, yesterday, Professor Eugene Konorovich wrote, "The Constitution provides that the impeachment process is to be used to remove all civil officers of the United States, that is, people holding a government position. Yet in the case of Mr. Trump, the House is reading the Constitution as if it said the process applies to all civil officers of the United States and people who aren't civil officers but once were. Exactly what it does not say." We've been told by the House managers about miscitations in our brief. I'd like to draw your attention to page 37, This is a substantive misrepresentation to you, I would respectfully suggest. And it reflects to me a very different view of democracy, a fear of democracy. They wrote on page 37 of their brief that the framers, I'm paraphrasing the first part, the framers themselves would not have hesitated to convict on these facts. Their worldview, this is a quote now, was shaped by a study of classical history as well as a lived experience of resistance and resolution. They were aware of the danger posed by opportunists who incited mobs to violence for political gain. They drafted the Constitution to avoid such thuggery, which they associated with the threat of civil disorder and early assumption of power by a dictator. The citation is 178, Bernard Bailyn, The Ideological Origins of the American Revolution. That's this book. Professor Bailyn, when he gave this description of the threat of civil disorder and the early assumption of power by a dictator and thuggery, was referring to early colonists' view toward democracy. They feared democracy. That's what they call thuggery. Democracy, because it's an elitist point of view, an elitist political point of view. We don't fear democracy, we embrace it. In summing up, let's be crystal clear on where we stand and why we are here. The singular goal of the House managers and House leadership in pursuing the impeachment conviction of Donald J. Trump is to use these proceedings to disenfranchise at least 74 million Americans with whom they viscerally disagree, and to ensure that neither they nor any other American ever again can cast a vote for Donald Trump. And if they convince you to go forward, their ultimate hope is that this will be a shot across the bow of any other candidate for public office who would dare to take up a political message that is very different from their own political point of view as the direction in which they wish to take our country. Under our Constitution, this body and the impeachment process must never be permitted to be weaponized for partisan political purposes. This article of impeachment must be dismissed for lack of jurisdiction based on what we have discussed here today and what's in our brief. The institution of the presidency is at risk unless a strong message is sent by the dismissal of the article of impeachment. Before we close, I want to leave you with two thoughts. One was expressed by Abraham Lincoln. He comes to mind first because of the way in which our nation is now divided. We must learn from his times. He had a simple but important message about the paramount importance of doing what is right. Mr. Lincoln said, stand with anybody that stands right, stand with him when he is right, and part with him when he goes wrong. In both cases, you are right. In both cases, you oppose the dangerous extremes. In both cases, you stand on moral ground and hold the ship level and steady. In both, you are national and nothing less than national. And the second message is from one of Mr. Lincoln's favorite poets, who wrote in 1849 at a time fraught with division and risk for even more. The message from that other time of division is a call for hope and unity to bring strength. It has special meaning today. Poet Longfellow wrote, sail forth into the sea, O ship, through wind and wave, right onward steer. The moistened eye, the trembling lip are not the signs of doubt or fear. Sail forth into the sea of life, O gentle, loving, trusting wife, and safe from all adversity upon the bosom of that sea, thy comings and thy goings be. For gentleness and love and trust prevail o'er angry wave and gust, and in the wreck of noble lives something immortal still survives. Thou too sail on, O ship of state, sail on, O Union, strong and great. Humanity with all its fears, with all the hopes of future years, is hanging breathless on thy fate. We know what master laid thy keel, what workman wrought thy ribs of steel, who make each mast and sail and rope, what anvils rang, what hammers beat, and what a forge and what a heat were shaped the angers of thy hope. Fear not each sudden sound and shock. 'Tis of the wave, excuse me, 'tis of the wave and not the rock. 'Tis but the flapping of the sail and not a rent made by the gale. In spite of rock and tempest's roar, in spite of false lights on the shore, sail on, not fear to breast the sea. Our hearts, our hopes are all with thee. Our hearts, our hopes, our prayers, our tears, our faith triumphant over our fears, are all with thee, are all with thee.
That was the attorney for former President Trump, David Schoen, completing his presentation, and I think that adds up to about 2 hours, which is what each side is given. We're now, it looks as if Jamie Raskin, the representative from Maryland, stepping back to the lectern to wrap up the Democrats'
it's been a long day,
argument. Let's listen.
And we thank you and we thank all the senators for their careful attention to the legal arguments and your courtesy to the managers and to the lawyers here. This has been the most bipartisan impeachment in American history, and we hope it will continue to be so in the days ahead. And nothing could be more bipartisan than the desire to recess. So the only issue before the Senate today, of course, is whether Donald Trump is subject to the court of impeachment that the Senate has convened. We see no need to make any further argument that this body has the power to convict and to disqualify President Trump for his breathtaking constitutional crime of inciting a violent insurrection against our government. Tomorrow, we will address the amazing array of issues suggested by the thoughtful presentations by our colleagues, including the First Amendment, due process, partisanship under our Constitution, the Bill of Attainder Clause, and many, many more. But in the meantime, we waive all further arguments. We waive our 33 minutes of rebuttal, and we give those 33 minutes gratefully back to the Senate of the United States.
All time yielded back, all time has been yielded back. Then the question is whether Donald John Trump is subject to the jurisdiction of a court of impeachment for acts committed while President of the United States, notwithstanding the expiration of his term in that office.
I ask for the yeas and nays, Mr. President.
Is there a sufficient second? There is a sufficient second, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Blackburn.
The arguments from the Democratic House managers and from the attorneys for President Trump ended fairly abruptly, 2 hours from the president's lawyers and about an hour and a half from the House managers. Let's listen to what the senators' votes are.
Mr. Bozeman,
this is
no.
on the
Mr. Braun.
constitutionality of the
Mr.
impeachment
Braun,
article,
no.
whether it's
Mr.
constitutional
Brown.
for this trial to take place.
Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. No. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Kennedy? No. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. King? Mr. King, aye. Ms. Klobuchar? Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Langford? Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Leahy? Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Lummis? Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Manchin? Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Marshall? Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. McConnell? Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Merkley? Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Moran? Ms. Murkowski? Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy, aye. Mrs. Murray? Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Ossoff? Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Padilla? Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Paul? Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Portman? Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Risch? Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Romney? Mr. Romney, aye. Ms. Rosen? Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Rounds? Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Rubio? Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Sanders? Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Sass? Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Schatz? Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Schumer? Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida? No. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mrs. Shaheen? Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Shelby? Mr. Shelby, no. Ms. Sinema? Ms. Sinema, aye. Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Stabenow? Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Tester? Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Thune? Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Tillis? Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Toomey? Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Tuberville? Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Warner? Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Warnock? Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Warren? Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Wicker? Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Wyden? Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Blackburn? Mrs. Blackburn, no.
We're waiting to hear the final tally on the vote on whether it is constitutional for the Senate to conduct this impeachment trial. They should announce the results any moment.
Okay. The yeas are 56 and the nays are 44, and then Elizabeth will have something for the read.
On this vote, the yeas are 56, the nays are 44, and pursuant to S. 47, the Senate having voted in the affirmative on the foregoing question, the Senate shall proceed with the trial as provided under the provisions of that resolution.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that the trial adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow, Wednesday, February 10th, and that this order also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
Without objection, we shall stand in adjournment until noon tomorrow.
And with a vote of 56 yes to 44 no, the United States Senate has voted to move ahead with the impeachment trial of former President Trump. That means 6 Republicans voted with the Democrats to proceed. That is not enough when you get to the question of the impeachment conviction. That will require for it to pass 67 votes, but right now 56. A total of 56 with 6 Republicans join the Democrats. Let's quickly turn to our analysts who've been very patiently with us all afternoon listening to these arguments. Victoria Nurse, Elizabeth Christ, Frank Bowman, Michael Allen. I'm just going to quickly come to each one of you. Victoria Nurse, to you first. You listened to both sides. What did you make of the arguments today?
Well, I think the House made a really strong case, I have to say, and that reflects the fact that there are conservative academics who really believe there isn't much of a case on the president's side. And we saw that with the first lawyer for the president, who didn't really reference any law. That wouldn't do so well at my constitutional law classroom. The second lawyer did slightly better, but they basically were talking past each other because this isn't a late impeachment. The president was impeached while he was in office. Impeachment is the charge, not the conviction. That's why I think you can see that there were some Republicans who are willing to vote to move forward with the trial. And Elizabeth Christ.
Well, I think the House managers did definitely tug at our heartstrings. The president's lawyers talked about maybe criminalizing speech. But the vote was almost the same as it was 14 days ago when Senator Paul brought up the same question, although they did gain 1 Republican. So maybe that new Republican, I guess we'll all learn who that 6th Republican is. Maybe his or her heartstrings got a little tugged by the House managers. But we'll see. Obviously, we'll hear lots more tomorrow.
I believe it was Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana who was the 6th Republican to vote. You're right. The other 5, Collins, Romney, Sass, and Murkowski were the 5, and then to that added today Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana. And I'm told I left out Patrick Toomey, who's the Pennsylvania Republican senator. Frank Bowman, you heard both sides. I think it's fair to say the Democrats made a somewhat more emotional argument toward the end. The Republicans former president's lawyers acknowledged that they changed the order of their argument because of the final words from impeachment manager Jamie Raskin.
Well, the House managers certainly made emotional appeals, but I also think, to be honest, they made by far the better constitutional argument, grounded in far better analysis of history, text, precedent, and the like. In the end, the president's lawyers were left making a number of rather odd arguments that really didn't have anything to do with Senate jurisdiction at all. Mostly they were beating up on the House in this weird argument where they were saying, on the one hand, the House impeachment was too fast because that didn't afford the president due process. But on the other hand, it was too slow in that it left the president to be tried by the Senate. Well, which is it? Was it too fast or was it too slow? I don't think their arguments were at all compelling. And in the end, of course, they failed. And Michael Allen, so much of this hinges on reading, of course, on reading the Constitution, on what the Senate shall do once there's been an impeachment in the House. And yet they're moving forward. We're going to now tomorrow turn to, if you will, the guts of this case against former President Trump.
That's right. So we've established that the Senate does have jurisdiction, which I think is the sensible thing for this body to have held in any instance. But tomorrow, as you say, we'll get down to business here. I think the president is going to try and advance this argument that I don't think holds much water, which is essentially that his First Amendment rights are trampled upon if he were to be convicted. I'm not a practicing lawyer, but I do remember the old concept of you can't shout fire in a crowded theater. This seems a little bit like, you did way too much. You went way over the top in urging people to go up to the Capitol. So I'm not so sure the freedom of speech argument is going to work well today. I think the House members have the emotional arguments. I think they have most of the law on their side, although the jurisdictional argument, I think, was a little bit confusing. But I think the impeachment managers can argue, well, that argument's gone now. You've lost that vote, so now we're on to the merits of the case.
And we will see where that takes us. We did get a hint today of some of the arguments that we're going to be hearing in the hours and the days to come. And I'm so glad the four of you are going to be with us for that. Frank Bowman, Michael Allen, Elizabeth Christ, and Victoria Nurse, thank you all for that. We appreciate it. And that now doesn't conclude our coverage of the second Trump impeachment trial, a PBS NewsHour special. This is day one. Be sure to join us again tomorrow at 12 noon for day two of the Senate trial, and then, of course, on the NewsHour tonight. We thank you, and we will see you soon. I'm Judy Woodruff. We appreciate your joining us.
This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
You're watching PBS.
1 month ago this Saturday, a mob of Americans stormed the U.S. Capitol in a failed attempt to deny Joe Biden's victory in the November election. The Department of Justice has arrested and charged rioters, and the Biden administration has launched a review of what it calls domestic violent extremism. Nick Schifrin provides an update on the criminal consequences so far and the threat that remains persistent. And then Yamiche Alcindor has a conversation on the country's seemingly cavernous political divide. Let's begin with Nick's report.
They broke through barricades, assaulted police, shattered windows, and once inside, destroyed and stole property. Over the past month, the Justice Department charged more than 180 rioters.
The scope and scale of this investigation in these cases are really unprecedented.
I'm referring to information operations. Trump supporters who say they were swept into the crowd, like 22-year-old care worker Riley June Williams, seen here before she allegedly stole a laptop from Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office.
Proud Boys.
And law enforcement says playing a key role, right-wing extremists. Video shows members of the militia, the Oath Keepers, and 4 January 6th indictments are for members of the Proud Boys, recently designated a terrorist group by Canada. They face charges including conspiracy, disorderly conduct, and obstructing or impeding an official proceeding, which carries a maximum penalty of 20 years.
Many of these groups were very explicit about their violent intentions.
Since the 90s, retired FBI Special Agent Michael German has tracked white supremacists and right-wing militias.
There is tremendous amount of public evidence that can be used even today to target the most violent actors. I am concerned that the FBI in particular and the Department of Justice are focusing on January 6th as if it's a sui generis event and not recognizing that many of these people had been engaging in violence around the country for months or years.
In Charlottesville in 2017, a neo-Nazi plowed his car into an anti-white supremacy protest, killing 1 woman. Most recently, at the Million MAGA March in Washington, D.C. in November, Proud Boys members brawled with counter-protesters. 1 man was stabbed. And another D.C. rally in December resulted in more clashes, multiple stabbings, and a couple dozen arrested.
All the signs were there that some of the supporters of Donald Trump were serious, they were dangerous.
Jane Holt was Deputy Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security under President Obama. She says even a decade ago, federal reports voicing concern about right-wing extremism were disparaged and their authors punished. Holt says that accelerated under President Trump.
People were reluctant to put out reports of the factors that we knew were coalescing to cause us great concern on January 6th. But no formal statement was issued. And the feeling that we hear is that it was not issued because when such things were stated publicly, that individuals paid with their careers.
This was repeated activity that was not being addressed by law enforcement, which conditioned these groups to believe that this was okay. This was something they could do, which attracts more violent people who just want to commit violence, and here's a place they can do it and actually get a pat on the back rather than handcuffs.
What consequences have rioters paid? Many lost jobs. Most face charges of entering a restricted building and disorderly conduct. Far fewer have been charged with more serious crimes. No one has yet to be charged for the death of Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, who lied in honor at the Capitol this week.
There is a definition of domestic terrorism, but perhaps surprisingly to many of us, it doesn't carry any criminal penalties. And so if you're charging individuals who are intent on violence, law enforcement is having to use, as you say, other statutes and other provisions. But, the old saying, the wheels of justice grind slowly, but they grind. And that's what's happening here.
German says the FBI doesn't need to wait for Congress to act.
There's no new legislation that's required. The FBI has ample authority in its domestic terrorism portfolio. It's just a matter of focusing their attention and making sure that they have the direction to actually investigate these crimes.
After the attack, social media tried to stop the spread of the kind of misinformation that incited the rioters. Twitter suspended tens of thousands of accounts. The right-wing friendly social media Parler was taken down, and multiple social media platforms suspended former President Donald Trump. As the FBI continues its investigation, the nation's capital is slowly returning to normal. But 5,000 National Guard troops will remain in D.C. through mid-March. And last week, the Department of Homeland Security issued a nationwide domestic terrorism bulletin warning that extremists could continue to mobilize to incite or commit violence.
Is there still an ongoing threat moving forward?
It's the same as the threat that existed on January 5th, 2021, or 10 years before that, or 10 years before that. These groups are persistently violent against communities that don't have the kind of public platform that members of Congress have, right? So it's important now that their attention is focused on it, that we actually understand how this impacts all segments of our society, not just the powerful.
And so today, the concern is not if, but when extremists will plan another violent event, and if law enforcement can prevent it. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schiffern.
And now to the analysis of Brooks and Capehart. That is New York Times columnist David Brooks and Jonathan Capehart, columnist for the Washington Post. Very good to see both of you this Friday night. Let's start by talking about the Republican Party. Jonathan, the Republicans in the House of Representatives this week voted, just in the last day, voted not to take away committee assignments from Marjorie Taylor Greene, conspiracy theorist, someone who's made deeply disturbing statements. They left it to the full House, meaning Democrats took that vote. Greene said today that it didn't really bother her, that committees don't matter, and besides, it's Donald Trump's party anyway. Is she right?
Well, she's right in that it's Donald Trump's party, but she's wrong about the fact that it doesn't matter. It does matter. And if she doesn't think committee assignments or being assigned to a committee matters, then she shouldn't be in government. She should resign her seat if she doesn't believe that sitting on a committee, doing the work of being an elected representative and representing your constituents in Congress, if that doesn't matter, then perhaps she should go back to Georgia. But this is indeed Donald Trump's party. And we saw it with the votes that were taken within the Republican caucus. Marjorie Taylor Greene was able to hold on to her committee seat because the vote was a public vote within the caucus. Liz Cheney was able to hold on to her leadership post within the Republican caucus because that vote was a secret ballot. And we talked all this week about how her hold on her leadership post was tenuous because the base was so angry, the caucus was so angry, and yet by secret ballot, she won re-election to that leadership post within the caucus overwhelmingly. So this might be Donald Trump's Republican Party, but behind closed doors within the Republican caucus, at least as it's playing out in the House, there are some tensions there.
And David, I mean, what Congresswoman Greene actually said was that it's a waste of time. She views committees as a waste of time. But my question to you is, what does this say about the Republican Party in Congress?
Yeah, I've decided to look on the bright side. I think this was the week we saw more anti-Trump activity in the Republican Party than any week in the last 5 years. We've had Mitch McConnell calling Marjorie Taylor Greene's ideas cancerous. Liz Cheney won by 2-1. That was not automatic. And it shows there's a lot of people who, in the House Republican caucus, who are not with the Trumpsters. They're a little intimidated by them, but in private, that's not where their views are. We had Nebraska Senator Ben Sasse with a very forthright assault on the GOP of one of the counties in Nebraska who wants to censure him. And so people are beginning to stand up in ways that haven't happened. And I think partly January 6th, partly looking at what the things that Greene believes, they see, as McConnell said, that these are just disastrous cancers for the party. And so it's not all the way there, but we're beginning to see much more of an assault than we saw before. And then just finally, we had 10 Republican senators break from a bit of their party and put out a COVID relief proposal. So I'm seeing progress.
Well, let's pursue that. I mean, Jonathan, I interviewed former Missouri Senator John Danforth this week, who said his party, who he says he's still a Republican, has become, he said, a grotesque caricature of what it once was. That it's no longer conservative. It's a populist at the extremes. Where do you see this going? Is the question.
Well, I do agree with David that there are green shoots, to use a phrase from a previous presidency, green shoots of progress, and maybe even green shoots of a new beginning. But the Republican Party right now is going through, I think, is going to be a multi-cycle refreshing. That these green shoots that we are seeing, will that mean that Republicans become more emboldened and stand up for themselves, and going into the midterm elections, the non-Trump Republicans get elected? Maybe even Republicans take over the House, but not with Trump Republicans. I don't know. But what I do know is this: the Republican Party is not going to cure itself of what former Senator Danforth talked about until it has concerted leadership within the caucus to push the Marjorie Taylor Greenes and the other folks within that caucus, because she is not the only one, push them aside and get about the business of governing. I focus on House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who should have used the Marjorie Taylor Greene moment as a leadership moment to do what a leader is supposed to do and stand up for the values of the party and the caucus, and to push aside those who run afoul of that. I don't know what Leader McCarthy stands for. I don't know what the Republican Party stands for. And if his calculations this week are about retaking the House in 2022, my question is, what is your program? What are you for? Because unless you can tell the American people, and particularly folks in the districts around the country, unless you can tell people what the Republican Party will do and what Leader McCarthy would do as Speaker proactively, positively, then why should the American people look at the Republican Party as a viable alternative to the Democratic Party?
Well, speaking of what the Republicans can do, David, you mentioned the Republican role, I think, in COVID relief. What role do you see them playing as the president is saying we need to go big, Republicans and even some Democrats raising questions?
Yeah, Joe Biden ran on bipartisanship and unity. He had a chance when the 10 Republicans put forth their $618 billion proposal to say, okay, let's try for a week. I'm not going to give you more than a week, but I'll give you a week. And we'll see if you can get you over $1 trillion. The Republicans have already voted for roughly $4 trillion in aid. I think they could have gotten a fifth. But the problem is, aside from Joe Biden, I don't think there's any taste for bipartisanship in the Democratic Party, sometimes with justified reason. They've just lived through the horror of the Trump presidency. They just lived through January 6th. They just don't have much respect or trust for the Republican Party, and so they don't want to do bipartisanship. I think those 10 Republicans really do. I think there are another 10 or 15 in the Senate who would prefer it. They're not going to go as big as Biden wants to go, but I think they would like it. But you can't tell people to trust people they don't trust. Trust takes time, and the trust is not there for bipartisanship in this Congress. I think Biden really wants to do it. The evidence of this week is we're just not going to see that.
Jonathan, what do you see as the outlook for bipartisanship?
Well, it depends on your definition of bipartisanship. If bipartisanship you mean sitting with people from the other side of the aisle, talking through the issues, talking through policies and programs, and then as President of the United States, you decide that what you have heard does not meet the policy proposals that you have in mind and the mandate you feel you have from the American people, well, then if you go a different route, that doesn't mean that you haven't been bipartisan. It just means that you have a different governing philosophy. I do think President Biden has lived up to his his promise to be bipartisanship. He didn't have to meet with those 10 senators, and yet he did. I do think that, David was absolutely right in what he said and in his terrific column today in the New York Times. I don't think that Democrats don't want to do bipartisanship. I do think that Democrats do suffer from a lack of trust because they have been Charlie Brown to the Republicans, Lucy, with the football. When President Obama was in the White House, President Obama tried desperately to negotiate in good faith with Republicans, only to have them say no, be recalcitrant. And having learned that lesson, President Biden, having been part of the Obama-Biden White House, does not want to be in that position, nor should he, especially when you have millions of Americans who are not only suffering through a pandemic, but also through the resultant economic crisis.
And David, lingering effects, I mean, if the Democrats end up doing this with Democratic votes, what's the fallout? What does that mean for the future?
Well, the people do really like bipartisanship. Our own Amy Walter had a good column this week saying that when you try to pass something on a partisan basis, what happens is that piece of legislation tends to be unpopular because independents would rather you do it on a bipartisan basis. So I think in the long term, Democrats probably made it slightly more likely the Republicans will do very well in the midterm if they ram this through on a partisan basis. Having said that, I think the size of our social problems are so large that $1.9 trillion basically given to the least fortunate among us is about the right size. And so I wish they had done a bipartisanship. I wish the Republicans had come up to like 1.2 trillion. But I'm thinking about the country. I'm thinking about a country that is suffering from inequality, from decay, from declining prospects, from a rural-urban income gap. And $1.9 trillion can go a long way to setting us on a different social path, a more equal social path. And so despite my reservations about the way they're doing it, I still think it needs to be done.
Just a little over a minute left. I want to get from both of you your expectations for next week's impeachment trial, the second one, Jonathan, for President Trump. What do you think will happen?
I think we will hear wrenching testimony in that the House impeachment managers will present a case that will bring the American people and the witnesses/jurors back to that day on January 6th. I expect the moment to be probably one of the most impactful, emotional moments in recent American history. But I also expect this trial to be short. I wouldn't be surprised if we're talking about the end of this trial a week from today.
And David, what do you expect?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm mostly struck by how Donald Trump has sort of vanished. Obviously, he's off Twitter, but he's not really taking any measures to be anywhere. And so this is going to be a one-sided affair, which will end in an acquittal, and then we'll get back to business. I'll be very curious to see if the nation tunes in or whether they're really ready to move on from the Trump era.
Well, we are going to be covering it, and we are going to be asking the two of you about it 1 week from tonight at exactly this time. David Brooks, Jonathan Capehart, thank you both.
Thanks, Judy. Thanks.
Never before has a former president faced an impeachment trial, and never before has one president been impeached twice. Here to navigate these uncharted waters with us, our Politics Monday pair. That's Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report and Tamara Keith of NPR. Hello to both of you on this Monday evening. And Tam, it took us, 20 years from the impeachment of President Clinton to get to the first impeachment of President Trump, but only 1 year to get to the second impeachment of President Trump. How is this trial going to be different?
Well, that 1 year was 2020, and it felt like 20 years. But this is going to be different because this is a much different case. With the first impeachment, it was something that happened behind closed doors. It was a phone call. There was a transcript. There wasn't video. There wasn't, a public campaign as there was this time, where President Trump led a public campaign over a series of weeks to try to undermine the outcome of the election or reverse the outcome of the election, which culminated on January 6th with that rally that was followed by the insurrection that left 5 people dead. And so House impeachment managers are going to be able to make a much clearer case, one that doesn't require understanding foreign policy or, sort of what the role of the president is or what the president can ask another leader to do. This is, in a way, much simpler. The case that the president's lawyers will be making is that it's unconstitutional to impeach someone or to convict someone, a president, after they've left office. It'll be more of a process argument, which often is, I think they also made a process argument last time, too.
And Amy, what would you add to what's different, but also in terms of the public's view of this compared to how the American people were watching and thinking the last go around?
Sure. I think the most obvious, Judy, is that there's not a sense of urgency in this case as there was back in January of 2020. Obviously, we were talking about removing a president from office during an election year. The last year then, if he were convicted, would be completed by Vice President Mike Pence. So with President Trump now no longer in office, obviously lost re-election, that's just not, it doesn't have quite the same intensity as it did back then. As Tam pointed out, I think the other thing that's missing is that will be different is there's going to be more video and less testimony, right? Less talking and more of the video coming from the Democratic managers. And finally, I think that there's a skepticism, especially among, or even among, many Democratic voters. And the skepticism born of watching politics in the Trump era, watching whether it was the first impeachment, whether it was the other series of controversial things that President Trump did, and watched Republicans in Congress really stand aside, not criticize, not vote against, continuing to unify behind him. And so the idea that you're going to find 17 Republicans, I think you hear from even Democrats who would like to see this process work through, they don't see that happening. And I think voters, even Democratic voters, are ready to kind of turn the page and move on.
And what about those Republican senators, Tam? We assume that all the Democrats or most of the Democratic senators will vote to convict. We don't know that yet, but we'll see. But the Republicans being watched more closely, what kind of pressure are they under from the Trump base, from the Republican base?
Well, and we got a bit of a preview with this vote on whether it is constitutional to impeach a president after he's left office. And the majority of Republicans, the vast majority of Republicans, voted in favor of that, saying that it's not constitutional. So what is going to happen this time that is different than last time? It's not clear. And for these Republicans, look at what happened to the Republicans in the House who voted for impeachment this time around. Those Republicans have been punished. There is no reward in the Republican Party for distancing yourself from President Trump. And these are House members, Republicans who were in the chamber or were personally affected by this insurrection that came into the Capitol, and they voted their conscience as their leaders told them they could, and they have been censured by the Republican parties in their states, which tells you that there are consequences. People who cross President Trump time after time after time, no matter how at the moment it seems like maybe this will be the time that he loses his grip, every time, ultimately, the people who go against him are punished by the party.
Right.
Amy, how real is the Trump enduring influence over these senators? Are we seeing any waning of it?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Judy. And I think what we're starting to see, at least in some polling, is that there is some frustration, even among Republican voters, even Republicans who voted for Donald Trump, with the way he behaved in those final weeks of his presidency, denying that he lost the election. pressuring Republicans to overturn the results, pressuring Congress to overturn the results, and then, of course, the attack on the Capitol. But we also don't know, a year from now, 2 years from now, when we're up for, yes, another election, we have the midterm elections in 2022, the 5 Republicans who, as Tam pointed out, voted to allow this to go forward, saying they thought it was constitutional, of those 5, only 1 is up for re-election. The rest of them either just won re-election or they're not up until 2024. So they don't have an immediate consequence in the same way that House members do, who are up every 2 years. But I also know that historically, look, it's the person who sits in the White House that becomes the focal point of politics. It's very hard when you're not in the bully pulpit to continue to drive the political conversation and the party. The one way where I think we could expect him to still get involved is in primaries, where the core voters are still going to turn out and listen to what the president has to say. This is why there are a lot of Republicans very worried about states like Arizona and Pennsylvania, states that will determine control of the Senate in 2022 if President Trump gets involved and endorses a candidate like Trump or a candidate who's in that same mold. That could put those seats at risk.
And I've tried not to let the word 2022 slip from my lips,
Sorry,
Amy, until you forced me to say it. Just now, just about 40 seconds left. I just want to quickly ask both of you, how much do you think the Biden White House is truly counting on some Republican support for their COVID relief plan? Tam, Amy, quick.
Yeah, let me just say they are redefining what bipartisan is, citing Republican mayors, for instance, saying that makes it bipartisan.
Amy?
Yes, I don't know that we're going to see a lot of that support. Again, it goes to this, Judy. Those 2 races, those special elections in Georgia, changed everything. It gave Biden a lot more opportunities to work just with his own party.
All right, we are watching it all. Amy Walter, Tamara Keith, Politics Monday. Thank you both. Today, Congress is preparing for the Senate impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump, which begins tomorrow. It is an historic first for the nation, as a president has never been impeached twice. Our Yamiche Alcindor and Lisa Desjardins joins me now. Hello to both of you on this Monday night. Lisa, to you first. We are just less than a day away, but they're still hammering out the details of how this is going to work. Tell us what you know at this point.
Remarkably, Judy, we just got the final details for this trial in the last couple of hours. This will be a shorter impeachment trial, it looks like, at least, than the first one for former President Trump. Let's go through how this is going to work. First of all, tomorrow, the first day of the trial, that day is being set aside for arguments over the constitutionality of this trial. There will be up to 4 hours of arguments, and then the Senate will vote on whether this is constitutional to try a former president. You may recall the Senate has taken a similar vote. They will do it again tomorrow. That is expected to pass. Then Wednesday, for the rest of the week, will be the arguments of the trial itself, presentations by both sides, up to 16 hours per side, so 4 days total. Now, there's a note here. The trial will not meet on Saturday. They will recognize the Jewish Sabbath as per the request of one of former President Trump's attorneys, who is an Orthodox Jew. Instead, the trial will resume on Sunday. Now, talk about this. We expect these to be the main days of the arguments, those 4 days up until Sunday. After that, closing arguments for about 4 hours, again, far fewer than in the past trial, and senators will then have 4 hours to ask questions. Again, also much less than last time. An open question that is not yet resolved is, will there be witnesses? This Senate resolution that is governing the trial allows for witnesses if House managers or Trump's attorneys ask for them, and if the Senate votes to allow it. So we may not have an answer to that question soon. I'm told that House managers have not yet decided if they want witnesses or not. One very last note, I'm told senators will be allowed to space out throughout the chamber into the galleries, and there will be a special room. They will use one of the cloakrooms, sort of, or one of the Senate lobbies, and have a television in there for senators to watch off the floor so they can space out.
All this in the era of COVID. And Lisa, what is known at this point about how the prosecutors plan to make their case?
Just a few things here, Judy. They really believe they want to say that President Trump himself was personally responsible for this riot, and they are going to use videos from social media to prove their case. I don't have more details on that, but I expect that to come from people who participated in the riot, perhaps as well as people who covered it.
And now over to you, Yamiche. You've been in touch with former President Trump's people. What do we know about how his lawyers, his attorneys, plan to present his defense?
Former President Trump's lawyers plan to defend him vigorously, and they're really going to be going with two-track approach. The first is focused on the process, the jurisdiction, the due process. The second part is going to be focused on the speech, on political rhetoric, on the First Amendment. On the first part, there was a 78-page brief released today from his lawyers. Part of that really is a window into what they're going to be saying during this trial, and I want to read from you some part of it. It says, the Senate is being asked to do something patently ridiculous, try a private citizen in a process that is designed to remove him from an office that he no longer holds. That's the president's lawyer saying there that he's no longer president of the United States, and thus he should not be in an impeachment trial. Of course, Democrats say there is still the issue of whether or not he should be banned from holding office. The second part of the president's lawyer's defense is, again, when coming to political rhetoric. And for that, they write, the president did not direct anyone to commit lawless actions. The claim that he could be responsible if a small group of criminals misunderstood him is simply absurd. They're saying here that the president's words were to walk peacefully to the Capitol. Of course, Democrats are saying, in fact, that the president said fight like hell, and as a result, that really incited thousands of people to go to the Capitol and do that. One other thing, we should be watching for video of this. There's, from my understanding, the president's lawyers are going to be using video of Democrats saying fiery things at political rallies to make their point. Also, this is in direct contrast to what the president's own supporters are saying when they're being tried in court. They're saying the president told us to go to the Capitol in their different states, and this is the president's lawyer saying that's just simply not the case.
And Yamiche, what can we expect to hear from the people who are arguably at the center of this? President Trump himself, President Biden.
Well, we're going to hear a lot from President Trump's lawyers, and we're going to hear very little, from my understanding, from former President Trump as well as for current President Joe Biden. I want to walk you through who his attorneys are. The first is Bruce Castor. He served 2 terms as an elected district attorney in Montgomery County, just outside of Philadelphia. He's most famous for his 2005 decision not to prosecute Bill Cosby when he was facing allegations of sexual assault from a Temple University employee. There's also David Schoen. He is another attorney. He represented Roger Stone, was a Trump associate. He also consulted with the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during the final days before his death. He's had some very controversial clients, including accused mobsters, including successfully defending the Ku Klux Klan, as well as others. And what you see here is really 2 men that are going to be taking to the stage, really defending the president full-throatedly. The other thing to note is that the president isn't going to be testifying himself. I talked to his attorney, or his former attorney, Alan Dershowitz, and he told me that no attorney would want President Trump to be testifying. He said it would be a perjury trap. So this is really President Trump letting his lawyers doing all the talking. And the White House says President Biden will not be watching much of the impeachment trial. Instead, he'll be focused, they say, on getting his COVID relief bill passed.
Well, we are going to be covering it very closely, and the 2 of you are going to be right at the center of our coverage. Yamiche Alcindor, Lisa Desjardins, thank you both.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Judy Woodruff. On the NewsHour tonight, the trial begins. Donald Trump becomes the first former president to face judgment from the Senate as both sides begin to make their case over his role in the Capitol insurrection. Then, getting the vaccine. West Virginia emerges as a leader in the inoculation fight against COVID-19 as new variants of the virus continue to spread. And the longest war, a campaign of targeted assassinations against civil society, creates a climate of fear in Afghanistan's capital.
This should be a relatively safe neighborhood of Kabul. And one of the impacts of these killings is to remind everyone, especially professional women, that they're not safe anywhere in this city.
All that and more on tonight's PBS NewsHour.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by...
For 25 years, Consumer Cellular has been offering no-contract wireless plans designed to help people do more of what they like. Our U.S.-based customer service team can help find a plan that fits you. To learn more, visit consumercellular.tv.
Johnson & Johnson. BNSF Railway.
The John S. and James L. Knight Foundation, fostering informed and engaged communities. More at kf.org.
And with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
The United States Senate has made history today prosecuting a past president. The first order of business was voting 56-44 that putting Donald Trump on trial again is constitutional. Our congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins begins our coverage.
For the second time in just over a year, the Senate convened as a courtroom.
The Senate will convene as a court of impeachment.
In front of the dais, newly installed tables separated the defense from the prosecution. And senators already sworn in as jurors gathered for the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump. The former president is charged with inciting the deadly insurrection that more than a month later still has the Capitol building on edge, surrounded by razor wire and heightened security.
We outnumber you 1,000,000 out here.
Democrats began dramatically with a video showing the attack on the Capitol and President Trump's actions and words that day.
After this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Yeah! Let's take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. Let's take the Capitol. We are going to the Capitol.
The team of House Democrats acting as impeachment managers were inside the Capitol themselves during the attack and stressed the danger they saw.
What you experienced that day, what we experienced that day, what our country experienced that day is the framers' worst nightmare come to life.
Lead impeachment manager Representative Jamie Raskin was emotional, speaking of burying his son one day previously, and then on January 6th, fearing for the lives of his daughter and son-in-law who were at the Capitol with him.
This cannot be the future of America. We cannot have presidents inciting and mobilizing mob violence against our government.
He and other Democrats pointed to the Constitution itself as evidence that this trial should go ahead because it allows for officials to lose the right to run for office again.
Because the text of the Constitution makes clear there is no January exception to the impeachment power. That presidents can't commit grave offenses in their final days and escape any congressional response.
If Mr. Trump is convicted, senators could bar him from holding federal office in the future. This as dozens of constitutional and other lawyers, including conservative Charles Cooper, who published an op-ed, agree that the process is constitutional. Democrats also pointed to historical precedent, the 1876 trial of Secretary of War William Belknap, who resigned before his trial.
When his case reached the Senate, this body, Belknap made the exact same argument that President Trump is making today, that you all lack jurisdiction, any power to try him because he's a former official.
But the Senate then voted that it had the right to go ahead anyway.
The Belknap case is clear precedent that the Senate must proceed with this trial.
The Trump team started with a different approach.
One thing I have discovered, whether it be Democrats or Republicans, United States senators are patriots first. Patriots first. They love their country. They love their families. They love the states that they represent.
Pennsylvania Attorney Bruce Castor began by extolling the Senate and senators themselves, even praising his legal opponents.
We changed what we were going to do on account that we thought that the House manager's presentation was well done. Thank you, Mr.
He and fellow Trump lawyer David Schoen argued that the impeachment trial is an unnecessary and rushed partisan exercise, showing their own video of Democrats calling for impeachment years ago.
I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to call for the impeachment of the President of the United States of America.
I continue to say, impeach him! Impeach 45!
They argued the trial is divisive and unconstitutional.
The section I read, judgment, in other words, the bad thing that can happen, the judgment, in cases of impeachment, i.e. what we are doing, shall not extend further than removal from office. What is so hard about that? Which of those words are unclear? President Trump no longer is in office.
My overriding emotion is frankly wanting to cry for what I believe these proceedings will do to our great, so long enduring, sacred Constitution and to the American people on both sides of the great divide that now characterizes our nation.
Through it all, staff and senators watched, taking in the constitutional arguments that were more like opening arguments. Those officially are set to begin tomorrow.
And Lisa joins me now, along with our Yamiche Alcindor. Hello to both of you. You were both watching this very closely. Lisa, we could see only the speaker during today's proceedings, but you were in and out of the Senate chamber. Tell us the bigger picture there. How were senators reacting? What else was going on?
Senators certainly came ready to take notes, ready to be informed about the situation. But I will tell you that they definitely seem to be paying much more close attention to the Democrats' case than to the Republicans' case. I saw many senators, including some swing senators, taking copious notes during the Democrats' presentation. And of course, it's very significant that when that video of the riot was played, senators had different reactions. Some didn't react at all. Some looked down and didn't watch. Others were emotional and turned away because of the emotion that they were feeling and watching. In the midst of all of it, Senator Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader, whose own words were put in that video, was reactionless. So it was a fascinating sort of spectrum of reactions. But when Republicans began their case, when the Trump team began their case, I saw only one or two senators taking notes. And it was clear difference in sort of the way, the gravity that senators took those two sides, at least today. And we saw that in the vote as an additional Republican senator joined Democrats, Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, to vote to keep this trial going.
And Lisa, that's a reminder that at the last impeachment trial for former President Trump, the vote came down almost entirely, finally, along partisan lines. Only one senator joined the Democrats. What is your sense from reading the senators this time in terms of how they may be receiving the arguments?
I've been able to speak to many senators. They were actually remarkably chatty after this session today, just in the past few minutes. And something really stands out to me. I have never heard members of one party criticize an attorney representing their party the way that I've heard Republican senators in the last half hour talk about Bruce Castor, including Senator Lindsey Graham, one of Trump's biggest allies, saying, I thought I would figure out where he was going, but in the end, I don't know where he was going. Senator Lisa Murkowski told me it was a missed opportunity. Senator Susan Collins had this quote. She said, I was perplexed by that first lawyer who seemed to not make any arguments at all. General agreement that the second attorney for President Trump, Mr. Schoen, did a better job, but a missed opportunity is how Republicans look at that. On the other hand, they also think, I hear from Republicans and Democrats, that the Democratic team did better than the team we saw last year, that it was a more senatorial tone, less angry, less political, and more didactic and legal, something that senators seem to be paying closer attention to.
Interesting that they said that, in that 44 of them, all but 6, voted that it still was not constitutional to go ahead with the trial. But Yamiche, I know you'd been in touch with the Trump defense team before today. What struck you about the arguments they made?
Well, this was a Trump defense that was really at times meandering, at times really struggling to get to their point, and at times, frankly, confusing and contradicting the former President Trump's own words. That said, they did eventually get to the point, which was that they feel like Democrats are doing this for political theater, and that really this is about Democrats wanting to make sure that President Trump can't be their political opponent in future elections. Now, to Bruce Castor, who was that first attorney that Lisa and others are reporting is really getting bad remarks from both Democrats and Republicans. He made this argument that President Trump was really a target of a political motivated attack here. And he said something, though, that was really interesting, which is that he said the American people spoke and that they made sure to vote President Trump out of office. That is a concession that President Trump himself has never made. It's also something interesting that he said was in his long 50-minute speech. He said that he believes that no one on the Trump defense will be trying to at all defend the actions on January 6th. Now, let's keep that in mind as I read this tweet by President Trump on January 6th. He said, these are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots. So that's President Trump defending the attack on January 6th, that siege on the Capitol. But his attorneys now are saying they're not going to do that. Getting to David Schoen, who is the person who was seen as more tactical, more precise, more focused. He really talked about, though, that Democrats were showing, quote unquote, movies, making the case that they were trying to be too emotional in their arguments. But of course, Democrats were showing real video from the attack on January 6th, trying to remind lawmakers just all of what happened. Something else that Bruce Castor said, something else that David Schoen said that was really interesting is that Democrats were too slow to send the impeachment articles to the Senate, but also they rushed the impeachment of this. There are also, of course, those four lawyers that are going to make up the team for the Trump legal defense. We're going to see each of them today. We saw 2 of them. So these are all some of the interesting things that stuck out to me. Contradictory arguments, but still arguments that landed their punches when they finally got to the point.
All right, Yamiche Alcindor and Lisa Desjardins watching today, and you'll be watching again for the rest of the week. Thank you both. And now I'm joined by a member of Mr. Trump's defense team from his first Senate impeachment trial. He's Robert Ray. He was also independent counsel during the Whitewater investigation into President Clinton. Robert Ray, thank you for joining us today. They did take a vote in the Senate, and it was 56 to 44. They are going to proceed. The argument prevailed that it is constitutional to have this trial, but you think that's a mistake. Why?
I think the proceedings are obviously like the pregame festivities. I think there's a structural constitutional argument still to be made that was made today, and that is that if the only purpose served by this impeachment upon conviction is the remedy that precludes Donald Trump from ever running for public office again, it strikes me that that's a political judgment that is more appropriately reserved to the American people and the voters, close to 75 million of whom spoke in the last election, and not one that should be made by 50 senators from the Democratic Party plus possibly 17 senators from the Republican Party. I think that's basically Senator Marco Rubio's view from Florida. And I think he's right about that. So I think that's a structural constitutional argument as to why presidential impeachments once the president has left office are not a good idea. I don't think that's healthy for the country in the future. And when the shoe is on the other foot, as it invariably will be, I'm not sure that this is the kind of precedent that any party would like to see. But look, the decision has been made. There was a difference of opinion. A majority vote carries, and we now proceed to trial.
Well, I'm sure you know that the argument, not only by the House managers, but by a number of constitutional scholars, many of them conservative, is that because the Constitution gives the Senate the right, the role of carrying out not just removal from office, but the decision on whether someone can hold office again. They're basing the argument on that. But let's move on to what the trial will be about in the days to come. How strong do you believe the arguments are that that President Trump had a direct role in inciting the insurrection at the Capitol?
Well, that's not enough. I mean, the role that has to be shown so that it's not contrary to the First Amendment is that there was a direct call for violent or lawless action. I don't know of any evidence that I have seen so far that would suggest that kind of coordination with the president, the then president of the United States. And I know that the majority leader, Chuck Schumer, has promised that there will be new evidence presented at trial. I'll be very interested to see if actually that kind of new evidence is presented, because if it's not, this is an impeachment that should fail as a legal matter because there's not going to be sufficient proof of insurrection of federal offense. I mean, after all, an impeachment is about impeaching for high crimes and misdemeanors. And the problem with the first impeachment of President Trump is that a crime wasn't charged at all. The problem with this impeachment is that although a crime has been charged, the president didn't commit the crime that was charged. A statement or speech like "fight like hell, otherwise you're not going to have your country back" is not the same thing as a call for violent action. And if you can't show that under Brandon versus Ohio, it violates the First Amendment. So I think the president will have a strong defense under the Constitution, under the First Amendment, as to why he should not be convicted.
So just elaborate on that. What is it that you're saying the president would have had to have done or said that would have made him culpable of incitement?
He has to call for violent action or call for illegal conduct. You know, it's not enough to just say, well, there's, encouragement. There is a very broad protection, particularly for political speech. The Brandenburg decision from more than 50 years ago is clear on that. And it's why there have been precious few prosecutions under federal law in this area, because it invariably bumps up against the First Amendment. And apparently the ACLU, as I understand it from Professor Dershowitz, shares my view that this prosecution by impeachment in the Senate is unconstitutional under the First Amendment. I expect you'll hear more about that as the defense unfolds in the coming days.
Well, we will be listening, and we certainly do appreciate your joining us today. Robert Ray, thank you.
Thanks very much.
And next we turn to constitutional scholar and former judge Michael McConnell of Stanford University Law School. He was nominated to the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals by President George W. Bush, and he served on the bench for 7 years. Judge McConnell, thank you very much for joining us. You may have just heard Robert Ray saying in so many words that it is a mistake, that it is not constitutional for this trial to go forward, which we now know that it will, because that was the Senate vote. But his argument is that it isn't constitutional because the decision on whether someone runs for office again is something that should be left to the voters and not to the Congress. Please, I would love you to react to that, but also to explain, your view on the constitutionality of this trial.
What's constitutional and isn't doesn't depend upon what any of us may think is a good idea. It's what the Constitution says, and the Constitution clearly gives the Senate the authority to try all impeachments and to impose the sanction of disqualification from future office. Senators will decide whether that's an appropriate sanction or not, but it certainly is authorized by the Constitution.
And so this argument that it should be left to the voters, you're saying, doesn't hold weight.
Well, that's an argument to the discretion of the senators, but it is not a constitutional argument.
So you're comfortable with essentially the argument with the fact that this trial is going ahead, that it is constitutional. So that brings us, Judge McConnell, to the question of the president's role or not in inciting this insurrection. How do you read the evidence so far that you've seen?
So let me just be clear first on the constitutionality point, because I think many people have missed this, that I do think that the Constitution allows for impeachment only of current office holders. But Mr. Trump was impeached when he was president of the United States on January 13th. So that requirement is met. Once the House impeaches, there's a separate provision of the Constitution that gives the Senate the power to try all impeachments. So while I do agree that impeachment is limited to current officers, that does not disqualify this particular proceeding. Now, as to the incitement, we haven't seen all the evidence yet. I think the House made a serious mistake in framing this impeachment in terms simply of the criminal law of incitement, because I think it will invite people to treat this as if this was a criminal prosecution of Mr. Trump. It is not. This is an impeachment, a trial of an impeachment, not a criminal trial for incitement. I doubt very much that Mr. Trump could be convicted of the crime of impeachment, of incitement. But that's not what the Congress is limited to. The question here is whether Mr. Trump committed high crimes and misdemeanors, which is a term of art which extends beyond mere violations of the criminal code to serious abuses of the office, and would include such things as attempting to persuade officers of the states to disregard election results after proper challenges to those election results had been properly pursued in the courts and rejected. It would include the failure of Mr. Trump to take any action to stop the riot when it was taking place, when he was in the very best position to do that. The president does have the duty under the Constitution to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
So just very quickly, the wording instead of incitement to insurrection, in your view, would have been stronger if it had been worded how?
I think that it should have, and it should not have been framed in terms of the precise words of a criminal violation, and it should have included both the attempts to persuade officers not to certify properly cast voting results, and also the failure of the president to take steps that he should have taken to end the riot.
Former Judge Michael McConnell, now a professor at Stanford Law. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. In the day's other news, President Biden endorsed making $1,400 stimulus payments to Americans earning up to $75,000 a year. Democratic leaders in the House Ways and Means Committee backed that figure overnight. Republicans and some Democratic moderates want to limit payments to those making $50,000 or less. The nominee for White House budget chief acknowledged today that new stimulus might ignite inflation. But Neera Tanden told her Senate confirmation hearing that doing too little could do even more damage. On another issue, Tanden apologized for her history of scathing tweets about top Republicans.
I recognize that this role is a bipartisan role, and I know I have to earn the trust of senators across the board. For those concerned about my rhetoric and my language, I'm sorry, and I'm sorry for any hurt that they've caused.
Also today, the Senate Environment Committee endorsed Michael Regan to be EPA administrator. His nomination now goes to the full Senate. Experts from the World Health Organization have concluded that COVID-19 most likely did not come from a Chinese lab. The team announced that finding today after investigating in Wuhan, where the first cases appeared.
Our initial findings suggest that the introduction through an intermediary host species is the most likely pathways. The findings suggest that the laboratory incident hypothesis is extremely unlikely and to explain the introduction of the virus into the human population.
The U.S. State Department said today that, quote, the jury's still out on whether China has been fully forthcoming. In Myanmar, police cracked down on crowds who defied a ban on protesting against last week's military coup. Authorities in the capital city and elsewhere fired water cannons and warning shots. Some of the protesters were wounded by rubber bullets. Search parties in northern India look for survivors again today after a Himalayan glacier broke apart on Sunday. It unleashed a flash flood that killed at least 32 people and left 165 missing. Rescue workers today looked through muddy valleys and cleared debris from a tunnel where 36 workers are believed to be trapped. Back in this country, at least 5 people were shot and wounded at a health clinic in Buffalo, Minnesota, northwest of Minneapolis. Police arrested 67-year-old Gregory Paul Ulrich, a man with a record of run-ins with the law.
The history that we have as a department with this individual makes it most likely that this incident was targeted at that facility or at someone within that facility.
Police also found what appeared to be homemade bombs, but they said this does not appear to be a case of domestic terrorism. Federal safety investigators blamed a helicopter pilot today for the crash that killed former basketball great Kobe Bryant. The helicopter smashed into a hillside outside Los Angeles in January 2020. Bryant's 13-year-old daughter and 6 others, including the pilot, also died. The National Transportation Safety Board ruled that the pilot violated safety rules when he flew into heavy fog. On Wall Street today, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost about 10 points to close at 31,375. The Nasdaq rose 20 points to a new record close. The S&P 500 slipped 4 points. The Arab world scored a triumph in space today as this animation shows an unmanned craft from the United Arab Emirates reached orbit around Mars after traveling for 7 months. The orbiter will gather data on the planet's atmosphere. Spacecraft from the U.S. and China are also set to arrive at Mars in the next few days. And singer Mary Wilson, one of the original Supremes, has died. She helped power Motown in the 1960s. Jeffrey Brown has our remembrance.
Mary Wilson was a key part of a legendary sound, a founding member with Florence Ballard and, of course, Diana Ross of the Supremes. They were trailblazers with a string of hits from Motown in the 1960s, after coming together as teenagers in Detroit.
We came from a time when, as black people, you didn't dream about becoming a star. You didn't dream about making money. It was all about being a human being, being respected, being equal.
The group would go through changes, most of all Diana Ross leaving to go solo. Mary Wilson remained until the end in 1977, before starting her own solo career. Her 1986 memoir, Dream Girl, documented those early years, including strained relations with Ross before the split. In a video shared Saturday, she said she was excited to celebrate Black History Month and the release of more of her work, timed to her upcoming birthday on March 6th.
And we'll see. Okay, I got my fingers crossed here. Yes, I do.
Wilson died Monday at her home in Las Vegas. No cause of death was given.
I remember you.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Jeffrey Brown.
No other music like it. Mary Wilson was 76 years old.
This is the PBS NewsHour from WETA Studios in Washington and in the West from the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State University.
The data are preliminary so far, but there are concerns that some of the new COVID strains are more infectious, more deadly, and possibly even more resistant to the vaccines. Given that, experts stress mass vaccination is crucial to slowing this spread, because studies show that vaccines can prevent severe disease, hospitalization, and death. William Brangham has our conversation about what can be done in changing public attitudes.
Judy, Dr. Atul Gawande leads one of those mass vaccination campaigns in Massachusetts with his company CIC Health. He is a surgeon at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston. Dr. Gawande is also a staff writer at the New Yorker magazine, and for its latest issue, he visited one North Dakota town when it was suffering a terrible COVID outbreak and also a very open fight over the public health protections meant to contain it. And he joins me now. Dr. Gawande, great to have you back on the NewsHour. First, about these vaccination program you're running. Your company, in a sense, was created to step into the breach, initially over testing, now over vaccinations. When we look around nationally, some states have done well, many have really struggled with this. Do you have a good sense as to why this initial stage has faltered so much?
First of all, everybody was late to planning. This should have been part of the planning process months ago. States were coming forward asking for that planning process, but it really didn't get underway until after Thanksgiving. We got involved to enable mass vaccination at Gillette Stadium, Fenway Park, Reggie Lewis Track and Field here in Boston. And the challenges really were that the planning only got underway maybe the week before Christmas for enabling this kind of mass scale that we're now hitting. So the good news is people have had 6 weeks, 8 weeks of getting these operations up and running. We're now past 2 million vaccinations a day that hit the peak over the weekend. And we are well on our way to reaching 100 million vaccines in arms by 100 days. But we have to move even faster because of the mutant strains that are spreading that you mentioned.
Yeah, how concerned are you about those? Because there is a concern both about they might be more contagious. One of them might be perhaps more deadly. It seems like we really are in this race against time to get the shots before the variants truly spread.
Yeah, we have across the world tens of millions of active infections and a very large base of infections here that become a petri dish for lots of new mutations. And some of those mutations that are emerging and spreading, one from the UK, one from South Africa, one from Brazil, these are more contagious and in some cases have some less effectiveness with the vaccines. I'm very concerned about these. The doubling time, the rate at which you see this virus spreading to double its number, is only 10 days. Florida already is at 5% of all infections there have the UK variant, which we know to be more contagious. That means that as our counts drop right now for the wild type that had been the dominant one in the US, we're seeing a rise in this more contagious version, which means around March, we can expect real trouble unless we really double down, not just on vaccines, but on our masks.
I'd love to turn now to your piece in the New Yorker, which you focused it in Minot, North Dakota, when that region was going through its worst stretch of the pandemic, and they were having this very public, open fight about a mask mandate in town. Can you just give us a synopsis? What was the debate about? That masks don't work, that the virus isn't such a threat? What was the debate going on there?
It was a fierce debate over both, an argument over whether masks work, and then also about whether this was a really serious infection worth attacking or not. And then at a more fundamental level, and I really engaged in discussion with people across the spectrum of opinion, people were riven about the fact that there was pain and suffering among, not just about the public health consequences, which us experts have tended to focus on, but also, they felt their arguments weren't being heard about their jobs being damaged, about not being able to have their kids in schools, and they just wanted to return to normal. That fierce debate was had out in a city council that forced the issue. The state would not adopt the mask mandate, but the city council did. And over time, what you saw throughout North Dakota, which at that time had the highest rates of infections, you saw a place change where mask wearing reached a high of 89% in the state. Now, the challenge is, can they keep the foot on the pedal? The mask mandate was repealed just a couple of weeks ago.
I mean, I hear everything you're saying about the importance of recognizing the economic pain caused by some of the shutdowns and restrictions. But I mean, this pandemic, as you well know, is not over by any stretch. People are going to still have to wear masks and not crowd into bars and all of those public health measures. Going forward, from what you've reported, what is your sense about how we ought to do our messaging about public health better next time, this time?
Well, I think the first thing to understand is we're not going to get consensus on these issues. The question is, can we have an open, respectful debate, hear each other, pay attention to the pain everybody's feeling? You have people who are reluctant to enter back into society as rates fall and participate, and you have reluctance on the other side about taking the measures that we need to stop the infection from coming. There is a lot of exhaustion. There's a lot of pain. And we are going to be, the debate, the arguments, the anger isn't going to stop. And yet the country, even North Dakota, got past 80% wearing of masks. They got the infections down. The debates will be hard and fierce and angry, but our democracy may be frayed. What I saw there, though, was it wasn't broken, that we were able to hold together, have these fights, and then move forward.
Dr. Atul Gawande at Brigham and Women's Hospital and The New Yorker, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Biden administration announced more efforts today to ramp up vaccine distribution around the country and to make sure that underserved communities get more access. It comes after many states struggle to distribute it quickly. But as Amna Nawaz reports, West Virginia has been a leader from the outset. In fact, it has outpaced nearly every other state when it comes to vaccinations.
For 75-year-old Ed Turley, the question was never if he would get the vaccine.
No, I talked to my wife about it, and you don't know what it's like to be married to a nurse.
What is it like?
You can't get by with nothing.
The question was when. The very day he was eligible, he booked a slot.
I was relieved, when they called so I could get it. Yeah. I wasn't going to turn them down. I had my mind made up. I wasn't going to turn it down.
Left arm okay? On this day, Turley was one of about 250 people vaccinated at a clinic in Preston County, West Virginia.
All right, Ed, you're all finished.
Okay.
His home state is now leading the country when it comes to vaccinations. 7 weeks into their rollout, West Virginia's already vaccinated more than 12% of its population, including both doses delivered to all nursing home residents and most healthcare workers. Now, anyone 65 and older can sign up on a statewide wait list. Each week, local clinics work their way down that list and schedule the next round of shots.
So I need your consent and then your card.
This West Virginia University clinic is one of several specialized clinics also in place.
Today's a beautiful day. I know.
Today, faculty and staff over 65, plus younger clinical students, are getting their vaccines.
Here's the lay of the land in here. Basically, at that table all the way in the back, the syringes are all being filled. They are distributed to 6 vaccination stations. Organizers say from the moment people arrive to the moment they get a shot in the arm should take 5 minutes total.
Consent form in here for you.
64-year-old Tony Christian is getting her second dose and looking forward to the protection it affords.
I miss the social interaction more than anything. I think that's probably been the hardest thing.
Did you do okay after the last dose?
77-year-old Paul Lewis says while he's relieved to be vaccinated, he's worried about his son, a vaccine skeptic.
What's that conversation like?
That conversation is consistent but brief. You don't know what the long-term health implications are of having COVID-19. So if I'm going to take my choices, I'll take the choice with the vaccine.
Here in West Virginia, that vaccine arrives each week from the federal government. National Guard members transport it to 5 state hubs. Those hubs then allocate to clinics like the one at West Virginia University, where residents who put their names on a wait list are brought through.
It's really all hands on deck approach so that we can get everybody in our state vaccinated as quickly and safely as possible.
Gretchen Garofoli is an associate professor in West Virginia University's School of Pharmacy who's been coordinating vaccine distribution. Key to their success, she says, is remaining nimble and flexible.
We have a group text message that we utilize often so that we get our people there when we need to get them to the places to vaccinate.
You literally have a group chat going.
Yes, we have those relationships and we know how to work together. We know how to get into the rural communities.
And because the state is mostly rural, West Virginia chose to tap into its network of independent pharmacies instead of joining the federal partnership with CVS and Walgreens. Waterfront Family Pharmacy owner Carl Summer says that decision was crucial to getting the most vulnerable vaccinated quickly.
One of the big advantages that we have as independent pharmacists is we're able to adapt and make changes very quickly. We don't have to go through any corporate bureaucracies.
We're not scared of going a different direction.
Dr. Clay Marsh is West Virginia's COVID czar.
If we had a great idea that this plan was better for us, and we didn't implement it, then that would have been irresponsible for us.
He says he's proud of the speed of their rollout, but it hasn't been without bumps. In December, more than 40 people in the southern part of the state were given an antibody treatment instead of a COVID-19 vaccine.
With the complexity of this, we know mistakes will be made. We hope nobody gets hurt, but we will always get better, and we'll be better the next time.
Other states are now turning to West Virginia as a guide. Marsh was recently asked to testify before a House committee.
What can we say to the other states how they can improve on that?
Ultimately, West Virginia made a plan that worked for us.
But what works here, Marsh cautions, in a small, homogeneous rural state may not work in bigger, more urban states.
So it's really important that you know your own state, that you have a committed group of empowered people, that you have the right culture so everybody's on the same page, and you're trying things, but you're sticking with some very clear, true north principles that you won't violate.
And for all their success, West Virginia is still facing the same vaccine shortage frustration the rest of the country is.
If we keep getting the supply that we're getting, we'll still be doing first doses towards the end of the year, which is not a number I like to hear.
We have the capacity today with no more infrastructure expansion, we believe, to be able to push out 125,000 doses a week.
So today you could be doing at least 4 times what you're currently doing.
Yes.
One practice they've developed to stretch supply, use every last drop from every single vial.
Some syringes work better than others to get those extra doses out, and I can say that out of the thousands that I've given, I have not wasted a single dose. We've found arms for all of them.
Please fill this out.
As they reach the end of the list at the Preston County Clinic, organizers realize they have extra doses left in the vials. They'll expire within hours. So County Health Administrator VJ Davis starts working his way down the standby list for folks who live nearby.
Hey, we have an extra coronavirus shot today. Would you be available to come down and get it?
Sally Stanton and her sister Linda Bratton were 2 of the lucky ones.
They called us like 5 minutes
before we got here. Just frees you up a little bit more to feel like you can go out and you've got some protection now.
Protection Ed Turley welcomes. He says he hasn't hugged his grandkids in nearly a year.
Have you ever lived through anything like this in your life?
No. Don't want to go through anything more like this either.
With both shots behind him, he hopes the pandemic will soon be too. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Amna Nawaz in West Virginia.
We return to our series on Afghanistan. Tonight, deep fear in the Afghan capital. Special correspondent Jane Ferguson and producer-cinematographer Emily Cassie report.
2 female Supreme Court judges were killed.
Afghans wake up to news of more assassinations in Kabul. This time, it's 2 female judges killed in a brazen execution on their way to work in the morning. Seconds after Zakaria Haravi left this house to go to work, her brother heard the gunshots.
I heard the bullets fired, constant firing. My wife screamed. We all ran out barefooted. I saw one of her colleagues was laying down and shouted at me to go check my sister. But when I saw her, she was hit here and also in the shoulders. I felt as though the ground fell away below me and the sky fell. When I saw her, I knew she was gone.
She was a Supreme Court judge and a breadwinner. Every man in this room relied on her to support them and their children. A highly successful professional at work, she was a matriarchal leader in the home.
She was a very strong person. When she left and kissed the hand of our mother and said, "I'm not sure I will be back alive."
Rooms like this, filled with families gathered in shock and grief, emerge across Kabul every day now. Afghanistan has suffered immeasurable loss for years, on battlefields and in bombings. But this recent campaign of assassinations has shocked the country. Kabul's middle-class neighborhoods are stalked by killers, picking off a generation of professionals.
The people in the capital are educated, bright people. Some people from the villages are uneducated, and they come to kill the educated people of Afghanistan.
The grief here is turning into anger. Bitterness runs deep.
100% this was the Taliban. From Karzai's time to now, all attacks are carried out by them. All people are targeted. Police, prosecutors. She was a judge. What will the international community do? They are leaving while the Taliban is still here.
It's not clear if the assassinations are ordered by the Taliban. No group has formally claimed responsibility. According to a deal signed between the Taliban and the Trump administration a year ago, the last American boots on the ground here leave in less than 100 days. In the meantime, peace negotiations between the Taliban and the Afghan government are not making progress. Journalists, judges, human rights activists, anyone with a voice and a role to play in building civil society here is now marked for death by nameless assassins. Since the deal was signed, over 150 have been murdered. A new, cold fear has descended here. No one knows who will be targeted next or why.
This should be a relatively safe neighborhood of Kabul. And one of the impacts of these killings is to remind everyone, especially professional women, that they're not safe anywhere in this city.
Anisa Shahid refuses to bow to that pressure. A well-known TV reporter for Afghanistan's Talo TV, heading out on a story is more dangerous for her now than ever. The Afghan intelligence services have told her militants plan to lure female journalists to interviews like this one, where assassins will be waiting. The office is worried and calling to check on her, she tells us. Today, she is reporting on a domestic murder case, interviewing a family who say the government and the police won't investigate. To Anisa, her job is a form of service to her people and community, but it leaves her very exposed.
Do you feel in danger when you're out here?
Yes, because Kabul is insecure, and right now we are far away from the city. So yeah, it doesn't feel good.
But you don't stop doing it. You don't stop coming out here. You keep working. Why?
I can't not come here just because I'm scared or because I'm under threat. I can't not come here. If I don't, who will make this family's voice heard? Who will make sure their words reach officials?
The Taliban deny they are responsible for killings across the country. We traveled to one of their strongholds less than 2 hours outside the capital and challenged them on this.
Is the Taliban responsible for assassinations, in particular against female journalists?
Whatever acts or attacks we do, whether it's in Kabul or around the country, we claim responsibility. The other attacks that have been carried out are perhaps by ISIS or someone else to create tension. The Taliban always claims responsibility for any attack they have carried out.
But the Afghan government insists it's the Taliban, not the Afghan franchise of ISIS. They are so keen to prove it, they gave us access to an intelligence services prison to meet with a self-confessed Taliban member, saying he helped in the assassination of an election official. This young man, who says he thinks he is 17 or 18 years old, is from the very same Taliban-controlled area we visited. Although he says he is willing to do the interview, we are hiding his identity because he may be a minor and has no access to a lawyer.
Where I live, there is a lot of Taliban. They have a lot of influence. Everyone there is a part of it.
He's accused of monitoring the movements of the election official, thereby helping his cousin, a Taliban commander, assassinate the man.
They told me to follow him and watch his house, to keep track of his whereabouts, when he leaves and when he comes home. I don't support them now. I've been captured. I know my punishment.
Now, his young life could be ended too, with high officials calling for the death penalty against those involved in such killings.
I want to study, to go to school. I had ambitions growing up, but my cousin destroyed everything.
He too has become a casualty in this long war. Anger here at the Trump administration's handling of their peace negotiations with the Taliban is tangible. Since the February 2020 agreement between the American government and the Taliban, the group has not killed American soldiers for over a year, but Afghans continue to be slaughtered.
There was this promise, sort of made also by the Americans who initiated this process, that there will be a reduction in violence. However, what we see on the ground is the opposite. The Americans did protect themselves through the US Taliban agreements, but there was no protection for Afghans.
Shahrzad Akbar heads Afghanistan's Independent Human Rights Commission.
The feeling is this feeling of being forgotten, being the process not being about Afghans at all. Is it about a dignified exit for the US, or is it about lasting peace for Afghanistan?
Like so many here, Akbar has been personally impacted by the killings. Colleagues of hers at the Human Rights Commission have been targeted and killed in recent months.
One of the biggest achievements of the past 20 years was this cadre of Afghans who were trained. Some of them received international standard education. Some of them studied here in Afghanistan. They are the backbone of running a system of governance. And the message to them is, there's not a future for you here.
As for so many people in this city, the grief is crushing for those left behind.
I think losing my colleagues really tested my strength, really tested my faith, and really tested my hope. But it didn't stop me. But I need to be honest that I think if there is one thing that can really test my strength again, would be something like that. I am more afraid of losing any of my colleagues than I'm afraid for my own life. And it's a horrible fear to live with because I know I can't protect them. Sometimes the only regret that I have about taking this job is this, that maybe I'm too young to experience this pain, to look the colleagues, parents in the eyes and tell them, I'm sorry, we lost your child.
Back in the newsroom at Talo TV, Anissa is putting together her story. She's defiant about keeping up her work as normal, but privately carries around the same fears as Shahrzad. that the sudden and violent loss of loved ones will continue.
I'm scared that I will lose more colleagues. We have lost too many. When my friends see me outside, they say, "You are alive?" Everyone who goes outside, you think they won't come back alive. It's a huge worry. I never thought we would get to the point where every day we wait for the death of our friends. All my friends know me. They know I'm not one to be afraid. But now I know that I actually do have fear.
Whoever is behind these killings, their chosen targets seem to speak to how they view Afghanistan's future. One without the new generation of civic leaders, rights activists and journalists. Without influential, professional women. As America stumbles out of this war, the fight for Afghanistan's future has entered a new, deadly phase. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Jane Ferguson, in Kabul, Afghanistan.
Such important reporting. Thank you, Jane. And that's the NewsHour for tonight. I'm Judy Woodruff. Thank you. Please stay safe, and we'll see you soon.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by Consumer Cellular, Johnson & Johnson, BNSF Railway, Carnegie Corporation of New York, supporting innovations in education, democratic engagement, and the advancement of international peace and security at carnegie.org. And with the ongoing support of these institutions.
You're watching PBS.